moderate it between anyone who wants
Oh,
to.
okay, great.
Yep. So you just make you make your case for a couple of minutes. We don't really have to do exactly 2 minutes. Just as long as everyone has enough time to land and they're not just speaking for 10 minutes, right? So, um, don't want to be too strict when it comes to these kind of things.
Sure, sure.
Yep.
Okay, you want me to
Whenever
just
you're
get
ready.
started?
Yep, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, first of all, there's been so few debates of slavery between Islam and Christianity. And I think we need to have more of these. And I think where the problem with the Bible is that it endorses slave beating, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament. I just want to focus on the New Testament. That's if you can open up the Bible to First Peter chapter 2, verse 18, or actually a little bit before that. And so it makes it very clear that it says you are to submit not only to the nice slave masters, but also to the harsh ones. So here we see that what the Bible is doing is that it's kind of taking the side of the evil, wicked slave master, and then it gives many wonderful benefits for receiving a slave beating. If you keep reading verse 18, it says, "This is to your credit if you let this man do this to you." And then in verse 21, well, actually, verse 20, then it states that that even if you receive an unjust slave beating, it is to your credit, and this is your calling in life. Verse 21. Now, of course, we know these are not, this is not, this is, first of all, to when you beat a slave, it's pretty much opening up the door for his torture. And so, what the Bible is doing here, it's grooming the victim to meet the needs of the evil slave master. Now, if you want to take some time to read the passage, that's perfectly fine. I don't have, I've got a lot of time here. That's fine. I'm not really here trying to win a debate, but to get at the truth. Now, what we're going to find in Islam is that Islam actually has a right teaching that we're looking for. It condemns slave beating. And when we get to the Islam portion, we could talk about that. But it actually said that anybody who beats a slave, the doors of the hellfire will open up for that evil, wicked slave master. That's what we're missing in the Bible, a clear condemnation of beating a slave. But we'll find that inside Islam. But anyways, I think that's my 2 minutes. Go ahead, whoever's next.
All right. Does anyone get a reply? Anybody? Hold up. Uh, Mary, you got something to say?
I'm too busy with
Um,
Minecraft, so
Okay, no, that's fine.
I
Soldier.
would I would ask the question back. Does context obviously matters, correct?
Sure.
What was the context in that? Because there's also another verse that says neither slave, neither Jew, nor um. Oh my, I think I forgot it. There's also another verse that just completely tells you that we are all one under Christ. Wouldn't
Mhm.
maybe in this context they were talking about already things that were already existed, so such as slaves already being sold and being bought, so it's telling you
Mhm.
a better way to treat them since it's already happening. We see the same thing in the Old Testament, right? So Jesus didn't have slaves, right? We look at the source of the religion. So if we go to look at Jesus would go to the poorest of the poor, people that the Jews would call dirty and filthy, and he would go to them and he would put his hands on them and heal them. Peter would kick these people. He would tell them, "Go away! Don't even go near Jesus." And Jesus would go and he would heal them. Jesus said he didn't come he came here to save. He came here to the people that are the slaves and the people that aren't rulers. He didn't enter Jerusalem on a horse. He entered it in a donkey. So this gets to show you we follow what the the center of that religion. I can ask you that same question about your prophet, right?
Sure.
Your prophet sold and had slaves.
Well, when we
And
get to Islam, we'll definitely talk about that. But what we're going to do, talk about Christianity first,
oh yeah, I
and then
understand. I'm sorry, but you get what I'm trying to get at. So our 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 God didn't he did not he told his followers to sell everything and go preach. He didn't take any donations. He didn't do any of that. Is
Hmm.
you see what I'm trying to get at? So the context matters, right? Because again,
Sure.
like I'm telling you, we can do the same with the Quran, right? There's so many things in the Quran that you see it and then you're like, okay, no, context matters. I can't just take this sentence for what it is because this would completely contradict the whole theology. You see what I'm trying to get
Sure.
at? So
No, I
context
agree with you.
100. Yeah, so context 100% matters. Jesus never said sell slaves. He never made laws for slaves or how to handle your slaves or what to do when you capture slaves, right? All of again, sorry, I don't want to get it back to the Quran, but what I'm trying to get to you is that you guys have those things though. You guys have ways to treat your slaves, to treat your captured people, right? So we don't have these things because we were the slaves, right? What happened to the
Okay.
apostles
Well, well,
and the disciples?
well, let me respond to some of that. I guess we're doing 2 minutes back and forth, and so I mean, I don't see how any of that has anything to do with First Peter chapter 2 verse 18. I think we'll just start. Just it starts off by saying, "You will submit to the harsh slave master." If you remember the slaves coming on the slave ships and all of that, according to the Bible, you have to submit to that evil. And I think that's where the problem is. So, I mean, yeah, I guess in general, what the ideal here is that yes, they would definitely like to have a nice version of slavery. But hey, if the slave master is a jerk, he's doing it. But it also caters to the evil, wicked slave master as well. That's a problem with the Bible. And so the problem here is that the and then it tells you things. It basically it's grooming the victim. Grooming means normalizing inappropriate behavior. And what is it? And so it basically is trying to convince a slave that let this man do this to you. So in grooming, when like for example, child sex grooming, what happens is that they try to convince a child, let this man do this to you. And that's exactly what we find in the Bible, that it's the same type of grooming where now he's trying to, the passage of the purpose, you asked for the context, I'm giving it to you, and that is what Peter is doing. He's trying to convince the slave, let this man do that to you. Now, can you confirm that? Just read the passage, especially 18 to 21, and you will see that it's a grooming passage.
Could I respond?
Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the context of Peter is just suffering in general. It's not unique to just slaves. So if you read from verses 13 to 17, it says, hey, Christians must be in submission even just to the institute that God has put over us. And if you continue reading, um, besides verse 18 and 19, if you actually read till verse 21, it likens the suffering to Christ. And it says that,
Right.
yeah, it says, because Christ also suffered for you. So the point isn't that it's saying, oh, slavery is some good thing, but it's saying, hey, serve in obedience, live a life
Well,
in which you don't expect to get necessarily the good things, because just as Christ suffered unfairly, so too we must suffer, and by that we attain the kingdom.
right. Well, I think what you're not answering my question. Isn't the purpose of the passage is to convince the slave, let this man do that to you, which is an unjust slave beating. Isn't that exactly what the context is?
It's saying suffer for the sake of Christ, and that's for all Christians,
Right,
slave
right.
and
So the
slave
slave,
master alike.
so that's wrong. You see, the slave just got beaten for. I mean, of course he's being bullied, and this slave master is just whipping him. And so, what's the answer to the Bible? Didn't Jesus get whipped too? Right. You see, you're just like the suffering Christ. Don't you want to be just like Jesus? I mean, come on, these are nutty teachings. What you're talking about here. So, what my point here is, these are bold-faced
On what
lies.
basis is it
You're
nutty?
because a guy, this is a moral crime. When you take a whip, a slave master takes a whip, or even worse than that, any form of torture. and he's torturing this poor human being. And then what's the response from the Bible? Did it say, "Oh, this is a moral evil"? No, that's right. Jesus got whipped too, didn't he? And you forgot what verse 21 said. It said, "This is your calling in life: is to get beaten by your wicked slave master." Am I correct?
Mr.
Am I
Nadir,
reading that correctly?
Mr. Nadir, they're talking about the specific sect of Christian slaves. They're not talking about slave owners. They're talking about slave Christians, and they're comparing their pain with Christ
Yeah.
because that's what he was.
So
They are not
That's
talking
crazy. Yeah,
about
it's called
slave
that's called
owners.
so
grooming.
so let's maybe contextualize this, right? So both in Ephesians 6:9 and also Colossians 4:1, it states for the masters of this of bond servants or servants or slaves. It, so I'll read Ephesians 6:9. It says, "Masters, do the same to them and stop your threatening, knowing that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and that there is no partiality with him." And then Colossians says, "Masters, treat your bond servants justly and fairly, knowing that you also have a master in heaven." So the
Right.
point isn't that this is allowing for Christians who are masters or anything to beat them unjustly. It's saying be fair, but it's also saying that just like with the institution, you may get times where the institution is abusive of the power that God has bestowed on them. And in that situation, you are called to be long suffering, just as Christ was long suffering when he was abused, because the purpose of it is to show others your faith, right? By not expecting an eye for an eye, essentially,
Well,
but rather to lay down your life, and by that you attain salvation.
May I
I'm
please
not
add something?
sure. Wait a second.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how anything of what you're saying is contradicting what I'm saying. I'm saying, look, what the purpose of the passage is, and I'd like for you to confirm this. It's let this man do this to you. That's what he's trying to convince him of. Am I correct?
All right. May I please add something?
In what sense are you saying this?
Okay, okay. What the passage has said, he's giving him many benefits, wonderful things that can happen for receiving a slave beating. This is commendable before God. And then it says, and it says, this is, and he says, it's to your credit that you allow this man to beat you like that. And then finally in verse 21, it says, this is your calling. You have been called to be whipped. And this is an unjust slave beating, not just a slave beating. But this is an unjust slave beating. So it gives many benefits of getting this slave beating. And what my point to you is that this is called grooming. You are grooming the victim. You're normalizing the behavior. I mean, the purpose of the passage, and I still haven't got an answer yet from you guys. It's clear the purpose of the passage is let this man do this to you. That's
Well,
the
let me
purpose.
let
I
me
mean,
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Is it considered grooming if you teach Muslims that if they come to a stage where they either have to renounce their faith or be killed, is it grooming to tell them, no, let the person kill you, don't apostatize? Is that grooming?
apostasy. We could talk about apostasy, I guess, when we get to that point. But I'm not sure how apostasy has anything to do with what I'm presenting to you.
Because it's the same relevance. You're just saying, oh, it's grooming to somehow allow this, but this is the same standard that you're gonna have to be consistent in and say,
Yeah,
oh,
definitely.
it's yeah. So
Guys,
I mean, you'd
I want
have
to
to
add something.
say,
May I please
you'd have
speak?
to say,
Okay,
yeah,
why
sure.
don't you first let's first talk common sense what we are. What is undeniable is this is I mean the purpose of this passage here is to convince is let this man do this to you. That's undeniable reality of this passage. Am I correct?
The passage is that if there's an abuse of authority, as far as possible, you must submit. I mean, it's in the context of even submitting to authorities that God places over us.
No,
Guys,
it's
and
what it's doing.
look at
It's giving him
history.
many benefits. It's
Look
telling
at
him all these
history.
wonderful
What
things.
happened in
Yeah, the
Rome? Guys,
benefits, the benefits are salvation.
guys, you have to
Well,
look at
well,
history. Wait, one
do you
second,
really
please.
believe in verse 21? I mean, when it says that this is your calling in life to be beaten by some psychopath, Is that? Do you really believe that?
Well,
That's my question.
Christ himself says, I've not come to bring peace by the sword. So his truth will divide people and cause people
But
to even murder each other.
that's not what I'm asking you though. I mean,
Our
the
our
text.
calling, our calling is to suffer for Christ and attain salvation thereby. This is what
Well, no.
orthodoxy believes in. You suffer.
Okay, so you guys belong to the Orthodox Church, am I correct?
Yeah, the only true church.
Okay,
All of
but
us here are
what the
Orthodox. Stage.
okay, but what the passage clearly states. I mean, hold on one second here. Oh yeah, sure. One second.
I want to add something, man, but you guys keep interrupting.
I wanted to hear you, Stephen.
Like, if
Yeah,
you can
well,
just,
after Nadir says something, Steven, you could say something next.
I'm
all
sorry
right.
about that. Um, yeah, I got a flat tire. I got extra car. My point to you is, it's an undeniable reality of what's being asked here. The ask is, let this man do this to you. Do you deny that?
Yeah, I think you're phrasing it wrongly. So I mean, it's a
What are
loaded
you
question.
talking
Go
about?
ahead.
That's exactly what where's my error now? Where's what you're saying I'm phrasing it wrongly? He's telling him all these wonderful things that can happen from letting this man do this. He says you are to be patient with, I mean, the actual word there, that if you patiently take this slave beating, this is commendable before God. It tells him that this is your calling. It says that it is to your credit all these wonderful benefits you're getting for the slave beating. So yes, he's convincing. I mean, that is an undeniable reality of this passage. You see, the problem is I don't think you want to admit what the Bible actually is saying, and because there is clearly untrue teachings in this book. I think that you don't want to admit.
All
Am
right,
I
may I add
correct?
something now?
Yeah, Steven, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I mean that's
All
okay.
right.
Okay.
So if you look at history during the times of the Roman Empire, and Christianity was just like, it just started up, and like it's just the early church there. And then Peter's, and what was happening there is that was the Roman pagans were enslaving the Christians. And when they're enslaving the Christians, they're beating them and making them slaves, all right? So instead of the Bible promoting violence and killing the masters, it promotes being peaceful with the masters, even though knowing that the masters are filthy. All right. So it says
But no,
to
it
not
doesn't
rebel.
say that. It never did. It never condemns an evil slave master who whips his slaves. It never condemns it. In fact, it's helping him.
No,
I was
again,
helping him.
I've already cited you the passage where it says, "Treat your bondservants justly and fairly, knowing that you also have a master in heaven."
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're done with your
Just give me 1 second here. Um,
And the reason was for enslavement was actually for because they were Christians. So basically, just like take the pain, take the suffering, like Christ did.
Pretty sure we all get it here.
hey guys. Let me step. I have to step away. I have to get somebody to come fix my flat tire over here. Can I? Let me call you back in about. Give me about 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no problem, no
Hello.
problem. Go ahead. Yep,
Okay,
no
No
problem.
thanks.
problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that way you can kind of read the passage real clear. And if you could just confirm that what the gist of the passage is, he's saying, let this wicked slave master do this to you. That's undeniable reality of what it's saying here. But okay, I'll be right back. Thanks. Bye.
Go ahead. Yep.
Let me open that
I don't know.
passage.
I don't know if I'm maybe like an idiot or something, but I'm pretty sure Christopher like explained it to him, right?
Yeah, I feel like an idiot now.
Dude, you're not an idiot. You you explained it really well.
Guys, where's this passage? Or where's this verse?
It's
Second Peter,
First John.
No,
First
it's
John.
Um,
First
sorry,
Peter
first
2,
yeah,
18, I
18.
First
believe.
Peter 2:18. Sorry, my bad, guys. I cannot wait for for when it's my turn to ask him stuff about the Quran. It's gonna be nice.
I don't think he understands what the passage actually means.
Oh
When he's
yeah,
taking
no.
that, he's taking that con. Well, guys, just I think the easiest thing to do is just get him to read the whole chapter from the start.
I feel like we already gave him like context. It's literally telling the Christians who are slaves what to do. So when it's telling you that yes, unfortunately you're a slave for now because that's just what's happening to you, obey your masters, which I mean, it's just another it's just the same message of Christianity, which is peace. So like I don't know what's like confusing here.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you give him like historical context that Christians were getting enslaved because they were Christians.
You
Will
just
So
he
remove
it's-
one thing
will
that's
he like get convinced if we just show him like early church fathers that condemn slavery or
No,
no?
just read the whole chapter to him. That'd be the
just
easiest
read the whole
thing.
chapter till before he
Just
comes
do it
back.
one at a time. Don't bring in historical context. Just do what Christoph was bringing up first. Just focus on the context of the verse, and don't bring in external variables, which he's just going to reject.
Yeah.
When you brought up
So yeah,
Rome,
just
it
read the
might be a
verse.
good point, but he's just going to reject it because that's not what the context.
And
Guys,
yeah, by the way, try and
guys,
check it
just
in Greek.
save it for the when he comes back. Don't, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
try checking
Save it.
the Greek Bible too, like the little translation in Greek, because it might be like wrong uses of words.
Hey,
You know,
did he say when he's gonna come back? My bad. I was talking to my
he
mom.
said like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so his whole argument is that since there's no outright condemnation, I guess like there's no verse that says slavery is awful, you should fight back. That then means that it's um
Well,
grooming.
I mean,
when
technically Galatians 3,
when we
right?
told me when we get on the topic of Islam with him,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, and the thing is that this is to the slave and not to the master. Like this is given to the slave and not the master.
Yeah, he knows. He's just his point is that it's telling us to submit to the slave owner. I guess that's what his point is, and he's not like he's not wrong. It's not telling the slaves to fight back or like, and that's the message of Christianity. So like I don't know what's
Yeah, exactly. That is the message, not to fight back, not
exactly.
to be
So I don't.
violent.
And
Yeah,
again, I told him Christ came on a donkey, not a horse. So
yeah. We're called to be humble and not fight back and create peace in this world, even if the masters or like
yeah.
whatever like governments are being bad, you know.
And Christ himself said he came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life.
exactly, I was just gonna
Exactly.
say
Yeah.
that.
And he
It
doesn't
is
understand long suffering and that through this process you like attain salvation. Like he doesn't understand that.
Yeah. He doesn't understand that if you suffer in the name of Christ, not just any suffering, is
Hey, you guys better have that Sahih Bukhari hadith about the that Black Friday sale, the selling two black people for one Arab dude. You guys better have that like ready,
Hey, but
dog.
you better
Like
you
we
better
need
defend
that.
your religion first, though. All right, we're sticking with Christianity for a little bit. Defend your
and
religion. All
to any
right, as long as you're gonna
to
take a
everybody
shahada.
who just joined,
and guys, if you
Ahmed's
get
gonna come
into the
back soon.
Quran, all right, but like you guys, if you get into the Quran, I can speak Arabic, so I
Oh
got
yeah,
you.
Steven, you and I are gonna have a
Inshallah.
fun time, dude. I have stuff ready. Don't worry, Steven. We're gonna because we can
Inshallah.
both speak Arabic, so we're gonna have fun.
Let's go.
Inshallah.
انت منين؟
انا من مصر يا ابني.
اه صح يا عم، صوتك بتغير يا عم بالانجلش. صوتك بتغير 100%.
Yep. Ruth, they has started Ruth. Just he had to leave for a second to do his tires, something with his tire, but he will be back soon, hopefully. So
I'll
he said,
share with you the stuff, Steven. The stuff that I'm gonna share with him.
All right,
So you
sure.
can be prepared.
Yeah, sure. Just like DM him to me.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll do it right now.
Hey, quick question. Are any of you guys here right now?
"What do you mean?"
Do you want me to repost? I put a bunch of references in there on the treatment of slaves because I'm assuming that's what he was talking about.
He was talking about specifically. Oh shit! Sorry, he was specifically talking about First Peter 2:13 through 21 about the
Okay.
about slaves like being having to submit to their slave master. But yeah, if you have the references, you just
Is he
post
saying
them.
that it's immoral? What is his argument?
He's saying that it's like what was it again? He said that it's just like
No,
it's like
he
grooming, like
yeah,
of the slave and
Yeah,
stuff.
grooming.
yeah, he's basically saying like there's no verse that says that we should like fight back basically, and we just have to accept that. Basically, that we have to accept the L of just being owned by slave masters, and
All right.
he believes
Well,
that there should be a verse to say that we should fight the slave owners.
there's a bunch of references for you guys.
Well, Johnny
You
not gonna
can.
be in here, John? Are you playing?
No, I'm playing League of Legends with somebody else right now.
Bro. Oh my
Johnny, get in
god.
Minecraft.
I don't want to, honestly. I'm kind of sick of it. I'm over my phase already.
Excuse me?
I'm
Hmm?
sorry. But there's a bunch of stuff on wait, his argument was what was the verse he cited?
First Peter 2
2:18.
2:18 to 21.
Yeah, his
Two
his
oh
argument was
218, 218.
his
Yes, sir.
argument was that the verse is saying like slaves submit to your slave masters, even the unreasonable ones.
Yeah, it literally says it's commendable because bearing an unjust suffering is
Yeah, we
Yeah,
said
it's
that.
it's it's profitable.
he says
We
it's
said
grooming
that.
or something. I mean, I said it's
Um
the same thing with like apostasy in his religion.
okay, but having sex with 9-year-olds isn't. That's a
Yeah, I was
little
just gonna say,
ironic.
what about marrying children, dog?
That's kind
Well,
of that's
okay,
kind of
well,
silly.
we will get to that.
Excuse me, guys. Engage in the conversation. Stop changing this topic,
Steven,
please.
Stop
Steven,
using personal
you-
attacks, bro. Stop using
Stop
personal
using
Steven,
personal
wait a
attacks.
attacks.
second.
I'm gonna move you to the
Wait a
audience now,
second.
John. Stop being disrespectful,
Wait
please.
a second. Steven just killed my cat in Minecraft.
Sorry, Simon. You're
Bro,
too busy playing
he
Minecraft. You're not engaging in the
headshot it.
conversation. Goodbye, guys.
If he pretends that there's no slavery in Islam, I'm gonna quote the based Muhammad that says, "Do not beat your wife the same way you beat your slave."
Oh yeah,
That's not
that's a good
engaging in
one.
the conversation. Stop changing the
Dude,
topic.
it's
You're going in the audience
dude,
now,
that's a
buddy.
good one. Especially when you read it in Arabic. It's like graphic. I feel like the English version is like nicer.
Yeah, I swear, bro.
Beat him
Arabic
That,
is very
lightly, bro.
graphic.
that is a two quote way though, so be careful.
I mean, he made the claim that there's no violence
Yeah,
for
if he
slave
does, then
owners.
yes. But other than that, all right. Good luck, guys.
I don't know if he knows what a fallacy is, so I might get away with
Thank you, John.
it.
Yeah, just stick to Christianity defenders.
Just
and
yeah.
unless you want to
I
talk
I was gonna say at
Yeah, guys,
least.
I
No,
wouldn't
yeah, hold
like
up,
give
hold up, hold up.
myself the
Be intellectually honest. Don't be disrespectful. If you know it's a logical fallacy, don't bother doing it. Again, stop stooping to someone's level. Be respectful,
Cool.
please. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you can tell, he's a sweetheart. He's not here to troll.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Where is he though? Is he still fixing his tire?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he's gonna
bro.
go from debating us, and he's probably gonna go debate Sam Shamoon. I think Sam Shamoon blocked him. I
Sam
don't know why.
Shamoon.
A year ago, he was trying to debate him again, and I think it was hard for us to get him into contact. But I think Hadith could get him into contact with him now. Oh, he should debate Christian Prince.
Wait. Can we get Sam Shamoon in here?
I'm trying to get Sam Shamoon, but like
So
I
Can
don't know
you
it,
imagine?
I don't know what he's been doing lately.
him is probably gonna be harder to get. But what's it called? You could probably get like, I don't know. We should probably get Nadir to debate Christian Prince. That'd be sick. If somebody could do it, anybody could do it.
But bro, Sam Shamoon is gonna be too aggressive.
Yeah, he's too mean, bro. I watched like the first 3 minutes of their interaction, and bro insulted his entire generation, dog. It's like,
I
Bro,
swear, yeah, bro. Sam
bro,
is
I'm
just
creating a Sam Shamoon bot and a Christian Prince bot for another server. And bro, the Sam Shamoon bot just won't have it, bro, with nobody. I fed him like
amen, bro.
400 videos of Sam Shamoon. He just
you
not
know
won't
what?
let nobody do anything,
We need
bro.
this bot
And all
here,
those
I
videos are
swear.
just mean.
We really need this bot here.
Oh yeah, please.
What's it called? Moon sent me an invite for a server today, and it was, I guess, Pastor Muhammad is in there, and the bot name of the bot is Slave Master.
Slave Master?
Yeah. So it's probably one of the, and then he's in a, for some reason they put him in a Gal Gadot. If any of you guys know about this, a Gal Gadot fan Discord server.
I wonder how
Yeah.
Moon ended up there.
No, not in the Gal Gadot one, but what's it called? My whole thing is like those are probably the ones he's getting abused in. You know, and another server was called Tripping Hazard. He's like almost in 30 servers right now.
Ooh.
Bro, he's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, he was in the Christian. He's in the Christian Prince server too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Bro, you need to you need to start charging people for your bot services soon.
Why? They're the one training him, making him better. I
True.
don't, it's less work I got to do, the more servers he's in. You know.
They don't know that. You're
I'm a
missing out
bit touchy
potential
too.
profit. You know, you're supposed to be Jewish here, Jay. Come on, figure it out, man.
Oh yeah, my fault. My fault. You're right. You're right. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you're supposed to be a
Jewish.
Hebrew Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
Black Hebrew Israelite.
The white man. The white man is the evil man. Black Hebrew Israelites, they're like, if you guys ever debate them, they're the most infuriating people.
Dude, they
Like
piss
worse than
me
submitters.
off, dog.
Yeah, worse than submitters. Oh yeah, Yeshua, you're black too. Yeah, so it's just like Yeshua,
Yeah, dude.
go to America, go to any major city in America,
I'm
and
in
you'll see
California,
them.
dog.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're in California. Cool.
I know. No,
Go,
I know. I debate them in college, bro.
bro. Yeah. Like, oh my gosh, bro. They're the most frustrating people, bro. Make me want to just.
And the amount of racism is ridiculous too.
Oh, 100%. And I don't know what, bro. They're like, they act smart, but act retarded. They're like, yeah, black people and Latinos, most of them are white. You know, we are the chosen people. It's like, bro, what does that make sense? It's like J Lo, she's one of the chosen people with you. You know, you know,
And how does he know that the Israelites were black? History doesn't say that.
well, some of them were because they assimilated a bit with the Kush with the Kushites, and then now you have black Ethiopian Jews. The
Yeah,
Beta
yeah, yeah.
Israel,
Yeah,
they're legitimately Jews ethnically, but they're black.
Bro, they'll use like the most obscure passages, like in the Song of Solomon, speaking of like the doors of Zion are like as black as coal, and they'll be like, look, this means, Israelites are black.
Yeah.
I feel
Hey,
like the
Hadith,
That's the type of
Israelites
arguments
No,
don't
they
have
use.
like a
uh,
thing. Like
I
the
just
Israelites don't have.
I had Takran and Yeshua take their shahada because of the argument.
oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
So
Yeah,
I'm
no,
Muslim now.
I,
I'm
I
a
I
Muslim.
actually thought about
No,
it, right?
Kafir, sorry.
Yeah, I thought about it, right? And it's like it's basically like with any language, like when the root comes from like that language, like old Slavic language, right? Take for
yeah.
an example, and then you have like old languages that derive from it, like Russian, Serbian, etc. And we have the exact same thing with words. And I just thought about it after. I thought, yeah, that argument's retarded as shit.
It
But I
really
used it
is.
in the Christian Prince server. No, first of all, the people in the Christian Prince server, most of them, all this, out of all the mods, most of them are in historian, and a lot of them, they deny the using like the verbiage of like persons and natures. They deny all of it. They say, well, Jesus was on Earth. He never used his divinity. He never showed his divinity.
Bruh.
Wait, is
Not
this
one.
in the Christian Prince server?
Yeah, the mods. I'm talking about the moderators of
Jeez,
that server. They are
so
crazy. Go in there.
retarded.
Go in there.
What a
They are crazy.
cesspit of heresy, bro.
Like so they're all just full of heresies. But anyways, I used that argument against them in that server, and there's some Jews and some Hebrew speaking Christians, and I told them to like let me cook, let me rock, don't say nothing, because I mean, obviously they're gonna figure it out first before anybody else. But I used the argument, and bro, they were on fire.
Oh.
They started getting heated, and they were like, like what, like it doesn't matter, like because the whole point is right. No matter who you believe Isaiah 42 is about, as long as it says they're a Muslim, it doesn't matter. You're cooked. You're
Yeah.
finished. You know. And yeah, I had them on fire, and so
Can
I
someone
had a
DM
couple of
him?
them take their shahadas. Who,
Y-
Nadir?
DM had yeah.
I'm DMing now.
And who the hell moved
Simon,
me out, bro?
I'm gonna be taking the beacon.
Just another. Okay.
No, you guys, if you're gonna play Minecraft, don't be in here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave. Don't worry.
Thank you. Yeah, go in the audience. You stink.
You see, you stink.
Okay, first of all, you're not gonna tell me I stink when I leave.
Okay,
Smell your-
okay, Simon,
No,
you
Iman,
stink.
smell your armpits. Smell your
Si-
armpits, Iman.
Simon.
He
Wait,
left.
have you moved him out? Okay.
Is
Because
this
I
getting
was gonna kick him
recorded?
out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, what's it called though? Yeah, Dylan. Yeah, no. So what I love about these arguments, right? It's just this like they're so stupid, but like until you think about it, like you just gotta like
Yeah, you
step
didn't
away,
realize. Yeah.
look back. It's like the argument of Rebecca being three. Rashi never said she was three. Like the rabbis never
No,
said that.
she's 3, bro.
Like, but it's like they lie and say that the rabbi said that, but that just never happened, right? And it's just like
Way too old for Islamic.
oh yeah, 100%, yeah. But
Dude, 3? Come on.
someone made an argument though, right? Because if you took Rashi literally by exactly what he said, and you take the scripture literally, then Rebecca would have had to been like 3 months old. You know,
Yeah.
and so it's just like what are you even talking about?
Strongest 3-month-old baby ever, like
No,
gave
people, yeah,
water
people
to
grew
like
faster
10
back then,
camels,
Christo.
bro.
Christo, you just don't understand. They grew up older. They matured quicker.
Yeah, man, 3-month-old babies are wild.
Yeah, sure. Please,
Bro,
when you discuss with him, please mention that you're black. Just like hint it. Just be like, and as a black man, I understand how slavery is. I understand, something like that.
I know. Wait, yeah, we should wait. Who's actually black here? Because
Me and Yeshua.
Yeah, me, I am too. Thank you.
I can pretend to be black just for fun.
yeah. I think we all should. I think we should.
Where'd he
This is a
go though?
black
Is he?
only Christian server. Yeah, this is a black only Christian server.
Come on, JC, get up here, man.
Like, is he changing all
Let's
four of
let's get
his
let's get
tires?
the
Like,
brothers up here, man.
Nah, JC, no, we should have the people that were already in this debate. Like, we shouldn't be like bringing people in and out. Who's already in here?
Nadir's here.
wait,
Nadir's here. Let's get
he's
him
in
up.
the audience. He's in the
Okay,
audience.
Nadir. Right, let me bring him up. There you go. Right, let me just move people out that were not here already.
Hello, you there?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry, going back to my point, I think I just need you guys to acknowledge what the Bible is saying here. It's let this man do this to you. That's the undeniable message of First Peter 2:18 through 21.
Uh,
If
who
you
who who
applied
who's the okay? Yeah.
universally, if you applied universally to where Saint Peter's also saying this is also for us in subjecting ourselves to authorities. So in the same way, if the authorities coming to, kill you for your faith, then let them do it for the sake of Christ. Sure, we agree with you. That's called suffering for Christ.
No, that, I mean, no, what this, I mean, specifically, this is not talking about authorities
Yeah, it
like the
is. Verse
government.
13.
Hold on a second. No, it's not talking about a government here, okay? This is
Can I read
talking,
verse 13?
yeah, you can read verse 13, but
Yeah,
that
so
has nothing to do with, yeah.
it says, be subject for the Lord's sake to every human institution. Every human institution. One of those is being a master of someone, because there's different types of masters. That's why he says whether it be an emperor or a governor, and then after that he goes to slaves. So yeah,
Okay, so
there's speaking of human institutions.
this is specifically referring to being beaten by your slave master. I mean, that's undeniable. I mean, just so
Yeah,
long as we're clear on that.
just as the rest of the context can also be referring to being murdered by the state. I mean, it's
Quick.
the
I
same
guess if you,
principle. It's just a different
I,
type of it's
Hold up,
just a
guys.
different type
Hold up.
of master.
Christopher,
I
don't
mean,
cut him off, please. Let him finish what he's saying before you do speak.
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to throw in the state, well, if it's the state which is beating you, that's fine. Because even in Islam, like if you do drinking, zina, which is adultery, you're going to get whipped. If it's a government, heck, I got beaten by the state of Illinois. That's perfectly fine. But what I am telling you here, this is specifically referring to being patient and submitting to your slave master, and not just a slave master, but the psychopath, because the verse says that it is to your credit that you're being beaten unjustly. So when you get an unjust slave beating, like some psychopath wants to just bully you or something like that, that's your calling in life. That's what verse 21 says here. Verse 21 states very clearly. I mean, are we all clear on what the Bible says here?
But you do realize that a human institution, be it the government, can also unjustly beat you, right?
Yeah, yeah, but it's not your calling in life. That's ridiculous.
So if you're called to submit to the government and they abuse their power on you, you're fine with submitting to them because I mean they are the authority.
Well, I think what the passage here is explicitly stating is that if you be patient and you let this psychopath beat slash torture you, that is your calling in life. You have been called, because didn't Jesus get whipped like this too? I mean, that's what the Bible is saying here.
Well, by that logic, Jesus was a slave owned by a slave owner. So, I mean, you're just misquoting it. So, can you answer my question?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, what's your question?
Yeah, it's likening Jesus' suffering to just our suffering in general for Christ, not specifically to somehow being a slave beaten by by a sociopath. It's
No,
general suffering.
it's no, it's not general suffering. It's talking specifically about letting a psychopath beat slash torture you. That's what it's specifically talking about. Your slave master. It starts out, I think, in verse 18. I think it says, and submit also to the harsh slave masters. You have to submit to them, right?
Sure, but it's still in the context of verse 13, which says, "For the Lord's sake, be subject to every human institution." Right, so I mean, that's the whole context that it's in.
Yeah. Then it gets specific to your slave master.
Yeah, and that can also be read back into the general theme of things, because you'd have to presuppose that, for example, the emperor can't abuse his power, which is obviously a just wacky idea.
Well, do you really believe that a slave being beaten unjustly is his calling in life?
I believe if you choose to follow Christ, your calling is to suffer with Christ. Because remember what Christ our Lord himself says. He says, if anyone desires to be my disciple, he has to follow me and pick up his cross daily. That
Okay.
entails suffering.
Okay. Yeah. So you really believe then that when a psychopath tortures and beats his slave, that's his calling in life. I mean, you gave your justification for it, just like Jesus was being whipped and tortured. So there you go. You see, you're just like Jesus. So let me see
Well,
about
his
let me see
his
about-
reason his
yeah.
reasoning for actually being patient and letting that happen to him and not rebelling would be Christ, who's already suffered that same thing for us. That's why he would go through it.
Yeah, and that's called grooming. You see, in child sexual
No.
grooming, they try to convince the little boy, let this man do this to you. And that's exactly what we find in First Peter here. Let this man do this to you. This is clearly grooming the victim to meet the needs of the evil slave master. I don't think there's any denial at this point on that, right?
Well, the thing is, with grooming specifically, you'd groom them in a state where they are young and they can't actually like consent of their own free will. This
Hmm.
is a consenting thing. We're called to submit. We don't have to if we don't want to, but if we want to really follow Christ, then we would submit for
Right,
Christ specifically.
right. So you're,
There's
yeah, so
no
I think,
reason for someone, there's no reason for a kid to submit to being molesting. Like, there's nothing for him to, he's not suffering for anyone. That's not how it
no,
works.
right. Well, all you're doing, you're just trying to give fabulous reasons to allow this man, this psychopath, to do this to you. You're suffering like Jesus, right? You look, and the slave master is up there, lash after lash, or other forms of torture. Lashing was just one of them, and he's torturing this poor little 9-year-old boy, let's just say. And you're trying to convince him, you see, you're going to be just like Jesus. So this is, and so what the problem here? It's the Bible, as you can see, is clearly aiding and abetting the slave master, the wicked, evil slave master, to perpetrate his crime against this poor slave, because that's what
Well,
it is. It's crime.
you seem to be jumping back and forth because I've already given you the verses where it says to the slave masters that they have to be fair in how they treat their slaves because God is also their own judge. So, from the perspective of what the Bible is laying out for slave masters, it's saying treat your slaves fairly. And if you don't, you're going to be judged by the Lord and you're going to end up in hell. That's the biblical standpoint.
Well,
Sure, you have
fairly
people
is,
that abuse it.
yeah, but that's all up to the individual what he considers fair. For many people, they'll say based on what you did, you're gonna get 100 lashes. Like for example, a little black boy stealing a cookie or a piece of candy from a slave master, that to many people is sees as worthy of 10 lashes, and that is
Well,
the problem here. You see, what's
well,
missing in your book is
well,
a
hold on.
clear, explicit verse which says slave beating is wrong.
Yeah, again, I mean, what you just said, where it depends on the individual, that wouldn't be entirely true because our Lord Himself says in Matthew 18:18, but from verse 15, really, He says that if there's any dispute on certain matters, you must go to the church for it to be resolved. So the source for which they would go to settle matters of dispute would be the church, which again would invoke the scriptures and teachings saying, hey, you can't be unjust to your slave. So that's the purpose of the church. It's not just left
Well,
up to the individual. And
well,
that's historic.
remember that you're forgetting that the Bible also states that you will submit to the harsh slave master. It specifically states that. And now, harsh in the world of slavery is, as you saw, like stacking them up in slave ships like sardines and other types of torture. The Bible says you will submit to that. To the,
But
and he's telling the slave.
you're confusing the slavery of the Roman times that this is speaking of with the actual kidnapping. Remember the scripture itself, even in the New Testament, in the Old Testament, stealing a slave was punishable by death, but in the New Testament, it's actually one of the sins that'll send you to hell. So if you're going to bring up,
Okay,
so if you're going to bring up that slave scenario of, sardines stacked in ships, I mean, those people are going to hell according to the New Testament. So you can't appeal to that as evidence of the Bible being wrong.
right. No, well, hold on a second. So, okay, those guys will go in hell because you can't kidnap them. That's fine. But remember that what is the Bible telling those human sardines? The Bible is telling those human sardines, you will submit to this. So yeah, that
They're
guy
not
will go
their
to hell.
masters. They're not their masters, they're thieves. So
Well,
this is a
the
category
Bible
error.
says you will. No, hold on. They're still slave masters. The Bible
No,
clearly
they're
says
not.
you will submit. Okay, that's
No,
your
then
interpretation.
there's
You can have your
stealers,
private
but
interpretation.
hold on. No, no,
Yeah.
no, no. This is what the church has always taught. So again, you can't use this and say, oh, they are their masters. No, they are thieves, right? They are man stealers. That is why they would even be killed, right? Even in some of the Christian era that would
Okay.
actually have occurred under the government.
Okay. Okay. No,
So
no problem.
So
Once they
what
hit
would
shore,
constitute them? Hold on. What would
yeah.
constitute them generally around that time as their masters is if they were actually purchased, as in there's a contract that
Mhm.
formally actually binds the two. That didn't exist with the slave trade because all they did was literally just capture people and steal people. That's
Right.
condemned.
Okay. Once they hit shore and they hit the market, now they're up for sale. Maybe some disbelievers might have stolen them, but now the Christian is free to buy these slaves off the market. He's not stealing them;
No,
he's just
no.
purchasing them, right?
No, because again, the Old Testament laws, many of which the church did keep, stipulate that after you kill this man who steals them, you are to set free that slave because he has actually been unfairly, you know,
Yeah. Well,
stolen. So
nobody follows the Old Testament. Christianity
no,
has done
that's
away with the
false.
law.
That's no, that you don't know
Maybe
what
in
you're talking about.
orthodoxy, maybe the orthodoxy
Yeah, but
might
the church
have
has
a.
always been orthodox. This is what you
Okay,
don't
well,
understand. If you
that,
read the earliest saints, like for example Saint
okay.
Cyprian
I
of
tell you what.
Carthage, just hold on.
Okay,
Someone
yeah.
like Saint Cyprian of Carthage, he quotes the old law where it says, if you don't obey your priest, you should be killed. And he says that applies in a spiritual manner. So they do still appeal to the Old Testament and actually use many of its laws. So you
Okay,
can't
so
just say,
which?
oh, they don't use it.
Okay, in the Orthodox tradition, where does it state that if you go to the slave market and you do some research and find out that he's stolen or something like that, then you can't purchase him? I mean, where is that in the Orthodoxy Church?
Well, I mean, it's in the scriptures that I cited. If you find out he's been stolen, he should be freed. Also, if you look at St.
Wait a
Paul's
second. No,
example,
that that's not what I'm
no, it is
asking.
in the scriptures, and the church has
The New
appealed to those
Testament,
scriptures.
you eat pork, you do a lot of things the Old Testament told you not to do. So
We
so
keep
so
them
the
in a spiritual manner.
okay. So my question to you is, which of your church fathers explicitly stated, "Hey, that part in the Old Testament we need to keep because that still applies for today." Where is that evidence?
What would you like quotes of this? Like, what are you
Yes,
asking for? Because I mean,
reference.
I've already given you the scriptures, right?
I need a reference for what you're talking because the Old Testament law is done away with. All right. So the issue, and so now, in fact, I didn't even look at the Bible verse you quoted. so busy doing something else here. Which Bible verse are you saying in the Old Testament that you cannot purchase a slave if you know he was stolen? Where's that?
I can grab it quickly for you. Let me just grab it quickly. I think it's Exodus. Yeah, so wait, someone tagged it here. Yeah, so it's Exodus 21:16 where it says, "Whoever steals a man and sells him, and anyone found in possession of him shall be put to death." Let me just see if they put the rest of the verse there. Uh,
So, okay, so there's actually something good in the Old Testament, thank God. But the problem is, how is it that this all of Exodus, all of Leviticus, the New Testament has basically nullified all that. Nobody follows these laws anymore. The only ones who do are Jews. And so, what I would like to know is where in your church tradition it says, no, this Bible verse you just quoted, you got to hang on to that one. That one you still applies today. Where is that evidence?
what evidence are you asking for? I mean, I gave you the verse. Like, what's wrong with
But
this?
but the problem is in even in the Orthodox Church, you guys don't follow the law
Okay,
of
sure. So Saint Gregory of Nyssa, he's one of the main church fathers used actually for the doctrine of the Trinity. He states, I mean, I can give you his reference real quick. This is quoted in which one is this? Yeah, this is his homilies on Ecclesiastes 4, in which he says, "You condemn man to slavery when his nature is free and possesses free will, and you legislate in competition with God, overturning his law for the human species, the one made on the specific terms that he be the owner of the earth and appointed to government by the Creator. Him you bring under the yoke of slavery, as though defying and fighting against the divine decree." So I mean, the church fathers were against slavery. I don't know. Well, I mean, they were against unjust slavery, which is the context of this. So
well, that's
I'm not sure if
very
what.
open up. I mean, that's not specifically talking about that Exodus Bible verse you are referring to. I think that's what you're doing now. You're kind of giving me an interpretation of an interpretation. But going back to the problem, so I'm not buying anything that you guys cannot purchase
Well,
still
the
slaves.
context is just hold on. The context is about Exodus because this isn't a
I'm not buying.
consensual. This isn't a consensual servanthood because he's saying you are condemning a man to slavery. Right. This isn't about, oh, a man's offering himself as a slave. That would be different because you're not then condemning him to be a slave. Right. So I
But I
mean,
mean,
he is talking about the Exodus commandments. He doesn't have to cite it verbatim to be speaking of
no,
it.
no, he should be. I know. I mean, to convince
It says who?
others that he's talking about Exodus, that specific passage, you need to be more explicit than that, not give vague references. But going back to First
Okay.
Peter, I think we're all clear, see eye to eye here. I mean, what is happening here is that he's grooming this victim. He's grooming the slave to convince him, let this man do this to you. That's undeniable. You try to give many justifications for it. You're going to be just like Jesus. Wasn't Jesus whipped? And you're trying to convince somebody that to allow a psychopath to torture him. And so these are clearly wrong, outdated teachings. And I think that, I mean, and you just told a slave that this is your calling in life. It does say that in verse 21. And no, it's nobody's calling in life to let a psychopath torture him. And that's exactly what this Bible says. And so the purpose of debating slavery is to show you the falsehood and the untruth of your scriptures. I mean, this is, of course, complete nonsense to tell people that this is your calling in life. Now, if you want to believe in lies, even though you can see it, what you're doing, you made your pledge of allegiance to the Orthodox Church. So you have to accept whatever it states, as absurd and even blatantly false as it is. You're just blindly following at this point. So I want to now go to another, but I'll let you have a last word on that. Then I want to show you another Bible passage.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just still think you're not understanding the context of Peter. His point isn't allowing, some form of slavery or something. His point is that our calling isn't to be beaten by psychopaths, but our calling is to be crucified with Christ, right, in the
By
flesh. And
beating,
that
yes,
occurs, yeah, but that occurs through all types of beating and suffering. Because remember, in relation
hmm
to the slaves, he is citing Christ who suffered. But Christ himself, if you look at his life, Christ wasn't owned by a servant as a slave who he was then, beaten by psychopaths. No, he suffered as a godly man. And that's the context of First Peter 2:18, is that as a godly man, who understands God is your final judge and this is an imperfect world and that God is going to judge those who persecute you wrongly, you therefore suffer with Christ because Christ has suffered and we follow his example because he calls us to the suffering. That is the point of it. It's to suffer with Christ. It's not to let psychopaths just randomly be allowed to beat you. I mean, that is
uh,
condemned by the scriptures and you just
no,
seem
it's
to
not.
not want to
No,
accept
it's
it.
not. But
It says it
where is
says it
slave
says
beating?
it says they have to fairly treat you. But the passage here is speaking of people who are
Okay.
unreasonable, who are unfair. So obviously it's a direct condemnation of both.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, being fair, again, this is vastly open for interpretation what people think is fair. But what the passage here clearly states, in fact, I got it in front of me, it says, but how is it to your credit that you receive a beating for doing wrong and you endure it? But if you suffer for doing good and you endure it, this is commendable before God. So it's to
Yeah,
your
yeah,
credit. So it
yeah.
does
That's
state it's
suffering.
to your credit that you got beaten by a psychopath. And then it states in verse 21, to this, what? To this beating which you've just received. To this beating you were called. So obviously,
Yeah,
anybody
as
can
in
be
suffering.
this. And I understand your justification. You're going to be just like Jesus. Everybody's been called to be crucified like him and suffer and go through all these horrible things in life. I get it. All right. But what you're not getting here is we've seen all this before. We've seen people groom victims, try to convince them to let this man perpetrate these crimes against your body. We've seen all this before. So you're not, this I mean, and I think that's what you're not getting here. But
Oh,
what's
we're
yeah,
not victims because we offer ourselves up as a living sacrifice to God.
yeah, to be beaten by a
So
slave
our
master.
our holy saints like Saint Ignatius, who was a student of Saint John, he even just outright goes when he's being offered up and he says, I am the wheat of God. I am here to be, destroyed. I'm here to be bashed. I'm here to be crucified, whatever it is. So I mean you're still just not getting the point.
No,
I mean the
I'm
point is
not
to
disagreeing
suffer.
with you. You're trying to beautify it.
Do you not believe
what
that
what you're
Muslims do
doing.
you wait,
See,
hold on.
I'm hold on a second. I get it. I'm getting you. What you're doing, you're trying to put lipstick on a pig. That's what you're doing. You're trying to beautify and trying to provide all kinds of beautiful reasons for letting this man do this to you. And I'm not denying that. I'm like, yeah, that is what the scriptures teach. But I'm saying I'm a little bit more smarter than that. I can see what's going on. All right, this is grooming. I mean, that's
Yeah,
undeniable.
well, let me ask you this then. Do you think that Muslim men or just Muslims in general should be taught that if there's a psychopath that's going to shoot out their brains unless they apostatize from Islam, do you think they should be quote unquote groomed into saying no, they must die for their faith?
We have no verses in the Quran or Hadith which tries to groom somebody to receive an Islamic punishment. No, we
Is it
don't have
okay?
anything
Let
like
me.
that.
Okay, you don't seem to get the answer. Is apostasy a good thing in your religion?
No, it's bad.
So, and is killing people for their faith a good thing?
No, of course, that's wrong.
So, okay. So I just want to put the two together. So, you're grooming, right? I'm gonna use that word as well. You're grooming your fellow Muslims to not resist this psychopath when he's going to blow their brains out, when he's threatening them to apostatize. You're grooming him to say, no, I'm going to suffer this injustice because for the greater good of serving Allah and thereby attaining heaven. Am I understanding you correct?
No, you don't understand what grooming is. Grooming is when you try to convince somebody, provide him all kinds of benefits and reason to let this man do this to you. Islam doesn't groom anybody. Okay.
Wait, let me ask you.
This is, yeah. So this
Okay,
is
so
not grooming.
you gave that definition. Can you tell me what's a reason that you shouldn't apostatize from Islam when you're threatened to be killed?
Uh, I think your question is what's the reason why you should not apostatize from Islam when you're
Yeah,
threatened to be
why
killed?
if a psychopath is holding a gun to my head saying renounce Allah, why shouldn't I say sure, I renounce Allah? What's the benefit for me?
Are you saying what's the incentive for saying, are
Yeah,
you saying what is,
why should I keep the faith as a Muslim?
because it is true.
What if I don't
It
think it's
is
true and I want
it
to
is
leave?
true. Well, so still, what's the benefit for me?
Oh, there's many benefits for being a Muslim. Number one, you can benefit from the science of the Quran, which actually makes you healthy. There's
Do
many
do
benefits.
you is one of the benefits going to heaven?
Yes, of course.
So so you do actually groom your Muslims by giving them a reason why they should not apostatize because they're going to
No,
suffer this injustice and then they're going to be rewarded for suffering that injustice.
no. Then that would mean everything is grooming. What you're talking
Yeah,
about here?
that's what you're
Hold on a
doing. That's
second.
literally
Let
what
me
you're doing. That's the point of this
hold on a
question.
second. What you're talking about is giving people incentives and for choosing a specific path, giving them incentives. That's not grooming. Grooming by definition is normalizing inappropriate behavior, where you try to convince him to let this person do this to you and you try to normalize it. Oh, this is perfectly fine. And that's what we're finding in here. There's inappropriate behavior, which is a beating, and it's trying to normalize it. It's trying to say, this is commendable before God if you let him do this to you. This is your calling in life. To get beaten by a psychopath. No, there's no comparison between the two.
Uh,
But I think
Well,
to the
yeah,
contrary,
yeah.
I mean, my personal perspective alone would be there is a very clear comparison between them. I mean, additionally, the benefit is if you don't apostatize, you get to be an Islam, aka go to heaven, because it's in quotes the truth. Additionally, why you would be doing that, and if someone wants to leave the faith, kill them. You're using the same comparison in your own choice of words. You're contradicting what you just said. But you can carry on.
No, I have no idea. I'll be very honest. It's very hard to disagree with you guys because I don't understand how you could look at giving people and clear, uh, you could say alternatives. If you choose this path, here's what's going to happen. If you choose this path, well, here's what's going to happen to you. That's everything in life, and that's perfectly fine. So I don't know how that's going to be even compared to what we see over here. But anyways,
wait, so
I think
okay,
we
I
just
just
yeah.
wanna since you invoked the word grooming, I just wanna see if it actually works. To according to the definition, if you search up grooming definition adults, it says that grooming is a form of abuse that involves manipulating someone until they are isolated, dependent, and more vulnerable to exploitation. So my first question would be, given that St. Peter's writing to a Christian community that's established with a church that meets every few days, how does grooming apply when these people wouldn't be isolated?
Well, I think there's many different definitions of grooming. The one which I
Which
follow,
one
which
do you
I'm
use?
quoting, the one which I have is normalizing inappropriate behavior.
That's with a child.
Who gives that? Like, where do you get
It
this
can be
from?
Can you show
applied
can you
here
show a
too.
source? Can you show a source for that, please? If
Yeah,
that's
which
all
is
right.
your source?
Yeah, I could show it to you. I'm in my car right now, but let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Let me see if I can get that for you.
Can I ask you a question while you're kind of looking at that?
Yeah,
What makes something moral or immoral in your worldview?
it is whatever God ordains.
So it's whatever God commands.
Right.
Do you see how that makes morality very arbitrary?
Yeah, no, but what my point here is that
But
what
do you not
we
see moral arbitrariness for your God as a problem?
no, I think
God can
where the
command anything, right?
well, no, I think
Therefore, it's
what
good if God commanded you to go out
Bro,
and kill a
just
bunch
let
of
him,
babies.
just like give him a chance to speak.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find that passage about normalizing inappropriate behavior. Um, it referred specifically to child sexual molestation, by the way.
That's what I was trying to
I'll
get
have
to
to
you.
yeah, I'll have to find it for you. But I'm sorry, I missed your other point because I was scrolling too hard over here.
Oh,
What were you saying?
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
you can't invoke the word grooming against us if you can't give us a source that supports your
Exactly.
definition. Because then you're
Yeah,
just speaking stuff.
right. Yeah, let me see if I can find it for you. I'm on my phone right now, but I'll get it for you later. But the main gist of it over here is what's missing from the Bible is a clear, explicit verse or passage which condemns this terrible evil of torture and beating a slave, because slavery is a great evil and it should be condemned. Not that you tell, not what we find over here. And so what I want to, if you look at this objectively, you will see that the message of of the Bible here is, let this man do this to you. It's the same exact message which a child groomer, or I'm sorry, an adult who tries to groom a child, he's giving him the same message. Let this man do this to you. What? Perpetrate a crime against your body. That's pretty much
Yeah,
what
but I mean
I'm.
Wait,
that's like just a form of a word concept fallacy. So I mean you're saying the same general things are said, therefore it must be the same
Problem is,
concept.
if you look at this objectively, you will see that this is feeding him a bunch of lies.
No, but
It's a
hold on,
lie.
like this John guy is pointing out in the side chat, my parents can tell me, let this man do this to you. For example, if I go to the dentist. Again, at
Oh, well,
work, maybe. I mean, there's so many places where they can say, let
that's
this
fine.
person do that to you. So
Yeah, there's
again,
yeah.
you
That in
can't
that
say, oh,
situation,
same
it's okay.
phrasing.
It's okay. But to tell
Says who?
but
Based on what?
to tell a slave to let a psychopath torture you, that's a problem. Okay, you can let a
Okay,
dentist do this to you.
but you're letting a psychopath torture and martyr your Muslims for their faith. So how's this different?
A psychopath do what?
Yeah, you're letting a psychopath murder your Muslims if it comes down to them renouncing their faith. You're telling them, don't renounce your
There's
faith, die for the sake of Allah. Right.
no. I'm sorry. I totally don't understand what you're referring to.
Are
Okay, so
you,
there's no.
or would you
But
tell a Muslim that is faced with a psychopath that's gonna blow out his brains unless he apostatizes Islam? Are you gonna tell that Muslim die for the sake of Allah?
no, I'm not going to tell him die for the sake of Allah.
Are you gonna tell him apostatize?
No.
So what are you gonna tell him? You're just gonna shut up? Watch him die? If he asks
Some
you, okay, Cat seems to have your tongue. If he asks you, must I die for my faith or must I apostatize? What are you gonna say to him?
I'll say pick neither. Just walk away. Just say, okay, yeah, fine, I believe in whatever, and just
That's
walk
not
away
an
from
option.
it. That's what I'll
That's
tell
not an
him.
option. That's
So
not an option.
you,
Well, no, that's if you're asking me what I would say, that's what I would tell him. Just say, just keep your whatever belief to yourself and go move on with your life.
Okay, so what would your imams tell him? Like,
The same
what
thing.
would your authority? No, how? No, they wouldn't.
so
Let,
if he
okay,
has
Yeah,
a
let's be
sword to his
intellectually
neck,
honest.
so if he has a sword to his neck, and they tell him,
I'll tell him
spit
you're.
on.
I tell him you're. I tell him you're an idiot. Why are you going running around your mouth saying things that you know is against the law? Now stop
Wait,
this
so you
nonsense
don't
and
you
just
don't
give the
believe in
guy
martyrdom? You don't believe in martyrdom?
for an apostate. No,
No,
that's
he
stupid
hasn't
behavior.
No, he hasn't apostated yet, bro. That's the whole point.
I am not. I don't know how you can compare this apostasy stuff with what we are finding bold-faced lies
No, no,
in
no,
your
no, no. I'm
Bible.
asking you about
Hold on a second.
martyrdom. Do you believe in martyrdom?
Sure, I do. Yeah.
So, so if again a Muslim is pressed with with a psychopath who says, "I'm gonna murder you unless you apostatize," right? You would say to that Muslim, "Be martyred for the sake of Allah," right?
No. First of all, there should be no psychopath involved here. Number one. Number
Why?
two,
You're the one
Why?
who brought it up.
if somebody's a psychopath, that person should have no say so in trying to what carry out any kind of Islamic
But
punishment.
that's no, no, no,
No,
no, no. This is the whole
it's
point. As a
crazy.
martyr, it's not a just sentence. It's a martyr. The guy's crazy. He wants to kill the Muslim, or he
No, then I
wants the
would say
Muslim
I
to
would
leave
call
his
the
faith.
police. I would call the
You know,
police. I say this psychopath is over here doing all kinds of stupid stuff,
So
and
you don't believe in actually dying for Allah. You'd rather call the police and all of this other stuff.
what you are describing as dying for Allah has nothing to do with Islam. It's some kind of weird, bizarre scenario. But here, listen, I have to give me about 10 minutes. I got to call my tow truck guy because I'm sitting here with a flat tire. And then I have another Bible verse I wanted to ask you guys about over here. Um, so let me call you guys back in a few minutes, okay?
okay.
Okay, thanks.
Slav,
You're
I
doing a
want you.
great
No,
job,
no,
dude.
Slav, I want you. I want you to know I'm
Thank you.
fully disappointed with you. I was waiting for the stove analogy. I'm very upset.
I'm gonna give it to him. Trust me. I'm gonna give it to him.
Yo,
Let's get
Christopher,
Calvin
bro,
up here.
wonderful job,
You're
man.
doing
Like,
great, bro.
yeah, like you're making me proud to be Orthodox right now.
Well, let's get
I'm
Calvin up
low-key
here.
losing.
Calvin's funny. Let's
I'm
get
low-key
Calvin up here.
losing my mind though. So
Honestly,
if
bro, I
someone
feel like
take
he's
over.
just he doesn't understand what you're trying to
Where
get
did
at.
where did he go?
He's got a flat tire, bro. He's calling his
John, you
tow
always
truck.
come when he leaves.
What the hell, man?
Hey, John, you're not in this debate,
brother.
get down, buddy.
I think John is ducking. I think John is ducking.
John is
actually.
ducking.
Yeah, I feel
John
like,
is
John, you're
ducking.
scared, bro.
Don't say that I'm ducking and stop taking me off the stage.
No, John, you're hiding, bro. Why you keep leaving?
John,
Why
you're
you keep
hiding like
You
Sam's
cut that
movie
out,
hiding
bro.
behind the
You
dog.
cut this.
But I think
Bro,
his
no, no,
inability
no.
to answer his question says a lot. Like like to engage. Like
I want to point out that like his definition of grooming is literally any authority that makes an unfair rule is grooming you.
Dude,
So
it's
fun.
wrong.
Like it's
wrong.
if my
It's
parents make an
wrong.
unfair rule, like if my parents treat me and my brother unfairly, are they grooming me?
He's just
Like
wrong.
what?
And he can't give a
So-
source for the word grooming that he's using.
Hey, hold on.
No, because he's
and when he-
redefining it.
Hey,
He's
hey, hey,
redefining it.
Okay, the tow truck is almost here. They said. And oh, I think that's him. Hold on, give me 1 minute. I'll carry it back.
All right. So, and when he said that definition, I was just like, bro, that's for children.
So are you guys arguing over what grooming means? Is
No,
that
no,
like what?
no. So his initial analogy is because we if we did fall under being a slave, we shouldn't fight back or go for eye for an eye if he does abuse us, because we're called not to be killing each other. We're called to I suppose initially allow the abuse. He has a contention with us not fighting back.
I would just ask him, does he think slavery is moral or immoral? Does
But he
he
definitely
think it's
thinks
immoral?
it's immoral with the way he's talking.
So then how can he, well, Islam commands slavery.
Well, yeah,
How
exactly.
can he,
Well, you can't. Yeah, he's gonna be like, well, we're gonna get to Islam when we get to Islam. I really want to get to Islam. I'm like waiting for Christopher to cook.
I
Homie's
just
on
think
the
his
grill.
moral standards really flawed, because if he says whatever is good God commands, that makes morality arbitrary, meaning God could command anything. Two, it doesn't actually tell you what goodness is. And then also, like, there's no standard, there's no reason why God commands anything. There's nothing that God is trying to inform us of. So if goodness doesn't exist, it's just whatever God arbitrarily decides to do or not do. There's no reason why God does anything. If he's not intrinsically good, as if his essence isn't good, what does good mean? He won't be able to answer that. 'Cause
Yeah.
But you guys can take over if you want and maybe mention Islam a bit. I mean, he said he wants to go to another verse, so I guess we could say, hey, post a verse on Islam.
No,
Because I
yes,
mean,
if
we've
it,
been talking about the
hold up,
Bible
wait,
for
wait, hold up.
hours.
He said he has a
still can't
contention
check
with
it out.
paedophilia, right? So let's bring up Islam's paedophilia as our counterpoint,
Oh
right?
my word.
So I mean, realistically, if he has an issue with, as he keeps talking about grooming and things like that, he keeps bringing
Yeah,
that
after,
that's an
after he
issue.
brings up this next verse, let's make it
No, no,
pretty
no,
like
no.
quick,
So he's
and then we'll
brought
go
up
into
one. We haven't brought up one in return. So let's bring up one, then we can move on to his verse. Otherwise, it's just gonna be
I would just
continual
try to
attack.
pin him down
And if
on what he thinks is good or not. And if he's gonna say, he either has to say, I would start out, is pedophilia good or not? Yes or no, and make him answer that.
Ask him to
That's-
define pedophilia first and give a source for it. That'll be funny.
Yeah.
Like just like this guy, just ask him for sources because he's just molesting words. Like
He literally is, bro.
Bro,
He
he's not in a
literally
cave,
is.
man. Come on, bro. He's not in a cave, chill.
Allahu
like he's
Akbar. You
Come on,
Muhammad
Calvin. Can we get an
maxing
angry check real quick, bro?
Muhammad maxing on their literacy.
Calvin, can we get an angry check real quick when he comes back?
You a sexy motherfucker.
Read your
Why you
Bible.
got that Muslim who got embarrassed up there, man?
Read your Bible.
Hey, bro,
Read your Bible. What's the verse of the day?
Also, I do think he was getting cooked on the martyrdom. Like he didn't want to answer anything, bro. He was like, "Nah,
Yeah.
I'll call the police."
You know
Oh, yeah,
what?
Was that guy from the video who got embarrassed with David Wood?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's him.
That
It's
is
him.
him,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. It's him.
Bro, especially when he said, when he was like defining the words, bro, it's like, and when he said the Imam would say, "Oh yeah, be quiet, don't," or something. It's like,
The
no.
man would do the opposite. He'd
Yeah,
be the
the
one
Imam would.
enforcing the punishment.
Yeah, he would
Like
encourage
he
the beheading
he
of that
doesn't believe
kafir.
in martyrdom, bro. Like it's so funny.
Yeah,
You know, I think the moral arguments with the Quran would really get him because obviously that embarrassing moment had to do with the morality of the Quran, like fighting Jews and Christians. He was stumped by that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it might be
Yeah.
a
I
way
think
to
his moral
go.
foundation is incredibly weak.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I'm
yeah.
saying. You see, he still emotionally knows. Like, that moment on stage was key.
Yeah.
That was a, like, just, you know what I'm saying? So, like, when he gets faced with the moral questions about Islam, he's gonna end up folding if you just put it to him, you know what I'm saying, like the right way. He can't
Yeah.
answer these things.
dude,
You know what
he's
I'm
had a
saying?
bunch of debates. I'm pretty sure he'll be able to, but
What I'm saying
after
is,
what he just said,
yeah,
yeah, we're definitely gonna get him because bro's acting like Islam is like
The moral
liberalism
superiority.
or something.
Yeah.
yeah.
You just have to hold his feet to the fire and don't let him move or take you off center. Just keep recentering back. Like what Christo, that guy just did, was really good. Just keep
Oh yeah,
focus.
100%.
Yeah, hold him to like, what would you tell him? And then you hear crickets. That shows like he knows what he has an answer, but whichever one he answers, he's biting a bullet on something he doesn't want to do.
Like that Imam question.
Yeah,
I love
and that
you,
was a good question.
Cristo.
That was a great question, by the way, Christopher.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, grooming. Everything is grooming.
Can you
Like
define
Habibi groomer?
if I'm told cabbage is good, I should eat it. I'm being groomed. Like,
To be fair, cabbage does hit sometimes.
I mean, by this logic,
Raw
when they
cabbage.
teach their children to recite the Quran, it's literally grooming.
100%.
Like, everything's grooming. He even said this makes everything grooming. I was like, that's literally what you're doing. Like, you idiot. No offense. Like, you finally got it.
And I love how he questions you. He's like, "Do you understand what the word grooming means?" It's like, bro, yeah, you don't.
Yeah, he couldn't give a source for his definition.
Yeah, and when he
Probably
and when he
doesn't
said his
exist.
definition, I told him that only applies to children. He was like, "No, it can apply to anybody." And then he looked it up, and it literally said it only applies to children.
And I mean, we must hold him to this, right? So if he dares to use the word groom or grooming again, we're gonna have to tell him, give us a source. You can't keep using words without actually having a source for how you use them.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
He said he'll give it later, bro.
He's dealing
what
with a tow
convinced
truck.
him to jump in here anyway? That even surprises me that he's willing to engage like this.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
Don't worry, bro. His car tire's dead, bro.
Yeah.
Dude,
What would he
if he
tell the
comes,
car tire to apostatize or not? What would he tell the car tire to?
you're gonna call the cops,
I
bro.
think it has already apostatized, man. Has died.
Yeah.
Allahu Akbar.
Lol.
Jay,
I think we should personally show
I
off
don't
some
know
of
how
the
you
server
did this, bro.
features.
Jay, I don't know how you did this for like how many debates did you have with him? 4 now? I don't know how you did it.
Yeah, honestly, Jay, bro, you're a pimp for that.
Hold on, get Jay up
Yeah.
here, bro. Where's Jay at, gang? Where's Jay?
Or he might have
Guys,
left.
are we gonna reach a point where we're just like moderators? Are we gonna reach a point where we're just like, dude, you're not making sense? Are we
No,
gonna-
no,
you would just-
no. Because at
Just
that
point out
point, he's
his
just showing his.
incoherency.
Yeah,
You
just
would just
point
point
out
out the incoherency and ask him, how does he make sense of that? If he says something incoherent, just say that's incoherent. You're either contradicting yourself, you're not making sense. Point out the problems, because that way we'll have a cricket moment again.
Address it, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
address it. He'll have to address it or he'll have to run. So just literally, when he comes back, just stick it on him. Just don't let him get away from it, and literally just keep sticking it on him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna go in a circle.
Yeah. Because like the Islamic God doesn't have like the same type of good moral base that Christianity has, and if you just hold him there, it's really uncomfortable. Because he knows inside he's wrong. He knows this is wrong, but he has to do all these mental gymnastics and games because he's tethered to Islam for whatever reason. So he'll justify almost anything to you, but really he knows deep down this is like rotten to the core, like
Hold up.
morally. Yeah.
Slev, I have an issue with with what you said there. Don't impose that Allah is God. Thank you, buddy.
Sorry.
We're addressing him as Shaitan here, okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Shaitan.
bro. Only grooming is allowed. No imposing, bro.
Do you think they groom the Kaaba?
Oh yeah, they definitely be grooming at Blackstone, dog.
Hey, Mohammed,
Well,
bro. Let Mohammed in the
to-
chat. Let's
To
get
be
a
fair,
scope here.
it is against the stone's will, so technically it's grooming.
It's against the stones.
Guys, is it gay to kiss the Blackstone?
Other men's lips have been on it quite frequently. I'd assume so. Hey, Jay's
What are
back.
you
Well,
thinking
let's
about
go.
when
Let's
you
go.
kiss
Come
it?
on,
I
Jay.
think that's important.
Jay, get up here, bro. Jay, how did you get this man into this Discord, bro?
Mutual friends. So I just emailed him. I was like, "Hey, you want to have a discussion?" And he was like, "I'll let you know at time." And now he has time. So
Fair enough.
Jay, you know what? Props to you for doing this. Like, what did you say, 4 times with him?
oh yeah, dear Lord, no. The other times were 2 the whole days in a row.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm surprised that you are not bold.
I probably am.
Surprised you
Actually.
didn't get like a stroke or something.
Like me and my dude, we tagged the owner of Kitchen University. We tag team, bro. We tag each other in every like 30 minutes, every 20 minutes.
Is this
Yeah,
thing just wanting to point out inconsistencies in like the Bible or something? Is that like his angle?
No, he just hasn't.
Listen.
Well, yeah, I suppose
Slavery.
it's could be something else. Yeah.
Basically, just morality in the Bible. He believes it's wrong.
But how he can't do that if he believes in the God of Islam? It doesn't. You're incoherent. You're contradictory. Islam has way worse moral like problems than the Bible does.
Bro, his whole point is that we're not talking about Islam now. We'll get to that. That's what he keeps saying. Because I really want to get to Islam.
Yeah,
Because
he
again,
just wants to
Arabic
be-
speaker.
just
Hey,
wants to
wait,
be-
hold up,
What part of the
Mohammed,
Bible does he
hey,
think
hold
is
up, hold up.
immoral?
Hold up, gang. Mohammed Hakan Khan, bro. Unmute your mic, bro. Substitute for your little Abdul Khan, bro. Come on, man.
Abdul Khan.
No, turn on your mic, bro. You need to substitute, bro.
Keyboard warrior right here.
Just get out the chat, bro. I'm about to time you out on the chat, bro. You have to use your mic.
So what does he think is immoral in the Bible, and what standard is he using to judge it?
And not literally not defending ourselves when it comes to slavery.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
thinks there should be a
exactly.
verse in the Bible. He thinks there
This
should be a
makes no
verse in the
sense.
Yeah, he
Alright.
thinks there should be a verse in the Bible that say that we should fight against our slave owners, but he thinks because it says that even if our slave owners are unjust for the suffering of Christ, that's somehow like we being groomed basically. He thinks that we're
So he
being
wants
groomed.
he
What
wants
the
a
fuck
verse
is he on
to
about?
fight slave owners.
That's
yeah,
pretty much his
yeah.
argument. Well, not necessarily. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
why is the slave owner not condemned for his actions, and why are we not fighting back the slave owner? That's literally his entire argument.
But that goes against the whole message and theme of
Well,
Christianity.
that's the point, but I don't think he understands that. He's just saying, but if we're
It's like,
taking if we're taking these two things in substitution from everything else, why is there no
He
contention?
he thinks the
like,
Bible like allowing abusive slave owners to be abusive slave owners, even
Yeah.
though it literally says like treat them fairly, which he also can't figure out. He's like, fairly's a vague term.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but then you can't define fucking what's it? What is
grooming.
it? Grooming, yeah.
Yeah, like any word he
Yo,
uses,
Jay,
you can't.
get your boy back in here, bro. Email him, man. What's going on, bro? Get
Email
your
him is
yeah,
crazy.
exactly. Get your
Send the
best friend
pigeon.
back
Send the
in here,
pigeon.
Jay. Send a pigeon over, man.
Guys,
Yeah, send the
I
Get
pigeon.
you.
thought Muslim scholars were smarter, honestly.
Wait, hold on. No, you know what's crazy? You know, here's my thing, right? I would think that he would be way better since he debates like big name people. Right?
Yeah,
He had like 8 debates
exactly, bro. I
across
saw a
the
video with him with
process.
Sham Shamoon, dog.
But like, have you seen
Yeah,
any of the
people wanna
debates he's
go
in? Every debate with a Christian or a Muslim, or Christian or an atheist, he
these
gets
people numerous.
destroyed. He gets blown up.
His atheist debates are hilarious. Like they generally just freaking destroy him.
I'm saying he's
Like
debated
he'll,
like Matt Dillahunty and all these people like many times, right? And you would think that he'd have like better arguments than
Yeah.
That's what
it's
I'm
so
saying.
funny
slavery.
because he
I think he's
uses the same
misunderstood.
regurgitated stuff. So funny.
Come on, Mohammed Khan, bro. Formulate an argument, man. I'm waiting. You want substitution time, bro? Let's have
I feel
time.
like he's
Hold on. We'll
His
get
argument is
Cardor here. We'll get Cardor in here, bro. Get up here.
his argument.
You want
His argument
substitution?
is like his argument is like a man in a desert could never have known the correct embryology of the scientific medical of the Quran. Therefore, it's
Allahu
foolish.
It's incorrect
No, that
anyway.
doesn't even follow logically because
And then the atheists just like go mad and like destroy his pseudo miracles. It's funny. His pseudoscience.
Just
I
because you
don't know, I think he
impose
took
something
Matt
that's
Dillahunty.
correct doesn't
I
mean it's
think
correct.
he took his shahada afterwards. So.
Hey, Mohammed
Yeah,
Hakim Khan, bro.
we
You want
should all have a
substitution?
group
Save you,
shahada.
Cardor, bro. You want substitution? Get up here, man. Get
You
conversating.
just kick him. You just kick him. He's clearly a keyboard warrior.
You want substitution game, bro? Come on. Oh, you both denied it. That's not epic. Get back down there. Scumbags.
Guys, like I'm about to time you out from the chat. Like if you're not gonna speak, like you have to at least engage, bro. Like you guys aren't even willing to engage. Like,
Wait, now he says, never mind, I can't. Wait, invite him back. Let's see if he actually speaks.
Bro's playing. Bro's playing FIFA, bro. What the? Get out of here, man. What are you doing, bro? Get out of here.
What a nerd.
What kind
Wait,
of guy plays FIFA, man?
where,
What
Who
where,
the?
where
plays
is he?
FIFA, bro?
Where is he? Where's Cardo? Where's the Cardo?
No, it's Mohammed Hakim Khan, bro. Just leave him, man. Just leave him. He's like
Oh no,
13
he's
or
a
something.
kid. He's a kid. Yeah, he's a kid. No, guys, no. Like this would be bullying. Like we would be grooming him.
That's his son, dog. That looks
Bro,
like his son.
finally.
Hey, I already know Calvin though. My nigga Calvin was itching to say something. I already know he had a whole little thing cooked up.
Bro put his hand up like 4
Oh, yeah,
times.
you
man.
already know. I'm waiting to
Yo,
smoke this dude, but
Calvin
I'm
is
chilling.
like obviously black. So he's gonna, because you already heard it. He said little black boy. I told you that's his thing. Y'all heard it. He said little black boy. I told you that's his thing.
We got 3 little black boys.
Yeah, we gotta say the obvious one at him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this dude is weak, man.
Alright,
You know,
Calvin.
you can-
Calvin, bro. If
Yeah,
you're gonna
I was
speak, at least have the
expecting
camera
more.
on with your angry face, please. Impose yourself.
Yeah, when
I
he
don't wanna
said
scare
little
him
black
off,
boy, I'm like, whoa.
Read your Bible.
He said turn on your camera, mean mug him. Said mean mug
I
him.
don't want to scare him off. You know what I'm saying?
I think all of the African Americans should be turning on the cameras and look angry.
Oh my god, trying to make him never
Yes.
come back.
Let's do
Nathan,
that.
you need to turn yours on though.
I'm as black as the night, man. You won't be able to see me. My lights off, man.
But to be honest, that guy is nobody to argue with. Like, Christos straight cooked him. From when he asked Christos to send the verse on, show me where if they have a unjustified slave that they should be put to death. He showed him the verse and he was like, "Oh, great, thank God." Then he just jumped to a next point.
Yeah, that's his thing, man. He can't stick to
Oh,
something when he get
Yo,
proven.
I do respect though that if he gonna say something that he can't, that he's not against, he's gonna say, he's gonna be like, all right, that's at least a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on,
He's
Stephen.
not
Go
like
back in the chat, bro. You evidently play Minecraft. Get out of here, scumbag.
Evan with him,
You're not
actually.
allowed
It's
up here
crazy.
with the big
You
boy.
heard it.
But even when Christos asked him, like, you know, if a Muslim should deny their faith or be put to death, like, he knows he should have said they should be put to death for their faith, they can't deny it. But because he's not on like a big platform where he thinks he's not recorded or something, he's just gonna make up some silly answer saying, "Oh, they should not be there in the first place," or "I think
I'm
they
gonna
should
call the
just walk
police.
away."
I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
What
that's
if
not
call the
answering the
cops?
question he's proposing.
I would call the
We're talking about
police,
this, bro.
bro.
How am I gonna walk away? Still got a sword to my neck. What am I gonna do? Tell him, "Hey, bro, I don't want this. I'm just gonna walk away." Like what?
Because I mean,
Leave me alone. Stop grooming me.
like, because like once he admits that once he admits like Muslims are told to suffer injustice for the sake of Allah, for the benefits
They can't
of
say
going
that
to
though
heaven,
because they have
etc.
jihad, bro. They can't say that because they have jihad, and we know that, bro. You
Yeah,
can't
bro,
say
they
we're
literally
suffering.
haven't.
They're forced to fight against their suffering. They're literally that's why he has a contention. They literally have jihad. I'm pretty sure that's the premise of his argument.
Yeah. But even like if you think of the jihadis, like if they get captured and they're told, you know, renounce your faith, or we kill you. Like, I mean,
They
Brother,
can
look in the
renounce their
chat, man.
faith. They have something called taqiyya in Islam, which means you could lie. So taqiyya literally means lying. So they can actually do that in their religion. They can lie so they could live.
that's crazy.
They can
Isn't that
actually
the same
lie.
word for the little hat they wear?
They'd rather live than be with God. Okay, lol. That says something about their God.
Yeah, that's I think that act is called something else. Hold on, let me look it up.
No, what's the hat? Yeah, look at what the hat's called. I think that's the same word for with the hat.
If you want a battle pass,
You Arabics just use the same word for everything.
I know, bro. It's weird.
if you want a cheat code and a battle pass of life, just become a Muslim.
Nah, bro. I think we should all buy those little Muslim kippers.
Same. I have it on my profile picture on my Samsung.
Nah, then we all rip on the camera, man, when we're discussing Muslims, bro. We're Bible boys, we're Quranic only Christians, man.
Rather than the Christians.
Yeah,
Rather than the
exactly.
Christians. Yeah.
You gotta get your little
Oh yeah,
kippers
it's
on.
also called taqiyya. Well, taqiyya literally means hat, right? But al-taqiyya means line. I know. I see where Google's coming from, but that's not the name of the actual hat. It's not literally the name is not literally hat.
But how close are those words? Because they sound
Oh
pretty
no,
close. It's
they're
not like
very
you're just
close.
making up to do it.
They're very close. It's just a difference in like grammatical like dialects. Like
That's
those little
crazy.
marks.
So yeah, so a diacritical mark can make it mean a hat,
Oh
and then
yeah,
make it
dude.
mean
There's one.
lying for
There's
your faith.
Yeah, dude. A diacritical mark can also mean there's one word that's like prostitute and another one is wine, and I think they both mean it, and it's just a difference in like a diacritical mark, dude. It's stupid.
Is he coming back?
Bro, Jay, your
Yeah, I'll be right
boyfriend,
back.
get him back, man. Email him, bro. Get your boy back in here, man.
No, yeah, I was gonna mention them, but
Oh
we're
yeah,
about to have
Kufi.
1,000 people in this server. This server is growing so fast.
It's called a kufi, guys.
Nah, but what's it called? In the God Logic server, when he reaches 1,000 people in the server, he's gonna do a Q&A.
Who God Logic is?
Wait, what's his
God Logic.
server? I'm not in it.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Go to his channel.
We'll shout
I
him
can send
out.
you the link.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
shout
I
him
can
out.
send you a link.
Yes, please.
So send. Wait,
I'm
what's
pretty.
happening?
I'm pretty close with some of the mods in here. They're really good people. They're better. They're at least they're not like heretics like the Christian Prince moderators are.
Wait. So what's happened? I'm confused,
So what?
guys. I'm sexually confused. What's happened
It's
at
in the side
1,000?
chat.
Oh, God
At
Logics.
1,000, yeah, God Logic. He's gonna do a Q&A.
Oh wait, we're ahead of God Logic's one. That's crazy, dude.
He's only just started it, Nathan.
Yeah, he said he wasn't gonna start one, but then people convinced him to start it.
Wait, is this a server with all the dumb heretics in, bro?
No. This one.
No, that's a Christian Prince server.
The mods in there don't believe in hypostases or nature.
Okay, then I'll join this server, bro.
That's
Not
crazy.
wasting my time with those idiots.
If you guys go to the Christian Prince server, you guys will have a field day. I was just like, yeah, oh yeah, no, it's just it's toxic. You got what's a Calvin? He be in there, but he don't be correcting them, man. He's just a yes man in there. Our boy Calvin.
Our boy Calvin, no way. He can't be doing
Yeah,
that.
he's just letting the heretics heretic, bro. Just talking about Jesus never proved to be God or never showed that he was God and all this stuff. It's like,
I hope he comes back.
He's changing his tire, right? So it might take him a while. I don't know.
yeah, but he's not changing it. He's just sitting there waiting for it to get changed. Pretty sure.
So wait,
I'll give him a little bit more patience.
Tire goes out. Like,
Yeah, he got a flat tire. Yeah, he's
You
about to go in the car with a flat tire.
You don't even like change your own tire, bro.
Hey, he
Whatever
is super
happened
for
to
not
like
canceling the debate though. You know. Hey man, I have
really
big rims.
commend
I
him
don't
for that.
know how I'm gonna put my rims on a tire, dog.
he's
Well,
popped
I
that
mean,
shit.
if you look at how long he took, he could probably just have like freaking changed it himself in like 10 minutes.
Honestly.
Why does he need to do
Do
that when he can just
you
get a...
reckon he's feeding dawah to his to the guy changing his tire?
Oh no. He's telling him about 1 Peter 2 and how unjust it is in allowing slavery.
He's like ranting about it. He's like, can you believe these guys are in slavery? Can you believe them? These little black boys.
I like the truck driver's like a rabbinic Jew, and they're just like, something horrible.
Didn't Muhammad do slave trading as well?
He did.
Yeah,
To
bro.
condemn,
Dude, he was a
I don't
great
understand what
businessman,
grounds he
honestly.
condemns slavery on. I don't understand what grounds. Doesn't because Islam has the same problem. If you're going to condemn Christianity for having any type of slavery, how are you able to do that? Like you have the same issue. So if he says like slavery is immoral for this and this reason, then all you have to do is give those same reasons back to him when you talk about Islam, and either he'll have to contradict himself, accept them. Like either way, he's running into
Be
a
back in
problem.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't you
We
ever
always
say
have
that about Muslims, man. Muslims never contradict themselves.
To quote the great Muhammad, do not beat your wife the same way you beat your slave girl.
My favorite quote of Muhammad is, "Don't come to my house." That's one of my favorites.
Nice.
God had to say that because it was getting too annoying. Not that Muhammad was upset.
Bro, God had to let Muhammad marry a 9-year-old.
He had to.
That had to be a revelation. God had to talk, like, speak that.
it was
into the Quran.
predestined. It was
Yeah.
predestined.
Holy
Oh
shit.
yeah, Muhammad was lusting over his adopted son's wife, and then Allah released a verse that's like, by the way, so yeah, now you could do that.
Yeah, because he banned. That's why they banned
Yeah,
adoption, because
they banned
Muhammad
adoption.
lusted after his adopted son's wife, which is crazy.
Yeah, so now Allah's like, so yeah, now you guys can do it.
Allah is funny, bro. He just comes out with new cheat codes after something has been discovered. He just comes down. Oh yeah, I forgot
Honestly,
about that.
they have like triple XP month when it's Ramadan. It's like you get
It's
triple
like
XP.
70
It's
times,
dope.
bro. Like,
Wait, no,
I know
if,
it's
if,
Ramadan
if
to
you,
get like quadruple
that
XP.
bitch go
yeah,
crazy.
if you live in Medina,
It's
you
like
get
a
like
tiering. It's like a tiering system, bro.
yeah, you get constant double XP if you live in Medina.
It's like
Amen, brother. Allahu Akbar. Let's move.
It's like gold tier diamond.
It's like gold tier.
You know what? I'm
I'm
doing
ready to
some
my
down.
shahada, guys.
Yeah, Imam Logic is prestige in Islam right now. He's on prestige level. He's prestige 1.
Nah, bro, I'm Master Prestige. Where's your boyfriend coming back, Jay, man? I'm very upset now.
10 minutes, bro. He needs to feed the dawah.
Yeah, it's at 2 minutes ago. He said like 10 more minutes, so like 8 minutes from now. Be patient.
He's coming.
Man, he's out there searching up new refutations for you guys. He's gonna come back
He's
stronger than
asking
ever.
Pastor Muhammad.
Jay, if he's
He's
one,
going
if
through
he's
all his
even 1
dictionaries to
second
find
late,
grooming.
brother, I'm gonna fly kick him.
The Imam is so excited to take a shahada.
Wait,
He's
what?
like just
What, Miller?
itching.
I've just sent you an argument in DMs that you can't refute.
Oh God. Okay.
How can
You'll
God
have it.
create God?
Oh, dude, dude. Can somebody like
Culture.
can you
If Jesus fought the Father, who would win?
Well, brother,
Jesus
what
had a
you have to
father,
understand is
who would
the
win.
Father is so strong, but the Son is so absorbent that when the blow comes, he'll it just destroys
Honestly, guys,
Christianity.
I
No,
feel
no,
like
no,
I feel like
nobody,
the Holy
nobody
Spirit
would
would
win.
win. I feel like
Nobody
he's
would win because if you fight yourself, who would win if you fight yourself?
Your hand or your face? Which one would win?
Actually, schizophrenic people do that.
That's
And
true.
they
That's
win.
true. Which one wins in the schizophrenic in the schizos, man?
That's
Which
a
one
good
wins?
question.
It's a
So
draw
what if
every
Allah
time.
hits you with his both right hands? What happens then?
That's
Like,
a
do you
double
instantly
combo.
die? Is that
I would
combo?
I would disintegrate, bro. That's a double combo right there. It's like Mortal
Honestly, bro, that
Kombat, man.
would
He's
be a
about to
double
Hadouken
knockout.
me.
That'll be a
Nah,
godly.
man. Allah's gonna send angels to beat you up in a cave like he did Muhammad.
He's back. He's back. He just joined.
Oh, we're
Where'd he
back.
go?
Is he?
No, he was just here, but he left.
Like-
Oh, okay, never mind.
He heard a shit
You
talk.
probably heard Alan with his double
I
right
glitched
hands
out.
coming at us.
Guys, chill. Let's just wait for him. Let's not shit talk him.
Jay.
He might get upset. He might get upset.
Where's
He's a
Christopher
sensitive
gone,
man.
man? Where's Christopher?
Adise, I don't want to hear from you. You came in hot, my nigga. You was in the
Me?
chat.
As he should.
No,
Immediately.
I literally said he's my favorite Muslim. I literally said he's my new favorite Muslim. Don't give me that, alright?
Yeah, he's nice, man. He's nice.
Jay, where's your
You know
boyfriend
what?
gone?
Like someone who's an asshole to him.
Jay,
I
where's your
mean,
boyfriend gone?
he's delusional, but he's
Bro, San Shamil
Aren't they all
is an asshole to everybody. I'm surprised he didn't kick out EJ.
That's low hanging fruit.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man.
I mean, if we're talking to him, that's that's all I gotta say.
Jay, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes before I permanently ban you, bro. Come on, man. Get your boyfriend in here.
Server ban.
Server ban him, I ban him.
I don't want to hear it. Y'all not bringing special guests.
That's true.
But
He
to be
brought
fair,
special
we
guest.
did try and get Zach and Nike, but then he just didn't look at the message. So you know what they say. There's
No.
effort, man.
It's not that he didn't look at the message. He blocked me.
Well, did he actually? Hold on.
Blocking was crazy.
Yeah, he blocked me. No, because I
Screw you,
emailed him.
dude.
Like I emailed him, and then the email only bounced back after 3 days. So it went through because I got sent on my thing, and then only after 3 days it bounced back. So
I know what they say, man. Dr. Zach and Nike knows best.
He's not a good debater, Zakir Naik. He just can't. I don't know. I've never heard a good argument from him.
guy's a fucking idiot.
Dude, he hasn't said one useful sentence.
What do you mean?
Bro's brain dead.
No, he's got Mohammed Hijab as his boyfriend. That's his best sentence. And Mohammed Hijab, yeah, they said if God and Jesus fought
Dude,
at the
he
same
got
time.
me, bro. He got me with that question, honestly.
Like, wallahi, who would win?
Yeah. I feel like the Holy Spirit would because, he's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, where's Christopher gone, man?
It's okay. We'll get him.
Get him back in here, man.
Everybody text him.
Guys, give him a break. Like, he's about to have a fucking meltdown.
His
I'm
hairline's
surprised
receded tenfold.
Bro, the fact that he's still here after getting a flat tire while being on the call.
Yeah, no, he
like,
seems like a
come on.
He-
My whole
he's
thing
the
is, I want to know how he keeps getting requested for these big ticket debates. You know,
I think it's
like he doesn't really have
modern
a fan base.
people. Yeah.
I think as people find them funny, that's fine.
You think he knows somebody in modern day debates? Culture, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I would assume, and there's probably not many people who want to debate Matt or those other people who are Muslims. because there's not many Muslim debaters. Who do you know? There's not that many of them. So they'll probably take anybody who would be willing to have the conversation who has some type of a platform. That would be my guess, because they have debates like every day. So they need a bunch of influx of people to kind of do that who have like some sort of status or something. That would be my guess.
Yeah, but like he's debated like David Wood a million times, right? Like Apostate Prophet, Sam Shamoon, Dr. Michael Brown, I think. Uh, all these people, and I was just like, how does he do it? How does one do that?
Is he
Can we
connected to
get
any
them to come
other
here?
type of organization or something? Maybe through that or something. I'm not sure. Like some Muslim kind of thing, maybe.
Maybe it's just by the will of Allah. So maybe it's just miracle.
I think you served him some halal food with extra spit in it, maybe.
Mmm, yum.
Was that Kaiba? Was that Kaiba by any chance?
I
Was
don't
it
know.
Kaiba? That's fine.
Maybe. Who knows? Allah knows, man.
Allahu A'lam.
Silence, Muslim.
Also, Jay, please don't get a Hebrew Israelite in here.
Yeah,
please
no.
don't do that.
We're gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. For the memes,
I
I'm
need a
gonna do
Hebrew
it.
Israelite, bro.
Facts, bro. I've never debated a Hebrew Israelite. I want to so bad.
You don't.
Honestly, you don't, bro.
You don't.
They're
Why
brain
not?
dead.
You're gonna want to kill yourself. You're
They
gonna want to
make
kill
me hate being black.
Bro, I'd be dying to want to see these guys on the street just so I can debate them, bro. It's so funny.
Damn, bro. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the definition of brain dead. If you want to know a brain dead human being, you talk to one of these.
Oh no, I don't know who's worse.
Nah.
I'm more
Honestly,
submitters.
I'd say a Muslim. I'd say a Muslim, bro.
Dude, no, they're worse. No, they're worse. At least the Quran kind of supports them. Dude, the Bible does not even like help them at all. They're so stupid.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't help them, right? But at least they're close to the right path than the Muslims. The Muslims are like not even on the right path, and they just deny
Alright,
everything.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Like the Muslims are so bad they even deny their own religion when they're trapped. They'll just tell you, "Nah, I don't accept that."
Fair enough. Fair
No,
enough.
yeah, they'll just call the police.
They'll call the Sharia.
Yeah, and
police.
black Jews exist, so it's not like it's not like an impossible thing.
Yeah, black Jews definitely exist. I think Abraham's descendants were black, if I'm not mistaken, and like King Solomon, and et cetera, David. Take down.
Well, actually, if you ask Muslim Brotherhood, we were all made by Yaqub, in the lab. As white people, you were made in the lab. Other people, I don't really know. I was made in that lab.
Get it right, bro.
Yeah.
You goddamn kuffar. I actually had an Arab dude call me a kafir to my face. It was funny.
That sounds so nice.
He's not wrong.
I know, I agreed with him. I was like, hey, call me a mushrik too, bro.
While you're there and in Rome, man, gotta collect them all.
I can't wait to ask him about the integrity of the Hafs Quran. I can't wait. I literally have scholars that say Hafs was a liar in Arabic. I can't wait, bro. I want to see his reaction. I actually want to ask the scholar about this, so.
Jay, come on, bro. Where's your boy at, man?
I thought you knew he wasn't
Bro,
coming back.
am I his keeper, bro? Am I his keeper, bro?
You are, bro. He's your best
Yes.
friend. He's your best friend, man. Where's he at?
During slavery, you're not
man
supposed to
is not coming
resist,
back.
remember? So you should tell him what to do. He's not supposed to resist you.
Amen.
Amen.
He should be back any second now. So he said 10 minutes ago. So any second now.
Nathan, you're so impatient, bro. You're like a Muslim.
I'm saying he's just dying to take a shahada. That's what it is. He's just.
All right, guys, repeat after me.
La ilaha.
That's
Soldier, I
not the
already
shahada.
got you to take it today. So
That's not the shahada. Close, though.
I got Soldier and I got Takran to take it today. So I just need, and I got like 15 other people in the Christian Prince server to take their shahadas.
Honestly, bro, I feel like you're the best Dawa guy I've ever seen.
Honestly, I should just switch sides.
Hey
You
Jay,
should.
bro. Jay, can you send me that argument that you used that day with the dude about the Quran and how it's been like translated so many different times? Like even after it was burnt, the original one.
Oh yeah, it's a hadith. I got you. It's a hadith that says how they burnt all the other Qurans and just kept only one.
You know what,
Yeah,
soldier of Yeshua?
but
Can
then
you
you like
speak Arabic to me?
you expound on it because you were like even that one that he had, like they don't even have that one that he originally
Yeah,
had.
so that we're that. Yeah, give me a second. So it's a hadith, and then there's a scholar you have to look up. Give me 1 second.
Bet.
Hold up, soldier of Yeshua. Can you speak dirty to me? Can you speak Arabic, please?
I was gonna say
Like,
something, but
dirty.
it's good that I didn't say it. It's an insult, but
You're a
Wait,
pagan.
Guys, why don't we, you know, if you bring to that 1 Peter, right? Why don't we literally just read him the entire chapter? Maybe if we read the entire chapter, because he's just like he's quote mining. Can
I
we just
don't
read
think
him?
he's gonna concede a point, bro. I don't think he's the type to be like, hell, you know what? You're right. I don't think he's. I don't. Even if we're right, I don't think he's gonna like do that. You know?
Yeah.
Do not tell me what to
Again,
do.
I might be wrong, but he's like representing Islam. He can never say that.
Cause we be mining diamonds, we be mining at my mine.
Would you guys want to have like a really horrible hypothetical while we wait?
Go on.
Since you offered, bro, I suppose.
Okay. Would you rather go to prison for the rest of your life or to be free? You have to fuck 4 horses.
Horses.
Wait, what?
All right, that took a turn.
I was gonna say, if you're blown out from the back, bro, what if they just hand kick you, bro? You're dead.
Hold on, I'm waiting for more.
Who's on top? Who's on top? That's the question.
It flip flops between horse.
Wait, so what? You have to receive some horses?
Can we choose the
Yeah,
place,
yeah.
please?
Bro,
Wait,
what
hold
if,
on.
no, hold up. What if it busts, bro? I'm dead, man.
No, you're dead anyway.
Be careful.
You're dead when it goes in.
I
You
didn't say
guys
what
see
type of horse it is. Like, I'll give you the choice of horse. You can figure that
Did you
out.
guys hear about that woman that had sex with a horse and she's dead now?
Yeah, literally, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
so-
saying. She busted, bro. That bitch
No,
is crazy.
I'd be in prison, bro. I'd chill.
Yeah, same.
I just lift weights.
I'm an MMA guy, so I would have a blast in prison.
Well, hey,
Same.
hey,
What kind of
chill.
I'd fuck them up.
That's not helping, man.
Fuck them all up.
Wait, so you're gonna fuck dudes instead of horses now?
Hey,
Hey,
man,
yo.
you heard what you heard, dog.
It is what it is.
Man, oh man. I don't think he's coming back, guys.
Oh, wait, culture. What was your answer to that question that hypothetical you gave?
Wait, which question?
The one that you just asked.
The horse one.
Oh, I'm going to jail. Fuck that shit. I mean, it's not worth it.
But really
I'm
want
going
to
to
know
jail.
that.
I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna lift weights.
Wait, but either way you go, though, you're still gonna deal with the same issue.
No, it's like different. I have a chance to fight back. Like I could join a
Do
gang.
you though? Like
No.
5'6'3" guys, 220 pounds of jail muscle.
But that's why I'm so smart. Like I
That's kinda
manipulate them
turning
to
me
fight
on.
each other. So gotta manipulate them. You can't manipulate the horse.
Bro,
Jay,
it's
are
grooming
you-
the
are you
horse.
haven't-
We're gonna groom the horse.
Bro's gonna,
Yeah,
bro,
so
what
Jay's
bro's gonna
partnering
use
with
to
it.
manipulate people, bro, is literally. So if you was wanted to hurt me, what if I put your hand on a stove? Would that hurt you also? Look at that.
It would, and you know that. It hurt you too. Because the
You're
objective.
diminishing my well-being, guys. You're diminishing
Which
my
is gonna be
well-being.
like define, bend over.
Oh, fuck you, bro. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Do you think Aisha's well-being was diminished?
No.
Hey, but
No,
don't
I
bring
think
that
it's
up,
the
bro.
opposite.
Don't bring that up, bro. That Muslim fella, he doesn't agree with paedophilia, bro. You can't use that, man.
Oh, so he doesn't agree with it. So his prophet
Yeah.
did it. So then.
No,
Guys,
he's
it was
screaming, bro.
against the time.
It looks like he needs to accept Jesus. Let's just pray for him. Like, at that point,
I I don't think this guy even knows what he's following at this point. Like he's just making up
He
his
needs
own
to follow
shit
the
to agree.
dawah. He needs to follow the
Yeah.
dawah.
It's funny when a Muslim condemns slavery and like abuse.
It's like, homie, that's your guy. Like that's all
Like
he.
yeah, like
Hold
your
on, the
prophet
sultan, the
rapes women,
sultans.
dude.
Hold on, we got a Muslim in the chat, bro. Let's bring him up. They can substitute in, bro. Tag him in, real quick, quick.
Cook us.
Hey, Alfredi,
Take
come
our
cook us,
shahada.
bro. Come, let's take our shahada, bro. Come cook us real quick. We love to watch, man.
I even know it.
We love to watch like Allah, bro. Bring him up.
Hafiz, come up. Apparently he's a Hafiz. Hafiz, come up.
Hafiz.
There is a Hafiz, bro. He's Sunni, bro.
His name. Oh, he left. His name was Hafiz Khan. The dirty ones who memorize the Quran.
Do you know where this guy, like the guy who we were talking to before, where he's from? Like, is he American? Or is he?
He's American.
He's American.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he lives in the US.
He sounds like he's like Pakistani or Indian or something from his accent.
No, he is. He's not white, if that's what you're asking.
To be fair, the
He's
more
like-
I
yeah,
think
no, I
about
know
it,
he's not.
bro, the more I think about it, you know, people that do like open public speaking about like Islam, I think once they figure out that they're actually wrong, they're too deep in, they can't actually leave. Otherwise, they look like it's like
Yeah,
a social image.
No, because like they're in danger of fucking dying. That's why.
Yeah. They're
And
just
also,
too
it's like
deep in,
there's a
bro.
lot of indoctrination and like things that go on. Like you're connected socially. Like you lose a lot by leaving a religion, no matter what it is. And I think that's what keeps people there. Like that fear of community, losing like everyone you know, like your family might disown you. You lose a lot of stuff, and it's
They
kind
will
of.
disown them.
Hey, hold on. So when you leave in atheism, bro?
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, sorry,
bro.
but when you leave in agnosticism. When
you guys can like have really good compelling arguments, then I'll change my mind.
Here's a compelling argument. How about you do it? Otherwise, I'll beat you up.
Me
mate.
and Mela need to have the Jew debate. Once we have the Jew debate, I'll think about it more. We
Okay.
need to have the Jew debate.
I'm more than happy.
Wait, so are you considering being a Jew then? Is that what you considering?
No.
Are you
no.
looking to take the
What?
Talmud, bro? Are you looking to take the Talmud?
No, I'm good. The Talmud's pretty bad. I'm good.
Al Muslim right here, guys. He's running already.
No, we do have a good argument. We have the tag argument. I let you send your reply to it, by the way.
Oh, okay, I'll read it. But the tag argument doesn't prove Christianity. So it would just, like, I'm closer to deism than anything. So if I become a deist, then we'd have to talk about Christianity itself. But I think Christianity, like, every time, like, I have conversations with people, they have a really hard time answering my questions pretty well. Because I think Christians know, just like Muslims know, there's inherent problems with the religion itself. And you have to either figure out a way around them, come up with something. To me, it feels like mental gymnastics. Like, pedophilia is wrong, and and the reason why you condemn pedophilia for them is for the same moral background that he has that you share. And then when I point the gun right back at you for the stuff that's in the Bible, you have to either do what he does, or internally, morally, something's wrong with it.
Sorry, Kuljasav, is that your argument? Did you formulate
No, it's not my argument.
You did formulate out the argument. I can't engage in it.
Like...
I can't engage in it, Slav. You didn't formulate the argument. Sorry, buddy.
Okay. Here's my story.
Try it better next time.
Okay, go on. What's your story? Because you have to actually bring up.
Sorry,
it
just sounds like a skill issue, honestly.
Do you think slavery is moral or immoral?
Define slavery between Christianity and Islam.
Forcing someone like in bondage slavery to do work, things against their will. You own them. You can, as inherited property, you can pass them on to your children. Basically, slavery under the Bible.
So indentured servitude.
Okay, yeah. So
be more specific then. Call it indentured servitude, not slavery.
Oh, here, I'm on my phone, but here. So I can't remember the exact Bible verse off the top of my head. Just give me a second.
It's an Exodus. So I think that's what you're looking
for.
Yeah,
it is an Exodus.
And what you're referring to is indentured servitude.
Do you think indentured? Okay, it's not just that. There's also slavery. You can take slaves amongst the nations around you. Stuff that's talked about in the Old Testament. Like, and you're aware of that. That's there and that's present. So my question is, do you think that's moral or immoral?
What the
slavery, as described in the Old Testament, is that a moral or immoral action?
No, that's moral as fuck.
Okay, what makes it moral?
Give me some now, because they owe you shit.
No, I'm talking about people who didn't owe you stuff. People where they took slaves from the nation around you. They weren't indentured slaves; they were taken slaves. So do you think that's moral? They didn't owe you anything. You just took them as property. Is that moral or immoral?
Yeah, you have to give me the verse so we can get the background context as to why they were taken as slaves.
Let me just look it up real quick.
Because we have to put everything into context.
Yeah, I know. Christians love to cry about that. I know.
Yeah, but
So Leviticus
that's
25,
true.
Leviticus 25, 44,
Hold on.
I believe.
Leviticus 25.
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. Do you think that's moral or immoral?
Hold on. Let me get back to my PC so I can open it up. 2 secs. Sorry, I was just in my kitchen looking for snacks.
What's your favorite snack?
Of course you are, you're overweight, Miller.
My favorite snack right now is probably like yogurt and honey.
You didn't say
berries.
sunflower seeds, your Russian cards revoked. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean now, no, because right, I'm trying to eat healthy now, bro. Like I'm trying to like cut out all the microplastics and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Right, hold on, was it Leviticus 25?
It's 44, 45. I have it on my phone. I can send you the website that I just pulled it up from really quickly. 'Cause I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer.
Yeah, go on. Send it.
Yeah. Because in the previous lines above, it tells you not to rule over your Israelites ruthlessly. And then it transitions to people who aren't amongst your nation, none of the debt slavery stuff. It's people who live in other places who aren't Israelites. And it says you can own them as property. So my question, once you've looked at it, do you think that's moral or immoral? And then that depends on how we talk after that.
Have you posted the
Oh yeah, I'll send you the link. Here you go. I didn't know if you were still looking.
Sounds like Hadith might take his agnostic shahada. Culture, make an agnostic shahada.
I can. I don't know if there's a God or not. And
I don't know if he may be
Culture
Allah or
Slav
maybe
is his-
not. Who knows?
Culture Slav maybe or maybe isn't his prophet.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha.
Ew. You know your shahada.
La ilaha illallah Muhammadun Rasulullah. I've heard it before. I can't pronounce Arabic well, but
Hey, close enough, bro.
yeah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Oh, you also got the little accent down and everything.
Yeah. I had two friends. They were from Iraq, and they used to work at a store I used to work at when I was when I was 19, and they taught me how to say it properly. Because we talked about Islam a bit when we worked together. Because she stopped being Muslim, but she couldn't tell her family, so it was a bit weird.
Now that's grooming.
Yeah, she got groomed for real. But Milan, did you see what I said?
yeah, I'm reading into it.
Yeah.
I know I'm putting my counter argument together.
No, that's fine. Don't ask Brother Bullis for help. Engage.
Man pasted into his dawah script, so that's what he is doing.
I'm not.
Because really, most people, when you hear that, most people would immediately say this is immoral behavior because we condemn slavery today, and we have different standards of morality that we people go through. So. There's no known God, and I bear witness that the search for truth is our path. Yeah, that's perfect, Jay. That's actually perfect. Yeah. Also, I don't think this guy's gonna come back.
Yeah, I've been said he wasn't coming back. That guy's out of there.
I don't think he's running away, right? Because out of everyone he's debated, he's gonna run away.
Jay, I want to formally denounce you as a Muslim. Your boyfriend has left. I'm very upset with you and your performance. Do better next time. Thank you.
Mashallah.
Yeah. Alan Snackbar.
I'll make sure I bring in the most stubborn black Hebrew Israelites, the most stubborn ones ever that I can find, and then
Yes,
make them a
bring
special
him
guest.
in.
Yeah, bro, Jay,
Or-
invite them, bro. Jay, you know all the
Bring it.
heretics, Jay.
Bring the
Starting to make me
Israelites.
have my side eye on you, Jay. Why you know so many heretics, man?
I'm the
Hey,
king of
The
them,
so
heretic
gangy.
is
yeah.
known.
So is the convo over with the Muslim? Are we
I'm
ending it?
assuming so, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
he's been.
it's
It
up to
might.
Jay. He coordinated this whole thing.
Yeah, Jay could reschedule it for like a different day, and then just do it like another time. That might be
Yeah.
better for him. His tire blew out.
I would also personally like to denounce Jay. Can we all do that real quick?
Jay, I
Can you
denounce
can you
you.
write up a denounce
You're a
Jay?
heretic.
Jay, we denounce you.
Yeah,
You're a heretic. You
You're
speak
a
to too
kafir.
many. You're also a
and
kafir.
you're not black, Jay.
And
And you're
not
not
black,
black.
not black.
You're fake
And
black.
You've been disowned. No one
You're
claims
fake
you as a
black.
black person.
your black card has been revoked.
You're like a light-skinned black person. You're not even full black.
Oh, there you go. He's there, right? There you go. He's in there.
Okay,
Oh,
hey, there you go.
oh,
Oh,
I take it all back.
I take it all back.
Hi there.
hello.
Hello.
Sorry about your car, man. It sounds like you're having a rough day.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't expect to get a flat tire.
No,
Yeah,
you're
it sounds
right.
like you're having a rough time. Yeah.
I know. But I think I'm on the road to recovery now.
Yeah. Can I ask you like a question non-related to like debate kind of stuff, if that's okay?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Can I ask you a question that's kind of not related to like debate type
Oh,
topic?
yeah. Sure,
What
sure.
what is it kind of like to like debate with really well-known like figures like in the YouTube debate space? Like, what does that feel like to do? Like, how did you get into doing that?
Oh, wow. So, so basically, I don't, do you know somebody named Sam Shimon?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, that was back in, I think, 2001. I used to meet Sam at this hotel. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not hotel, at this restaurant. And we used to talk back then. And so I remember I used to read some of his works on like answering Islam. So we used to debate at this restaurant like every week. I used to actually pick him up on a street corner, and we used to go. And then
Oh,
I
that's
started, yeah. And then I actually then we had a debate on Pal Talk, which was like a chat software back then, and that's how I kind of got into it. And then I had a website which was back then called examinethetruth.com, and since then I think I sold it now. They like I think if you go there you'll like buy marijuana or something like that now. But back then, so that's kind of how I got into it, was through Sam.
So, what does it feel like to debate all these kind of well-known people? Like, do you feel neutral about it, positive? Did you like struggle with
You
getting
know,
used to it?
yeah, I tell you what, I feel like because I've done it for so long, it's like it's not a really it's a big deal to me anymore. Because but back then Sam was actually a pretty nice guy. You know what I think, what a mistake a lot of people happen. Um, they start debating with Muslims, then they begin to start hating them and
Yeah.
start hating Islam. That's what happened to Hitler. If you ever read his book Mein Kampf, he used
Yeah.
to always go and debate with the Jews. And then he said that, all those Jews are so insincere. And he kept saying that they just would not accept the truth, according to him. Then he said, then I began to start hating them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what a lot happens with a lot of apologists, is they take this so seriously, they just start developing this hatred.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you're like what you strive for, what a big value for you is truth? Is that why you feel like you get into these conversations? Like, are you open to having your mind changed, or do you feel like you are not, like, if you had it from like a 1 to a 10, where do you think you are at changing your mind about your beliefs? Oh, he dropped down.
Oh, Slav, by the way, I'm writing my syllogism to you now.
Okay.
Hello, you guys there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I was there's a little bit of this like really bad weather here.
Oh, yeah, you cut out, yeah. Are you there?
Give it time, bro. Come on, man. He just told you he's having some issues, man. Come on.
Hey, good question, Slav.
Yeah. We'll wait for him to like come back. He's probably like whatever he got into. Yeah, this is. Yeah, we can hear you now. Oh, never mind.
Give it a minute, bro. So Slav, I've got a question for you. So, how did you get into the big debates? How did you get into the debates with all the big people?
I don't debate fat people. I'm fat phobic, so I don't do that.
Okay. So my question is now, from a scale of 1 to 10, how well are you at changing your mind?
6.
Okay.
Because I used to was 6.
Well, where'd he go?
Yeah,
Where'd he go?
No, he was driving, and I think he ran into some bad weather. He said, and he kind of dropped out. He's back now. Yeah. He's waving to get up, so if you can drive. Yeah.
Sorry about that. It was bad connection again. But yeah.
Oh, you're fine.
So, but anyways, I think where what is missing from the Bible is a clear teaching to the slave masters that to beat your slave is a moral crime. It is wrong to do that.
So do you think slavery and beating slaves is immoral?
Well, that is unless it's for like breaking the law, like fornication, drinking, like for everybody else. Like I would get beaten, you would get beaten for violating the law. In that case, it's okay. Look, I was beaten by the state of Illinois. They beat me like a slave. Nobody ever cared about that.
So things are moral if they're legal.
No, what I'm saying is look at what Islam is teaching. Islam teaches that it is immoral to beat a slave. That if you beat a slave, you're going to burn in hell. And you can see that Islam provides a much superior teaching than the Bible on the issue of slavery.
You think slavery is immoral? The act of owning someone as property, is that immoral?
No. Slavery is not immoral. Of course not. But
so
the brutality, there's many different versions of slavery. And the problem is there's some versions which are okay, but a lot of the versions of slavery are wrong.
What parts of slavery are okay? What versions are okay?
Look at the Islamic version of slavery. That one is a really, really good version of slavery. In fact, if you took the Islamic version of slavery, you put it up on a website, that website would come crashing with all the people who would want to join that.
Yeah, what makes it good though? I'm trying to understand why is it good?
Well, there's amazing teachings in there. Like for example, there's a hadith of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, if you give your slave, the slave girl, the best education, you'll get a double reward. So slavery in Islam, you're going to get the quote the best education, ahsanu ta'lim. So that's number one. Number two, and the second thing is it's immoral to beat a slave.
So let's say if I picked you up and abducted you and made you my slave, but I gave you good education, does it make that action I did to you good?
No, there's no abduction in Islam. These are people who are already in slavery.
A slave?
Prisoner of war.
Okay, so that's taking somebody and forcing them into slavery. That is an abduction.
POWs. The only one who can enter into Islam are the POWs.
Okay, so do you think in today, during a war, that people who surrender or capture during war, they should be treated like slaves?
Only the soldiers.
Yeah, I'm saying what makes that good?
Okay, so let's look at what Islamic slavery really is. Number one, there's no beating. And then there's the hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, hold on. You're imposing there's no beating. I can show you the contrary to Sahih hadiths.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, the only hadith you could show me is where people are being beaten for fornication and adultery, but that's you and me.
That's not correct.
That's you. Yeah, no, okay, you can show me on where it is made very clear. Muhammad said that anybody who beats a slave, the doors of hellfire will open up for him.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, I mean, that's fine. Let's have a look. So, hold up. So let's have a look at.
Give me 1 second. Can you guys give me 1 minute here?
Yeah.
Slava replied to, by the way. India.
We could talk about it after this. If
No,
you
it's fine. I mean, if he wants to impose slavery in Islam's best ever, we'll have a look.
I didn't expect him to own slavery.
Yeah, of course. It don't matter though. At least you're taken as a slave if your entire family's slaughtered for defending themselves. It's okay. It's okay, bro. It's very moral.
You know.
Sorry about that, guys.
No, that's fine.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Hold
Yeah.
on.
So let's first talk about what slavery is in Islam. Number one, you can get the best education, no kidnapping, and Muhammad and the hadith of Prophet Muhammad said he never said oof to a slave, meaning or why did you do that, or anything like that. There's no hard work. You just kind of hang around and just
My
do work
question is
together.
why is
No,
slavery
hold up.
permissible? Why is slavery good? Not just because you once you're taken slave, other things happen. Why is slavery in and of itself good?
Oh, maybe
How are you measuring goodness?
well, first of all, Islam never said slavery is good. So maybe the question you should be asking is why didn't it just abolish the institution altogether?
Yes, because it's immoral.
Okay, that is to avert the humanitarian catastrophe, which would happen. Oh, what happened there?
But is your God,
give me
my
1 minute.
question is your God all powerful?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Okay. I'll let you go, Nathan, to show him.
No, it's fine. I mean, if he wants to talk about that, it's okay. We'll talk about non-slave women, then we'll talk about slave women.
Hello. Hey, give me about 5 minutes. Let me call you guys back. Okay.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Oh my God, he said prisoner of war. What isn't prisoner of war taking somebody?
There's
by
more
force?
to Islam. There's more slavery in Islam than just prisoners of war, and he knows that.
Yeah, I
Wait.
don't
It's
think
not
he
even
thinks we know.
it's not even that, bro. Even if taking someone as a prisoner of war, that isn't even moral to begin with. Most wars were conducted by Muslims to conquer land.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
taking
they're
your
a
shit.
Christian
So
country.
just because they're defending themselves gives you the right to capture their women and do X with them.
Do whatever you want.
Exactly. That's not even a moral. You can't even use that as a moral argument. Nor do they get free education without subsequent side
And what about
like issues.
What about that one verse that says that they can have sex with women that are prisoners of war? What married woman would want to have sex with the people that captured her husband and killed her sons? Like, is he debating a different religion, or am I confused?
No, I think the problem is so the reason why I asked those other questions at the beginning, I was trying to get him to be less in like program script mode. He's like in that mode. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah,
Like
he's
already
dour.
got
He's
this
doing
pre
dour.
thing he's running. Yeah, he's running.
He went right back to it though, if you notice.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand why he thinks slavery is okay. Because he's saying slavery by saying allowing it to happen, it's good. So I'm trying to figure out why is slavery good? What makes it good? What gives it goodness? And he's not really answering that. He's not engaging with that because there's a problem there.
Hold on, before we move on, bro, can you do
your
no, hold on. Before we do that, can we get your stove argument real quick to him?
Yeah, you ready for the stove argument? Okay, so Nathan, you ready?
No, not to me. When he comes back, I want you to do that as soon as you
What
comes
will I
to
apply?
slavery.
How will I do that? What would I even apply that to?
I mean, it's
you
very
wouldn't,
applicable to
you
most things, right? I mean, it also
No,
comes.
don't be a retard. Don't be a retard. Ask him about his mind being changed again, like because you didn't answer that.
The reason I asked that to see if he's open and you get him out of this like script. I'm trying to get him more like friendlier.
And that's what I mean. Like you have to like ask him the question again. He obviously had to go, so you might have forgot to re-ask him.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think of my syllogism?
Okay. So you said slavery already existed at the time before the Torah was written. It is the sort of same rule as marriage. So if we look at Micaiah 2:16, Jesus talks about marriage. Okay. Jesus replied,
Welcome back, Christopher.
He's back.
He's back. Okay. Ooh. Christos is back.
Okay, thank you.
What's up?
Hello, brother.
Hello.
Yeah. So my before you left a little bit before like the weather went out, there was a question that I asked you that was kind of non-related to like debate stuff. I'm just
Oh yeah.
wondering from like a 1 to a 10, where are you willing to change your mind on the beliefs that you have if you had to rate it?
Well, I would say 0 because belief should be evidence based. You got to have real evidence to show that this belief is true, and Islam has demonstrated that with a scientific miracles.
There's none.
And it's well, no, it's and now actually, now the atheists and agnostics have actually endorsed a good part of the Islamic debate miracle narrative. You can find it on my YouTube page. So that's
So my
really,
question is, so you're
yeah.
not willing to have your mind changed at all?
Well, if you can show me, see, if you don't show me any evidence for what you believe, then no. But I am open minded to looking and examining any kind of real evidence for a person's belief.
Mhm.
Problem with Christianity, it's just blind faith. You guys don't have any real evidence. Whatever you guys present can be easily refuted.
Mhm. So do you feel like any of those criticisms can be leveled back at Islam at all?
No, because the atheists and agnostics have endorsed the scientific part of the scientific miracle narrative.
Can you
So
show
Mhm.
him?
now, what's that?
But is it in the realm of possibility that, let's say, because other religions would say this about your religion, and you could say it back to them, how do you know you've not been deceived by some type of demonic force, where they're able to impart some wisdom and some truth that these desert people wouldn't have access to, but it doesn't therefore mean it was God who imparted this wisdom?
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, like look at, for example, I'll kick it back to the issue of the atheists and agnostics who have examined the scientific miracle narrative. And you know what they endorse? The part which they endorse is that Muhammad corrected the scientific errors of the Bible. That they have endorsed. So now I know what I have as the truth is not a demonic deception because the
How does
God
that
of
follow?
Islam is correcting the errors of the Bible.
Well,
And I
no,
think
That
that
doesn't
doesn't
follow.
actually address the question that I asked. I'm saying a demonic force who would have access to this information at a level of wisdom and knowledge could impart this to somebody and he would be able to use it. It doesn't therefore mean that these people were inspired by God. It's a possibility and a strong one that they could be influenced by another thing. How do you know for sure that this was God and not another type of force or a demonic force or something else?
right. Well, if we were to look at it, let's just say between Christianity and Islam, and if I were to ask the question, how do I know which one is from Satan, which one is from God? Well, that's going to be very easy to answer here. If
Hmm.
like science will do it, okay? If you look at how Islam is correcting the scientific errors of the Bible, that can
So
only
science is
come
the
from
objective
God.
standard by which we measure religion?
Correcting a mistake in the Bible is an objective standard. Yeah.
Yeah, no, my question is, if a mistake is corrected in the Bible, just because those people are able to correct that mistake doesn't therefore mean God gave them that ability to do that. It could have been given by some other force that's not God. Just
Well,
because
you
they
can correct
corrected
it then.
it doesn't mean it was God who gave them the ability to.
Right. Well, we have now though. If you look at all the beliefs in the world, whether it's atheism, whether it's Christianity or Hinduism, only one religion is able to produce objective scientific evidence, and that's
Dude,
Islam.
but
No,
That's the one
you're
I
that's
go
still
with.
not getting his point. Even if that was the case, it could still be a demonic spirit that's actually revealing to you these scientific truths. It doesn't follow that it's necessarily God. That's his
Yeah,
point.
I'm asking you an
Well, so my point is
epistemological
this:
question.
that's where faith comes in. Once
Bro.
Islam has
So you
demonstrated
just
itself.
criticized Christianity for blind faith. You can't do that.
No, no, no,
That
no, no.
follow.
This is not. No, you misunderstood me. Let me make my point here clear. What my point here is, once you reach the point where you have established scientific evidence and you have shown that this is some kind of miracle, and you've shown the superiority of this book over all other books, now somebody can come back and say, well, a devil can do something like that. Hypothetically true, but now at this point where we say this is where faith comes in. Now we can say for sure that this, with confidence, and we're going to put some, it's faith which is backed up by evidence. Now, if I were to just say, oh, no, no, we just have to have faith this is from God and not show, base it upon any kind of evidence, then yeah, you would have a problem. You would have a
I'm
situation
asking a
there.
question in your epistemology. I'm trying to figure out how do you distinguish between God and some other type of demonic force giving some type of wisdom. God can say and give a scientific truth just the same way a demon could. How do you know which one actually gave the truth? How do you know? It's a knowing
Okay.
question. It's an
So
epistemology.
okay. So of course, if you what we how we differentiate between what's from God and what's from Satan is of course what the Quran teaches. But if you want to say, okay, well, let's just be objective about it. Well, the way we can do it is is that we look at the evidences. If all the evidence from scientists, archaeology, prophecy, all the evidence is pointing to Islam, then that's a safe bet.
That's
Okay.
It's
still
still
not
not answering the
addressing the
question.
problem. Oh my word.
Yeah. I'm trying like I'm granting you all that. I'm saying this evidence points in this direction. But once we have the evidence in this direction, then the question is how do we know if this evidence is actually coming from the source it's claimed to? So I could claim that I have a big red dog and there could be red dog footprints in my house or something. Let's just say there is. There's some evidence towards that. But it doesn't therefore mean that like the dog actually came from like a groomer who I'm claiming the dog came from or something.
Sure.
Like I'm
Sure.
saying, how do I know where the dog came from? There might be evidence of the dog, but how do I know if the dog came from a groomer or a puppy kennel? Like how I'm asking you, how do you know where your information is coming from? How do you verify your information?
Right. So what? And I think I answered that. So I guess just to rephrase your question, I guess. Okay. So yeah, you can grant and say, okay, all the prophetic, scientific, archaeological evidence may point to Islam, but how do you know this is really coming from a god? Is kind of your question.
Yeah,
And
like
so
yeah.
yeah. So and at that point, that's where we apply faith. We can. That's where we say, okay, a little bit of faith is involved, and I think that's a pretty fair amount of faith. I think that's a pretty good bet there. So I have no problem with saying
So
now we can say faith. We're gonna have faith that this is from God, and because and not only that, but because that's the best decision. You know, that's really when you look at when you look at all the possibilities, the best decision and the most intelligent one is to believe it is from God. So that's why we
okay.
go with it.
Yeah, so let me ask you this question. Let's say, let's say 1800s. Doctors, to their best ability, didn't know everything, but they had a good sense of they had some evidence for curing certain diseases and certain mental afflictions. And let's say they think that this thing called a lobotomy will actually cure and do things. They do said thing, and it has some effects or whatever, but later on we found out like it actually was more damaging. To
Mm-hmm.
just by the doctors just assuming just okay, well this evidence is great so far, let's just run with it. There's a problem with there because you could still fall into a pit. You could still be making the wrong choice. You're making a huge jump here that you don't have justification to make. Just because it might seem this way doesn't therefore mean it is this way, and that's a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, because what you're saying is that the ruling of science can change where they say, okay, this one thing which,
Well, not the
we're
ruling of
saying,
science. I wasn't meaning in a science. It was just an example. What I'm saying is, we have some evidence this way, and then you say, okay, now I'm just going to bridge the gap with this faith plank to get across.
yeah.
But the problem is, by doing that, it might not. You still will probably have a huge possibility of being very demonstrably wrong.
So when you look at all the possibilities, the point which I'm making you, the most intelligent possibility there is to believe that this is from God. That's the best decision, which is backed by the evidence. Now, could there be a possibility of some other alternative, as you were pointing out? The hypothetical possibility may exist, but that's where the faith comes in. And remember, you're making the best decision based on the
But my
facts.
question is, why do you have to use faith to bridge that gap if God has already demonstrated he can use scientific things or whatever? Why do we need a gap now? If he's
No,
already
no.
demonstrated he can do these
Well,
other things,
Well, maybe
why
I'm
am
not
I?
understanding. So, I thought the question was if there is scientific evidence and it clearly points to Islam, but somebody can come and say, okay, but maybe Satan concocted that scientific evidence.
Yeah.
So at this point is what I'm saying is okay. That's where we apply a little bit of faith here to basically come to the conclusion that Islam is true, and not just faith, but because that's the best decision one can make by looking at the facts. So there's two things why what bridges the gap
Yeah,
which
but
brings you to Islam.
yeah, but I'm saying we have this. We say me and you have the same evidence. Let's say we have the Quran. You're claiming it came from the angel Gabriel and that was from God, and say, let's say I claim that it came from some type of demon or spirit. That's where the claim starts. Now you have to prove scientific evidence. Just because you might have some scientific evidence or some things, doesn't therefore validate that claim in the cave. Do you see
Right.
what I'm saying?
Well, yeah,
So
that
I'm
goes back to what we were talking about, where you're saying there still could be a possibility that it couldn't be from
what
God.
could be. There's a big possibility
We
because
know already how to put it down.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah.
He gonna take care of you.
Okay.
Because I need to go do another.
Oh, sure. Hey,
And
let me call you back in about 5 minutes.
yeah,
I
you're
just gotta
fine.
pay
No
this guy.
problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Thanks.
I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself.
Honestly, bro, you should. You should kill yourself.
It's like
Yeah,
he's
odds
not
on
getting
live
the
stream it.
question. He's not. I'm like, how do I know if it's a demon or if it's God? You have. I want your epistemology.
Yeah, Slav.
And you're like, okay.
I'm live streaming right now if you want to do it, but just rep on the camera, man.
Okay, hold
Please, I
on.
want to
Let me
watch
go
it.
get my shotgun.
Sorry,
I
Gary.
have to
Don't
do
you
my
have your Second Amendment
shahada
right, bro?
quick, though. Oh.
I mean, his entire argument is just simply faith, nor does he have any scientific miracles. That's
Oh yeah,
why. Why
guys,
don't you
guys,
ask
why
him
are
what
we giving
scientific?
him? Why are we giving him the
You're,
scientific
that's what
miracle?
I'm saying. Why are you granting him
I know,
scientific
but
miracles to
but like
begin with?
his like
Query his
epistemology is
scientific.
flawed.
No, it's fine. If he's claiming scientific miracles, clarify the scientific miracles before you move on. At that point, he has
Yeah.
no basis, which would then be he's only working on faith.
He thinks we're still in the 90s, dude. This shit's been
Yeah.
debunked.
Yeah, he's gonna tell me sperm comes from the backbone or some dumb shit. Like, like I
That
know.
that or
Get
fucking
into the
how the way
embryology
babies
of.
are produced. Yeah, exactly. Embryology. That or embryology. That's the only two really things you
Yeah,
have.
but
There's
the thing is,
also
it still
mountains
doesn't
as
answer.
He's
stable
in
Like
the
as
a
the
chat.
Earth.
demon
He's
That's
in
could
the
not
have
chat.
proven that
scientific.
shit.
That's
You
not
gotta
Like a
put him up.
demon
scientific.
could tell you that information. A demon could. How do I know it's not a demon telling this to make it
Faith,
seem more
man.
valid to deceive people? How do I do?
Faith.
And
He's in the chat if you want to bring him up.
Yeah, that's my question. Oh, you gotta bring him up, Nathan.
No, I can. I've invited him. He needs to move up. He needs to
Oh,
accept
okay.
it.
Hey, hello, you there?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So I mean, but see, the thing is, if we were to frame it, okay, what about between Islam and Christianity? Well, we can confidently say that which one do you think could be the words of the devil? The one which basically turns a blind eye to slave beating and tells him that this is your calling in life, or the verse in Islam which clearly condemns and forbids the slave
Yeah, but
master to beat
Islam
a
has
slave.
its
Hold on,
own
let me
immoral infractions.
hold on a second. Let me finish my point. So if you look at Islam, Islam clearly condemned for a slave master to beat his slave in any way, even a slap.
You're
But
lying.
but Christianity tells them that
Oh,
this is your calling in life.
did
So hold on.
no, I
Let
just
me finish
wanna.
guys. Let me finish my point here. So my point to you here is, if we were to ask the question, which one could be from the devil? It's a very easy answer here. So between Christianity and Islam, there's no doubt about it that Islam has clearly shown that it is from God by its superior teachings, and unfortunately, the Bible has demonstrated satanic corruption in it.
So if there's anything that's immoral, if there's something that's more immoral than slapping a slave within the Quran, would you then say the Quran is from the devil as well? I'm applying your logic equally. Would you say the same thing?
Yeah, we know from Islam for a slave master to beat his slave, that is immoral. That would to disprove
Okay, so if there's
Christianity.
anything immoral in the Quran, it's there from the devil, correct?
No, what my point here is if you compare the Bible and the Quran, if you compare Islam and Christianity, and you're asked the question, which teaching looks more probable from Satan? That's a very easy answer. it's the Bible from a
Yeah,
probability
I can
perspective.
grant. Let's say I grant you for this one, but I'm saying,
Okay, yeah.
let's say there's something else, like something in the Quran, that's
Okay.
more immoral or on the same level. Would therefore that follow that the Quran is from the devil as well?
Well, so now you would have. So what we're doing, we're comparing Islam and Christianity. So what you would have to
Yeah. So by
actually
the
show,
standard
yeah,
you judge Christianity, I'm going to use that same standard to judge you.
right. No,
If
what?
you
Hold
fall
on a
short of
second.
the bar, therefore you have a problem as well.
No, right, right. You're right. If you were to show that, look, on this specific issue, we could say charity or something like that. The Bible clearly has a superior moral teaching than what Islam has. Then I would have to say, oh my God, at least that part of the Quran is not from God because the Bible produces something so much better. Then yes, I would have to conclude that exactly.
Okay. So then for would you say that the Quran is demonic? Kind of like what you
No,
said about Christianity.
I would say, and you can say the same thing. That particular passage was not from God. Maybe a man made it up or something like that. So I would say, and that could be demonic, or it could be just a man made up stuff. So
Yes.
I would have to,
Yeah.
it'd be one of the two.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
My boss called us right now and said that he give you for free the other tire,
Oh, okay,
so we don't need to do the
okay,
paint
that'd be
testing
great.
over here.
Yeah.
So what he gonna do? He gonna switch the ring to the other tire
Uh huh.
and put it with air and put it in the car and you're ready to go.
Will it be just as good as that as a spare?
Yeah.
Okay.
That the tire he showed you
Yeah.
for changing for the other one is almost new.
Almost new. Okay, that'll
Yeah.
be wonderful. Hey, tell him thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. Here in Florida, you need to learn Spanish, by the way. Hello, you there?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, do you have anything that you can show that can negate a teaching of Islam and say, look, the Bible has something much better?
So do you think there's any type of immorality with slavery in the Quran?
No, it's perfect.
You think the Quran is like perfect?
Quran on the issue of slavery, the Quran and Hadith is like picture perfect, and there's teachings in there which can only come from God. Like, for example, the issue about educating a slave girl. Why would
Begging the
anybody?
question.
Hold on. Now, this is my question for you, which proves that this is from God. Look, back then, nobody gave any care about educating a slave. That would be the last thing on people's mind. Not only that, but to
Well,
an
other
illiterate.
people did that
Hold on a second. Hold on a
before
second. Let me
you.
finish my point. Not only that, but to educate a woman, and on top of that, Muhammad was an illiterate man. So if you look at that teaching, it doesn't come from the 7th century. Now, if this stuff makes sense today's time, as we have evolved in our understanding, but how could a man 1400 years ago in the desert, an illiterate man, tell people something like this that if you give your slave the best education, you're going to get a double reward? That's incredible.
So
Well, I mean, that's still just begging the question that you actually know what source it actually comes from. I mean, you haven't proven either from making emotional appeals that this can't come from demons. So I mean, you're still stuck in that
Okay,
boat.
sure. But what I've proved is that it's from a supernatural source. Now, whether you want to say from God or from the demons,
but the
sure, we
God
can
part is the
debate that.
important part.
But the God pod is like
Differentiating.
the most important part, bro.
Because epistemology in this question is very important. This is like your eternal salvation
The
for a soul on the
probability,
line.
but okay, thank you so much. The probability of a teaching like that, of coming from the devil versus God, is highly improbable. It's
How do
almost
you know that?
laughable.
How do you know that?
So that's why, because the slavery, I mean, the devil, what does he wants? He wants oppression. He wants suffering and hardship in this
Would you say
world.
it's possible
But
that
this
was
That's
the
whole
plan
begging
wait a
of
that's
second,
the
begging
wait,
the
wait,
angelic
question.
host?
That's begging
hold
the
on a second. Let
question.
me
How do you
hold on.
know that?
No,
How do you know that?
I'm answering you here. Look, I'm answering and I'm proving to you this. Look, what the devil wants is the exact opposite. He thrives upon ignorance. He thrives upon the horrible evils that we've seen in this
How do
world.
you know that?
But
How do you know that?
because you as a Christian, we as a Muslim, we already believe in these things before the debate. Okay?
Yeah, but that's
You believe in
still,
a
but
devil? Look,
that's
you
still
and I
begging.
believe in this. Dude, look, I am looking at this
Culture
from
Yeah,
a
but
sluggers
Christian
that's
Muslim point of view.
that's still
Hold on a
begging the
second.
question. I
No,
mean,
it's
how
not
do you
begging
not
the
know?
question.
No, but
I
how
am
do you not
telling you.
know? How do you not know that like a demonic force has given you this revelation, saying the devil is the source
Yeah,
for
look,
evil? Like, how do you not?
They have asked the people, the scientists, they've asked them the same question about the Pfizer vaccine. You know, the anti-vaxxers, where they
Yeah, but
said,
they don't
"Proof."
believe in
Hold on,
God. They don't
whoa,
believe in
whoa,
God,
not,
so
not
how
Bro,
doing
does
me.
it matter?
Let's stop. Let me finish my point. Okay, let me finish my point because it's the same answer that the Pfizer people gave to the
They're
anti-vaxxers.
atheists.
Oh,
They're
okay.
atheists. Okay.
Hold on a second. Let me finish my point. Look, when the anti-vaxxers asked the same question to the scientists about the vaccine, they said, "Prove to me, 100% assurity that this vaccine will not wind up hurting people." So they said, "Listen, we can't prove 100%, but because even from a scientific point of view, a lot of things we say is not 100%, but we can say with that most likely, and we can say with confidence that this will not hurt people, this will help people. So we have reached a level of probability where we can safely say that the vaccine is effective and it's not going to backfire on people. So even from a scientific point of view, there's no 100% guarantee that the vaccine is going to be absolutely be wonderful and have no problems, as the anti-vaxxer people said. So that's the same exact response I give to you, that the probability of that teaching coming from Satan is so improbable, but we definitely can't rule it out 100%. But we can say that it's a very safe bet.
Based on what? That's
Because
still begging the
Satan, no,
question.
no, Satan doesn't, Satan doesn't want to give slaves the best
But based
education.
on
That's
what?
just
Based on what? Where are you getting
what's
this
the
information from?
epistemology?
because Satan, look, based on the teachings of the Bible and the Quran and
Okay,
Islam, we're
that's
actually,
arguing
hold
in
on,
a
because
circle.
no, 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 we're looking at this from a from a Christian Muslim point of view. Look,
No,
we
we're not.
know a lot of things
We're
about Satan. Let's
interrogating
not
your worldview.
redefine. Look, I think they trying to suggest that a teaching like what we found in Islam could be from Satan is laughable.
That's
Although
an
we can say
emotional appeal.
that's
Raptor,
fine,
what
and
is
you
your
can call it
evidence for that?
emotional appeal, but I think I will convince the vast majority of people. If you are honest with yourself, you
A
look at that
bandwagon
teaching.
fallacy. That's a bandwagon
No,
fallacy.
that's fine. No, that's fine. Look, the issue
Fine to
tonight,
use fallacies. Okay.
what we know about Satan from our scriptures, it just
The
But
do-
that's
question is it
hold
but
on, the
that's
possible
teaching
for
doesn't
but
Satan
fit.
that's
to tell the
arguing
Yeah,
in
truth?
no,
Now, hold on
Satan's
a
the
second.
greatest deceiver.
You
What's
can
Allah's title? Thank you,
now
buddy.
now show me something like that in Christianity. Can you show
but
me
hold on. That's
anything
still
like that in
arguing.
Christianity?
But hold on. That's still arguing in a circle because we're asking you, how do you know that the Quran is not from Satan, and your
How do you
justification
know
is
there's even a Satan?
looking.
Let's go one step back. Who was to say there's a
No,
Satan?
that's a whataboutism fallacy. We're speaking of your worldview.
You
No,
already
what
said it's a
for
Satan.
what
We
you
all
and
agree.
I, let's go back. You and I need to talk at things from a Islamic Christian perspective. And let's go back and let's define what is Satan, what
No,
are his objectives, what
we're
he wants to
checking
do.
your epistemology. This isn't
No, no, no.
about what we
You are trying
believe
to
that he is.
redefine Satan. You are trying to redefine Satan. And I thought it was clear between us. What is it that Satan is all about? What is it that he tries to promote? And that hadith doesn't fit his objectives, is my point.
I
Yeah,
can
Okay.
but
prove that it does because it could. He could tell one
It's
truth knowing by
very unlikely.
Satan could tell a truth, knowing by telling this one truth, it would deceive a bunch of other people, which would bring about the destruction of their eternal souls and do more damage. He's not an idiot. He
Okay,
could do
so
that
how does teaching to give your slaves the best education explain
because
to me how this
it allows
benefits
slavery
Satan?
to
Wait,
perpetuate
wait, wait,
and
hold up. Let's
more.
talk. Hold on. We're escaping the point. So initially, we've talked about quite a few topics. You've made a few claims saying that these are from God. What the initial claim was, you have scientific miracles. What scientific miracles are you specifically speaking about? If you want to exacerbate which ones those are, that's fine. And then we can move on to whether or not it's from God, because at this point you're just saying that it is, that there's not really any evidence. You're just going off to claim, well, I'm telling you that the fact that it is. It's getting to a circular argument which we're all asking you to define how you know it's from God. You're incapable of doing so. So let's define what your scientific miracles are and what you're claiming is from God. Then we can move on from there. Because at this point we're just going around in circles. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, definitely. I think that is okay. Scientific miracle discussion. However, it might be out of the scope of tonight's discussion. And for tonight's discussion, we are just focusing on slavery. But
Okay,
what
that's
my
fine.
point here is, look, if you compare Islam and slavery and the Islamic version of slavery
Hmm.
to Christianity, one is clearly
Oh
superior
yeah,
in
that's
its
fine.
teaching.
Can you
Then,
see? Can you
you
see my
know,
screen share real quick, brother? It's, if you're looking at the
uh,
Discord, right? If you click on my screen
I
share.
tell you what. Here, let me take a look.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Have a quick look, brother.
Uh, um, well, I tell you, why don't you read the hadith for me?
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. So it's Sahih Al-Bukhari 6042. The Prophet
Yeah.
forbade laughing at a person who passes wind and said, "How does any one of you beat his wife as he beats his stallion camel? And then he may embrace." So, embrace will be sleeping with her. And Hisham said, "As he beats his slave." Does that seem like moral superiority over Christianity at all?
Absolutely.
Does
Absolutely.
it?
So what you're
So
doing,
you're telling me to
yeah.
beat my wife as I'd beat a slave and then rape
Hold
her?
on a
Because who would
second.
want to have sex after
I,
being beaten?
I will answer you. It's very
Yeah, yeah.
very easy to answer.
Yeah?
So this is something called a fake argument.
Oh,
Fake
okay.
stands for hold on a second. Let me finish my point. Let's not interrupt each other. Fake stands for false assumption of the ignorant, credulous person. Let us not make false assumptions on people's text. Nowhere in there does it explicitly state to beat your slave or any of what you have assuming. So let's not and let's not fake. Let's
Mm-hmm.
see. Islam is a fact-based religion. Christianity is a fake religion. FAIC, I mean.
Okay.
So let us not be fake. Let's not make
Bro,
assumptions. Let's
seething. What the
That,
fudge?
that that's fine. So
so
you've
listen.
said there's moral
Yeah,
superiority. I've shown something to the
moral
contradiction
superiority.
where
That's a
you're
wonderful
simply
teaching.
incorrect. You're just saying that it's somehow false. Well, this isn't my
No,
source. This
no.
is your own source. Which is, can you reject Sahih al-Bukhari at all?
Look, what you are
No,
doing,
no.
you're
Can you
making
reject
false.
Sahih al-Bukhari? Yes or no?
Oh no, hold on a second. I'll answer you. I am saying to you, I accept Sahih Bukhari. What I am
Okay,
telling you,
thank you.
what you are doing. Hold on a second. What I'm telling you are doing, you are faking it. You're FAIC. You're making false assumptions on the text, and I did not do that with the Bible. You should not do that with our scripture.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, buddy.
What does what
So
does
once
Yahud
again, can you
mean?
that's fine. Can you stop trying to like attack my character and can we address the actual issue and the hadith at hand? You're saying that it's false. Show that it's
No, I'm
false.
saying you're making assumptions.
I'm not making any
You are
assumptions.
making
It's telling you to beat
assumptions.
your wife as you'd beat your slave. I can show you
Okay.
additional hadiths telling you that it's
Does
okay
the
to beat
text?
your wife,
Hold
and
on a
this was telling you
second.
to additionally rape her afterwards.
Oh, whoa. Does the text say go and beat your wife like you can beat your slave? Is that what it's
That's
saying?
how does any one of you beat his wife as he beats his stallion camel? During those times when you was riding your camel, would you then beat it to make
Okay,
it go
so the
faster?
text does
Yes
not
or no?
explicitly say what you're saying.
So when
Okay, you are
so we're using
faking
the
it.
exact word fallacy. That's what you're trying to look at there, buddy. So
You are what you're doing.
uh-huh.
You're faking. You're faking it. You're making your false assumptions because you're ignorant of the text. Let me
Okay.
show you what you're ignorant of. Okay.
Am I?
Prophet Muhammad. First of all, nowhere in that text does it say you can go ahead and beat your wife or you can beat your slave. These are all your false assumptions because you are ignorant
That's
of
not
the
an
Islamic
assumption. It's what it's
scriptures.
telling me to do.
Because Muhammad said, because if you, I will give you the authentic hadith. They said Muhammad
Oh,
sallallahu alaihi
okay.
wasallam never beat a slave nor hit a woman. There's an authentic hadith I can share with you on that as well. Okay, so
Okay.
this should nullify all the false assumptions. But you see, the thing is, what I wanted to point out to you, you see, this is a big difference between Islam and Christianity. In Christianity, it's a fake religion, FAIC.
Oh, okay.
Islam is a fact-based religion. What I have given you is fact. There's an authentic hadith, and you can Google it. Muhammad never hit a slave nor a woman.
Okay,
You
but
can
he did
Google
rape
that.
a few. No, but he did rape a few, so that's fine. So you're imposing that
And if
it's
he
that is
asks
correct.
somebody,
But
he
my
goes up
no
to
no
somebody.
sorry. Can you yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. You're imposing that he never did that. I can show things to the contrary. Just because you
Go
have a
ahead.
Sahih hadith that says he doesn't, that's simply incorrect. Just
Look,
because you have a
what?
certain
Okay,
belief
go
which you're
ahead.
imposing on others that these hadiths are correct to begin with, you're imposing that
What?
these are correct. You're not engaging with the initial argument. I'm showing you something that he's specifically telling you to
You
do.
are making your assumptions on the text.
Make my
He-
assumptions.
Okay,
you are making.
just
You're
chill,
not
chill,
you're
chill,
not
chill.
engaging in the
Here's
argument at
what you're
all.
doing.
You're not engaging in the argument
Let's
or the
let's
hadith.
pretend. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what you're doing. Let's
Uh-huh.
say I have a sister, okay, and you're gonna go on a date with my sister. I'll say, yeah, don't beat my sister up like you beat up all those other women. Does that mean that I'm telling you you can beat other women?
You'd
So,
have to
no,
impose that this
he was
hadith is then
thinking.
sarcasm, brother.
Okay. So when
Thank you.
Muhammad, out of anger, he said to those people, he said, "Yeah, don't beat your,
Where does he say he was
what
angry?
like, don't beat your wives like you beat your slaves,
It
or
doesn't tell
something
you
like
not to
that."
do that. It
Then
doesn't
you
tell
should
you not to.
not. No, listen. Okay, in that text, it doesn't tell you you should be doing that. Well, my point
It's
here is you shouldn't take. Hold on a second. You should not take a scripture and make assumptions upon the text. Okay,
I'm
which
not
you are
assuming.
doing, and that's wrong.
How am I assuming?
Okay.
If let's go off it word by word, we'll go through it slowly.
Yeah.
The prophet
Yeah.
forbade laughing at a person who passes wind, and said, "How does any one of you beat his wife as he beats the stallion camel? Then he may embrace her." And Hisham said, "As he beats his slave." So let's go through it step by step. He is telling you, how does any one of you beat his wife as he beats a stallion camel?
Air.
That's fine.
No, continue.
So that's fine. So once he's beat his wife.
35. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Hey, can I call you in a couple of minutes here?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
I just have to make a phone call. I'm back up on the road, so
That's
I think
fine.
I'm all good.
No, you got it, brother.
All right,
You got it.
Yeah. Muchas gracias. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll call you right back.
No, see you in a minute.
Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking.
It's official, man. All Muslims are retards.
Just so you heard that, by the way. He said yes, it's morally superior over Christianity, by the way. That's cool.
Alan can I point something out really quick?
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't his question about "don't beat my sister up like you beat those other women" assume that I beat those other women?
It does.
So in that way, as he beats his slave, assumes that you can beat the slave. Yeah. And therefore, how does any one of you beat his wife? If it assumes that it beats the slave, means that you can beat your wife in the same way you beat a slave, which you're doing. So it's, I mean, if we could ask Soldier if the Arabic is.
I don't think he's like in good faith. I genuinely
He's not discussing in good faith. He's not engaging in the argument. At that point, he tried to attack the character. But here we are.
It's like when I kept asking, like, how does he know what he knows? He doesn't actually answer that. He can't tell me. We go in a loop forever. I'm like, how do you know if this is from God or from a demon? How do you know? And he says, like, we just have to like take that on faith. I'm like, that doesn't answer the question though.
Yeah, brother,
like, you could be deceived.
That's fake.
You could be deceived. Yeah.
Wallahi, you can be fake.
Yeah, I don't. I'll be back in like 5 seconds.
I can't believe he's like he doesn't understand that there are contra. Nathan, do you have the Muhammad beating people's hadith?
Muhammad beating people hadith.
I thought you said you had one.
Well, specifically him beating people. No, I have a hadith of him, one of his followers, that goes to beat his wife brutally for the teachings of Muhammad, which I was basically going to show him right after.
There's also the one of Aisha where he strikes her in the chest.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I have that one where he actually hurts her and he bruises her, and she says that she narrates it and it says it hurt too.
Doesn't he also kill somebody?
Oh, a multiple in wars, bro. He's a
no. Like personally. Like, I don't care if he doesn't hit somebody, but
his main issue was when it comes to slaves, and what he initially his contention was when it comes to slaves, and all women. So he never did this to women, but he did it to men. That's the issue.
But he's comparing both, like, we permit slavery at all in the Bible. Like, he's comparing us, like, oh yeah, you both compare, you both permit slavery, but Christianity is worse than Islam. I
wouldn't say we permit. Even Christianity doesn't necessarily permit slavery. We're commanded to treat each other as we want to treat ourselves. If we're currently being oppressed, we're told not to fight against our oppressors. Why would we?
That's what we have to
it's just a silly argument.
I also think he doesn't understand that, like,
there's a difference between indentured servitude and slavery to begin with.
Yeah.
But evidently, he's done many debates in this topic. He knows what we're referring to. He's just trying to do dawah. But here we are.
I also really do think that when people complain about, like, the indentured servitude that we see in the 18th and 17th century, especially in America, or in like feudalist economies, it's not even close to the same thing as you would see in the ancient world. The ancient world is a very, very difficult place to get by in, especially in this region of the world. Mm-hmm. So in terms of like in most 90% of the time it's going to be agriculture, fishing, something like that. And being able to work off your debts and then being forgiven after 7 years is pretty good. I mean, even compared to nowadays, can you imagine if you gave yourself an indentured servitude to buy a house and then after 7 years you have a free house?
That'd be a W, bro. That'd be a W.
I would love to do. Please do that. That's, you know what that literally is. I've made this analogy before. That's called the Army Reserves. That's where you work. That's where you work for the Army for like 4 years, and they give you a free college degree and a car. Like that's like hello.
Amen.
It's supposed to be that bad.
But
I found the hadith, by the way, where he hits Aisha and it causes her pain.
My name's Imam, bro, not Hadith. Come on, man.
No, I found the hadith.
Oh yeah, you saw
Yeah,
it.
you send it in the chat.
Put it in
Please
the
send
chat.
Yeah, I got you. He struck me on the chest, which caused me pain. He hit Aisha.
What's the verse?
It's Sahih Muslim 21:27.
he's just gonna say that's not a
And
valid
what's
hadith.
crazy is Aisha must have been really young when he did that because she was
Yeah, I don't know if I want to call him Mr. Ahmed.
No, I just call him Lil Bro and just say, okay, Lil Bro.
Dude,
Is this the hadith?
I'm gonna hit him with, you filthy! I'm gonna hit him
Son
with
of the devil!
You filthy son of the devil!
He said he was like friends
We'll
with
give him
Sam.
PTSD.
Bullshitty.
Hold on. Is this the hadith, fella? This does not talk about hitting Aisha, bro.
I didn't send it yet.
It's 21:27 now. Oh, wait, this is Bukhari. This is Bukhari. Hold on.
Yeah, I said Sahih Muslim, brother. Come on, Imam.
Silly. Come on, brother.
My bad, gangster.
Guys, they have hadith at my university library, but they don't have. They literally have like full hadith collections, and they don't have a. I think they have all of Sahih al-Bukhari.
Bro, those books are hilarious when you read them, dude. Honestly.
They're in Arabic too. It's the funniest part. They're always on that shelf. They actually look really good all together. Like the covers are really nice, like the decorative patterns.
Yeah, they were made so they can look good on a shelf. Like you can actually tell. Like they're all numbered and it actually looks really nice. I'm not gonna lie, Arabs, they know how to design shit.
Yeah, bro.
But apparently they don't know how to treat children and women.
It's all that slave beating they do for quote unquote motivation.
Hey, how long has it been going on for?
It's been going on for a while, gang. 3 hours, bro. This is literally 2 a.m. for me, bro. And I've got work tomorrow, man. I'm chilling.
Yeah, and he's been out of the call for like an hour of it because he has a flat tire.
Yeah, I feel like more, dude.
It's been about an hour 20.
We're doing debate reviews every 5 minutes.
This is literally my YouTube feed coming to life, dude.
I know.
Good son.
I thought I was listening to
Hold on, Simon, brother.
I'm gonna say the Orthodox.
Simon, wait, hold on. Simon, brother. From a scale of 1 to 10, how proud are you being in this moment right now, having this opportunity? From me, brother. From me, okay. And Jay, but we don't care about Jay. Jay's just there.
Like,
Without Imam, we wouldn't have the server.
Are you asking me how proud I am?
Yeah, how proud? How proud do you have the opportunity to participate?
I wasn't really participating, but I feel like still playing Minecraft. I don't know.
Alright. If you want to engage in the conversation, Simon, get off Minecraft or I'll beat you up.
No. I would engage. I just my familiarity with the topic of slavery isn't the best. Like coming from like a Bible perspective.
I mean, at this point, just dogpile when we're talking about hadiths, bro.
I know. I just dogpiling with all the hadiths about what Muhammad does. That's all evil. Yeah.
Just dogpile.
I might just pull out the script.
Sahih al-Bukhari 55:17. What is your response to this?
What is your personal assumption of this matter?
What is your response to, and I quote, "I saw the prophet eating chicken." Unquote.
Is that actually a hadith? Just from Ahmed eating
yes.
chicken?
No, I'm not kidding. Sahih al-Bukhari 55:17.
I kind of want to like low key like smoke with him. want to be like, can you prove to me that the Quran, the original Quran, wasn't the New Testament?
Guys, I was gonna question him on that. I was gonna question him on how
Yeah, literally,
unorthodox.
5517 literally just says like half
Saw
of
the
that is
prophet
like
eat
I
chicken.
saw the prophet, peace and blessings and happiness and 72 virgins being all of it, and
No,
then
no,
all
no.
that
In the
says is
beginning, no, the beginning is just like in Arabic. It's just like the isnad. So it's like saying haddathani. So it's like saying he told him,
yeah,
told
yeah,
him,
yeah,
told
yeah.
him, told him, told him, told him, told him that the prophet was eating chicken.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
that
honest.
was. We
I
don't
knew
need to
this
trace
guy
that.
who
We can
once
just
knew
say
this
that he
guy.
probably did that.
I want
I
to be
knew
honest.
this guy
I
who
want.
once knew this guy who once knew this guy's cousin. Saw him eating chicken.
Bro,
Yo,
there's like 11
I
names, bro.
also heard he ate lamb. Did you know that?
no. Wait,
Lamb.
Aristotle, you gonna ask him about the wall?
Aristotle, yes.
Oh my god!
Ask,
Oh my god.
ask him about the wall.
Dude, asking about. Can you show me on Google satellite image where
Just
is
want to
this
know
big?
about the wall, bro.
He doesn't want to know
Aristotle,
about
just
the
prep,
wall.
this guy is
man.
like an absolute nightmare to have a combo with. Just
Hey,
schizo energy.
Mark,
Hold on, he's back.
he's here, guys. Welcome back. I'm gonna leave.
Did you
this
guys
for
get a bingo?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed.
Yeah. So look, what my point to you guys is, I hope you guys support me on this. We shouldn't read a text and start making assumptions on it. Oh, I'm sure you meant to beat women and slaves and stuff like that, when it does not explicitly say that, you know? If someone says, listen, man, don't beat my sister like you've beaten all your other women, that doesn't mean that I'm telling you you can go in and beat my sister or anything like
Your own
that. You
person,
know?
I've already beaten women though.
It implies, yeah, you hit women already.
Let's not play any interpretation games on
That's
the
what you
text.
said, brother.
If we should just quote things explicitly like how I did with the Bible, I would ask for you to be charitable with our scriptures in the same way. Only what's explicitly written. And let's not play any kind of make assumptions on the text. Oh, I'm sure you meant that.
Oh,
Kind of stuff.
I'm not making
So,
assumptions. I've read it word by word. All I did was
yeah,
say he's telling you to beat your woman as you would beat a camel. Additionally,
no,
it's also telling you as you would beat a
that's
slave.
you're just making your own
It's
silly
in front of you, brother. If you want to look
interpretation.
on the screen share, brother, I'm not making an interpretation.
Yeah,
It's telling me exactly what I'm reading.
where does it explicitly say go you may beat your slave? I mean, if it explicitly says that, then you have a point. But it
So does
doesn't
something
say
have
that.
to be explicit? Something
Yes,
in
it
the
has to
text,
be
all
explicit.
for it to
Okay,
actually
no,
be
that's fine, that's fine.
no-
We can look at this. We can look at something similar in practice. Okay, so we do have another hadith. Lakit bi Shabir told that he said, "Messenger of God, I have a wife who has something in her tongue," meaning foul speech. He told him to divorce her, but he replied that he had a son from her and she was given a companion. He said, "Give her a command, and if there is any good in her, she should accept it. And do not beat your wife as you would beat your young slave girl."
Yeah. Don't beat your wife like you beat
like you
your
would be your
Your.
slave girl. Like so that implies
Yeah.
you beat your
This
slave
is
girl.
what they
So
were doing. That's exactly what
so he's a
people were
Muslim
doing.
beating a slave girl. So
Okay,
So that's
another
implication, brother. Don't. I'm just saying it's implying that people beat the slaves, and he's telling you
here's my
to.
point.
It's just contradictory, no?
Here's my point. That's a fake argument. And my argument is this. Look, Christianity
Oh
is
yeah.
a FAIC. It's a fake religion. You're just making false assumptions upon the text because you're actually ignorant of it. When Muhammad explicitly stated, do not beat your slave, when he said, do not beat women, when that's explicit, how could you ignore the explicit commands and start playing some assumption games on this text? That's not right.
It's not a matter of assumption text. I mean, it's the implications originally in this additional hadith that the beating the women
Did
led them to beat the
Muhammad
slave girl.
explicitly say, do not beat your slave?
Does he also explicitly tell you here to beat your wife as, like a stallion camel, and then to beat her as you would beat your slave? All I'm seeing is a contradiction. All you're implying is that there's a contradiction. No, I've showed additional backup to my argument.
You see, the problem is you guys have nothing explicit to show to argue your case. You're making false assumptions upon the text, and that is wrong. What you are doing, it is what's it called? It's dishonest, actually. When
Yeah.
somebody tells you, yeah, don't beat her like you beat your other women,
Okay, so you're
Me?
implying that I've
No,
only
you.
beat my own women there, brother. So why would I?
Don't implied. Please stop
Okay,
the
here, let's go
implied
word by
game.
word. Okay, let's say if I said to you, you came to me and you said, "What should I do with my dog?" And I say, "Don't beat your dog like you beat your cat." What am I implying? What am I saying?
Well, the way
That
I
you.
What am I saying
understand
you've
that,
done?
yeah. So you're
If you come,
criticizing. I'm giving you two. That's a beautiful argument, and that means don't. I'm accusing you of doing two wrong things. That you number one beat
Hmm.
dogs and you beat cats, and you're a jerk. You're a piece of bleep. So that's what that means. Thank you. Stop
yeah,
making assumptions on the text.
No, that's fine. So just to confirm, you originally said that this particular. I mean,
What he's doing, he's insulting them. He's basically condemning them. Like this is the way you people are. Look, my point here is let's not play any interpretation game on the
yeah.
text
it's
No,
not
here,
because
no.
it's
interpretation
This,
not.
this
claim.
is my this. No, this is my question. So when he says, "But do not beat your wife as you would beat your young slave girl," what is the end part of the sentence saying there?
I'm sorry. Read the text again, once
Do
again for me,
That's
please.
fine.
not beat your wife as you would beat your young slave girl.
Yeah, he's insulting him. Is what he's doing.
No. I'm saying, what is the end part saying? As you would beat your young slave girl. What does that part of the sentence mean?
It means this is what you people do. You
So
beat
is
your slave girls.
that no?
That
That's
bad?
that's no. That okay. You're imposing that it's sarcasm, but I've shown you additionally that it's not, and just you're implying that it's
Okay, look.
sarcasm. You're not showing it's sarcasm.
Is this? Here's my question. This silly game you're playing with a text. Is this the best evidence you got? Seriously.
No, I've got
Mr. Ahmed,
plenty to show my
can I,
argument.
do you mind if I ask you a question, Mr. Ahmed?
Yeah.
So, when you were talking about, I believe it was First Peter 2, and you were talking about the grooming of a slave, was that an interpretation?
That is.
No, that's fine.
That is, hold on a second. That's why I asked you guys. I said, listen, we were all in agreement on this. That what was going on over there is that let this man do this to you. My point is this: do you see what I see? And since we all agreed on that, then I said, okay, wonderful, we can move on. That's the way you should address that.
No, that's fine. No. Let's get back to my original argument about beating your slaves. Come on, brother. Let's.
Really quick, could I?
All right, go on.
I just want to point out.
What you are doing is so crazy because what we have is explicit word for word commands where Muhammad said, "Do not beat your slave." Where Muhammad said, "Do not," and he said, in fact, what he said that if you beat your slave, the expiation of it is that you've got to set her free, which means now you got to go through the court system.
Let me show you something contradictory. So,
now
no, that's fine. Let's have a look at one of.
vague
Let's have a
passages.
look. Let's have a look at someone putting into practice exactly what Muhammad told
Actually,
them
I
to
don't
do.
want to. Here's my point.
I was a
There are
guest
people.
at the home
Now
of
look
Umar
I'm
one
gonna-
night,
I'm
and
gonna
in the
call it out.
middle
I'm gonna
of the
call it out
night,
right
he
now.
went and hit his wife, and I separated
Hold on.
them, and he went.
Here's what
Okay.
I understand. There are people who have, like sicknesses in their hearts where they try to twist the meaning of verses. They try to make assumptions on the text. And I'm saying, don't do that. That's dishonest.
I'm not
Okay?
making my
I did not
interpretation.
do that with your scripture, unless the text explicitly said, you may beat your slave, you may beat your wife, unless it's explicitly like that, then you have no case. Stop
That's
playing
fine.
interpretation.
That's fine.
So-
Let me
so
show you. Let
you
me show you
can't make
something that is confirming my
Okay, go ahead.
argument. That's fine. So I was a guest at the home of Umar one night, and in the middle of the night, he went and hit his wife, and I separated them. When he went to bed, he said to me, "Oh, Ashraf, learn from me something that I heard from the messenger of Allah. A man should not be asked why he beats his wife, and do not go to sleep until you have prayed the witar." And I forgot the third thing. All you're doing is making a contradictory argument to my original argument. If you have an issue with that, you have an issue with Islam, buddy. But the point of the matter is, you are confirmed in many different hadiths that you should beat your women, and you should not have a issue with that. All you've said is, I have one. You're just implying that it's sarcasm. I've shown you that it's not sarcasm, but you're going over your own interpretation of it being sarcasm.
What you're doing.
My interpretation is correct, brother. Yours is incorrect.
Okay, that's my point. You are just playing an interpretation game because you have no real evidence.
I've shown you three separate hadiths. It's not an interpretation.
No, what you're doing, you're just spinning the text in a way to suit your agenda. That's all you're doing.
Mr. Ahmed, can I ask you a question momentarily?
Hadith where he said, "Yeah, don't you beat her like you beat your slave girl." That is an awesome teaching. He's attacking them. He's
Is
insulting
it
them.
good to beat your slave girl though?
No, that's not what it means.
I'm asking. No. I'm asking you.
You
Is
are
that
what
good?
he's doing. He's exposing them for this is
No.
what
I
you
can
are.
grant that. I'm saying, do you think it's bad to beat slaves at all?
No, it's absolutely immoral. Exactly.
Okay, so if anyone in Islam ever beat a slave, would Islam therefore become immoral?
If they actually, there were some people who did beat their slave, and Muhammad condemned it.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Ahmed, I have a quick little question, if you don't mind. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Is there such thing as a theory neutral text?
What does that mean?
Is there such thing as a text that is free from any kind of interpretation, just simply a brute fact?
Yeah, there are definitely. Like for example, Jesus is the Son of God. That's undeniable. It's
So
taught in the
no,
Bible.
well, no, because what does Son of God mean? What does that mean? Can you define that, please?
Well, we can agree that Jesus, the title Son of God, was given to him.
I think that's an interpretation, though.
No, that's explicitly
I
written.
think what you're doing, sir, is when we give you an interpretation of the text, you're claiming that it's an interpretation. It's therefore not a valid move that we can make, and that our argument is fake. If I'm understanding what you're saying.
No, the problem is when something was explicitly, repeatedly, the guy is going over and over again telling you, do not beat your slave, you're going to burn in hell. He says, if you beat a slave girl, then the expiation of it is that you have to set her free. So he goes on this entire campaign trying to educate everybody on it. And then he makes one sarcastic comment, and you guys ignore all the
Yes, I'm really quick. I'm not even talking about that right now. I want to get like a foundational part of this debate like out of the way so we can move forward. If you do believe that there are such things as theory neutral texts, I'm not really convinced that your example is an example of that, because I would need you to exegete how Jesus is the Son of God, for example. Because do you mean a God, Son of God according to God comes down and copulates with a woman? Do you mean
that
by
part is
eternal
open. Yeah, well, I would agree. What Son of God means is certainly open for interpretation, but the title Son of God was given to him. That's for sure.
But how do we know it's a title? That seems like an interpretation too. Could it not be literal?
You could call it phraseology, whatever you want to call it. I think it's undeniable that he was called that.
So
Now,
are you? Do you believe
I'll give you
that?
another example. Moses parted the seas. That's undeniably explicitly taught in the scripture.
Well, does that mean Moses like split the sea in half? Does that mean that
Here's my point. Nobody has ever doubted that. That was so clear. You know,
I think that's an appeal to the majority. I don't think that's a particularly good argument.
There's nobody who denies that Moses parted the seas, and so that's how clear it is.
No, but part the Red Sea. What does that mean? What does that mean?
What does it mean? What does it mean to part the Red?
I'm not going there with you. I am not going to go there. Okay, that is so obvious that it is. Hold on one second.
Sir, I think that's an appeal to personal incredulity.
Look, what you guys are saying. When I'm telling you, there are things which are clearly taught in Scripture that are undeniable, and only fools deny it. And that's both in our book and your book. That's you are now denying that, saying no, everything is vague and ambiguous. Everything needs to be interpreted. No, how do you know this? How do you know that? I am not going to have that type of discussion.
With all due respect, sir, that's called textual criticism. It's a pretty major movement within the reading of and exegeting and study of ancient texts. It's literally like the most common method of
stuff like that. No, I'll say, yeah, you guys are right. I'll say you guys are right. Oh my God, clear. That's clear. It's a clear, explicit passage. But if you're going to say, show vague and ambiguous statements and start making assumptions upon it, come on, guys. Give better evidence for that.
No vague and ambiguous statements in the Quran that people Islamically have to study to understand what they mean?
There's some vague, but we are talking about slavery. What you try to produce.
I'm trying to ask, like,
what
the point we're making is sometimes you have to interpret things.
No. Sometimes no, but then you gotta let the guy know, hey, this is my interpretation. I'm kind of making an assumption over here. But what you did with that text was just deplorable in my opinion, because
It is very
I mean you
explicit.
ignore, you know, and so what my point here is, look, this is kind of what Christianity is all about. It's just making false assumptions on the text, spinning it to make it mean what you want to, and ignoring what's explicitly been repeatedly told to you. When
I
someone gives you a verbal command, okay, and he says, you, like when you go on a job, your boss tells you, you better do this and you better not do this, and you don't follow those commands because someone made some vague comment. Oh, you know what? I think this is what it means, and ignore what was explicitly told to you. Come on, that doesn't work in
okay,
the workplace, and it sure doesn't work over here. And that's what you guys are doing.
Mr. Ahmed, if I may, when you say that you're claiming that these texts are explicit and that they need to be explicit for us to draw any kind of real conclusions out of
Yeah,
this, is that the argument you're
sure.
getting? So
Yeah.
is you claiming that they're explicit your interpretation of the text? Are you interpreting the text as being explicit? Because you're
It's called,
predicating a property of it, and you're
no, what I'm saying is this is called the principle of charity. We should be charitable to each other's scriptures. We shouldn't try to interpret people's scriptures in a way to suit our agenda. I didn't do that with your book. You shouldn't do that with
Don't
mine.
ask it again.
uh, what did you say, Slav?
Ask it again.
The same question.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, with I don't know why I'm really asking it again, Mr. Ahmed, but when you make a claim about our scriptures, right? Are you not predicating something about them? And even if you're saying that they are explicit, aren't you predicating a quality of them? Wouldn't that be an interpretive method?
No, no, no. I am just
Well,
telling you, what I am doing, I'm stating to you a fact. It is a statement of fact that the Bible does explicitly say that to be beaten, to get an unjust slave beating, is the slave's calling in life. That's an explicit passage. Even you guys weren't able to deny that. And that's what I do. I only quote
Is
what's
it
explicitly taught.
with all due respect, I don't believe that it is actually explicit, because it says Pion Garkalos Amarton excuse me, Amartonontes, so that it's a conditional, so it actually doesn't say that when you are being beaten. I think you're assuming that there are people being beaten and that they have to accept it. But I'd like to
Now we can go back to the now. When we walked away from First Peter, I thought we were all in agreement that what the text actually stated. Because I think when we walked away from that discussion, it was basically like, yeah, the text does say that you should allow this man to beat you, and it's because you should be like Jesus and his crucifixion and suffering. So I thought, okay, great, we all agree. Good, let's move on. Now we're going back and saying it doesn't really say that. Okay, I guess we can revisit the issue, but I thought we all agreed.
Well, the reason that I'm saying that is because you're claiming that it explicitly states this thing, but that sounds like an interpretation to me, and I
No,
think
it's
there's a
not.
there's a double standard. Can you explain to me why
There
it's
is
not
no
interpretation, please?
interpretation. I disagree. There's no interpretation. The Bible does say you must submit to the harsh slave master. The Bible does say that gives many benefits of being patient through the slave beating. It's your calling in life. It is commendable before God. It is to your credit. These are all explicit teachings. No assumptions are being made, at least not that I know of. If I
Okay.
am making any assumptions, let me know. What am I doing?
Well, the other thing I'd like to ask you is if we can't really make interpretations of text, can we interpret certain passages as being metaphorical or allegorical, or do we have to take a literal reading all the time?
You know, when you criticize other people's scriptures, you should make sure everything is explicit.
Okay, well then, for example, is the sun setting in the muddy pool an explicit example of the sun setting in a particular place, or is that to be interpreted as an allegory? Should I be interpreting that instead of reading it explicitly?
Yeah, okay, you should know, again, from Quran and science point of view, you should read it explicitly. If the Quran said, if you find anywhere in the Quran where it says that the
Does
sun,
the moon set in a muddy pool?
absolutely.
Where?
Okay,
Wow.
literally?
Literally?
Okay, let me help you out. I will explain that passage to you. That's Surah
No, you're
18, verse
interpreting. No,
86.
no, 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 no. That's
That's
an
an
interpretation.
interpretation. We don't
That,
want an interpretation.
sir,
Thank you.
yeah, sir,
Okay, will you let me speak?
yes,
Yeah.
without Absolutely.
Not if you're going to give an interpretation, which was just excluded earlier. No,
Well, one thing I will agree with you.
no, we're not going to give you something that you want granted us. So don't
Okay,
give an
are you gonna let me
interpretation.
talk?
Is that literal or no?
Is
I
it
think this is a
literal or
perfect
not?
example. Let me talk, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes,
I
go
think
ahead,
this is
sir.
I think this is a perfect, wonderful example you guys are presenting to me to show if I'm consistent with what I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you, because I've heard
Hmm.
other Muslims give metaphorical interpretations and allegorical to explain away what are apparently, what would appear to be a scientific contradiction. But I won't do that. Let me help. Now I'll explain to you. I will only give you fact. So here I go, and you can judge me now, and let me know how I'm doing after I give you my explanation. So the answer is very simple. If the Quran says that the sun goes into a pool of murky water, then it's wrong. Of course, it's clearly explicitly wrong, but that's not what the Quran says. The Quran says it taghrib in a pool of murky water. So what does taghrib mean? Well, you could go to Jalalain's tafsir where he gives, because I'm not that great with Arabic. The only reason I'm going to tafsir is just to learn Arabic, where he says it means as what it appears to the naked eye. Now, keep in mind, Jalalain was written thousands of years ago, a thousand
This is
years
an
ago, or something like that.
interpretation. Why are we accepting your scholar's
Because I just
commentary?
explained to you. I, I'm only going to Jalalain's tafsir to show what the
It's
meaning of
someone
Arabic
else's
words are. Oh,
interpretation.
hold on a second. I'm using it not as a tafsir, but as a dictionary, as a way to define the meaning of Arabic words, because my Arabic is not that great.
Well,
So my
with all due
point is this.
respect,
Look,
sir,
I
we have.
challenge you. Hold on. I challenge you to show me where does it say in the Quran that the sun yadhebu fi mean goes into a pool of murky water, or yadkhulu fi or enters into a pool of murky water. You'll never find that. Now Muhammad himself, he was actually asked, where does the sun go? That means yadhebu fi. So now here's very important hadith where he said, now if Muhammad said it goes into a pool of murky water, notice not saying tagrib. If he says it goes, then he's wrong. But look what he says. He doesn't say it goes into a pool of murky water. He said it prostrates under the throne of God until it is asked to rise again. So here we see he was specifically asked, where does the sun go? He said it goes under the throne of God. He refused to repeat that it goes into a pool of murky waters. There you go.
Okay.
Is the
Muhammad
throne of
himself
God
explained
literal?
it.
Is the
Throne
throne?
of God
Yeah,
is literal, yes.
it's a physical location.
Object.
Okay, well I've seen space pictures. It's not up
Now
there.
let me
Sorry,
ask
dude.
you, how did I do? Did I give some kind of interpretation game, or did I give
Uh,
you fact?
You put
I
yourself in a
believe so. We
worse
also do
position.
have somebody. Yeshua actually does speak Arabic, so he could. We can ask him if you don't want to have to use the tafsir, so we don't have to even go there.
Okay, sure. Now, if you could, now I have shown you
And
that
we
what the
shouldn't,
Quran.
because that would be
Now, hold on a
changing the
second.
rules of the
You
debate
gave
for
me a
you.
challenge. You gave me a challenge that Nadir is going to play some kind of interpretation game when it comes to the sun and the murky waters. But I didn't. I think I passed that challenge, and I would like acknowledgement for that.
I don't think so. You're still giving an interpretation based on words, based on context, based on meaning in other
Whoa,
places.
whoa, whoa,
That's
whoa,
still
whoa,
an
whoa.
interpretation.
Be
Whoa, whoa,
specific.
whoa, what? What
What did
what
I
am I
say
not
that
being
was an
I want
interpretation?
you to tell me
I
what
gave you
I'm not being
100% fact.
specific about. Gave you multiple answers of why you're making an interpretation claim. You're using
Okay,
other words in places of the Quran to derive the meaning of this term. This isn't an interpretation, and therefore there is no theory neutral verse. There is no outside of
hold on a second.
interpretation verse,
Okay,
nor
okay.
in context of any speech. Is that possible? That's a
I need,
denial of all understanding of human communication. Sorry, dude,
okay,
that's crazy.
okay, yeah.
On its
What you
face,
pretty much,
that's
here's what I'll
crazy.
ask for you to do. I will ask, I want
I can't
specific,
understand you without interpretation.
okay. I'm not going to play that game.
Can't
Look,
understand you without interpretation, dude.
Aristotle, let him talk. Just let him
Sorry.
talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
It is
The
just
I,
trolling is
stupid.
no,
He
insane.
said there's
I,
no such
I
thing as
stated,
theory neutral, or there is such thing as theory neutral interpretation. No, there's not.
hold on a second. No, I stated to you specific facts. I stated to you in Surah 18, verse 86. It doesn't say yadhibu fi, which means in Arabic goes into. It says taghrib.
That's interpretation, bro. Interpretation
No,
by
that's
using
what the text
another
explicitly
term. The
states.
question is whether or not the interpretation is right and proper according to the text. It's
Okay,
not whether or not there is an interpretation. This is a ridiculous rule that no one should bend themselves to. And by doing so, you've made speech impossible.
okay, look, what I'm telling you, I don't know.
I don't
You
know what
mentioned there.
language you're speaking in. I
Okay,
need
hold
to
on a second.
interpret the language. Sorry.
Hold on a second. You stated that there's somebody there who
I can't
speaks Arabic,
understand
right?
you. I only understand words in the present only, not in the past. I need to interpret that you're speaking in relation to something of the past. So sorry, I can't do that either. You've eliminated speech under your own boots. Good
Look,
job.
Mr. Ahmed, what does
I didn't
تغرق mean?
that. Okay, so I'm glad you asked that question because that's really what you should be telling me. I
It
challenge you to show me. Hold on a second. The Quran
تغرق
is
means
innocent.
drown.
No, it doesn't. Show me the kamus. Show me the dictionary where it says what you're talking about. Jalalain
So if I
said
find you the word تغرق right now,
yeah.
So I'm
and I
interpreting
show you
using a
that it
dictionary.
means drown.
Wow.
Well, what did Jalalain say the word mean?
That's
Jalalain said
that's his
I
interpretation.
don't
With
need
all due
the word
respect,
Jalalain.
means
we don't,
That's his own interpretation.
okay. How do okay? That's the this is what I want
Well,
from
I
you.
actually interpret all individual words in English as different words.
Okay, look, I showed you what Jalalain said what the word meant.
Why do
Okay,
I need
now if you
Jalalain?
Yeah.
think
I don't
Jalalain
need
is
him. That's his
Yeah, and you look
interpretation.
like an idiot doing so because you
no,
did
hold on a
so
second.
grabbing someone
So
Hold on
else's
a second.
so
interpretation.
Soldier
if
go.
you type drown on Google, it's literally gonna say يغرق, and if you're talking about something,
Yaghrek
it's
is that's a different word. That's a different word.
no تغرق and
Gharaka.
يغرق are the same
Only
word. It's
according to
just
your interpretation.
no,
All
no, no,
words are
no,
the
no.
same
If
now.
I'm
No,
saying if
Arfa,
I'm
let him
saying
go.
someone is drowning, تغرق, so تغرق is for an it, and يغرق is for a
I'm,
he.
I think you're missing you're not understanding
I'll
these
send
are
you the
two different
He's
lexicon
a
words.
right
native
now.
Arab speaker.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't
send you the
speak
Okay,
lexicon.
retard.
you
I'll send
okay?
you the lexicon.
You speak Arabic? Okay,
Yeah, I do.
let me
It's
teach
my
you some
first
Arabic.
language.
Okay,
It's my first language.
the word the word the word gharaka that means to drown, right? But that's
Okay,
not the
what does
word.
يغرق mean?
Hold on a second. Hold on. The word in the Quran in Surah 18, verse 86, I think is what we're talking about, is not from gharaka. It's taghrib. That's a different word. That has
Oh,
nothing to
it
do with the
has
word
a ba
drowning.
at the end. Okay, I misunderstood. It has a ba.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought there was okay. Then that's my bad.
Yeah. If you open up the ayah, you can see it. And taghrib is a very obscure word because you will not find it used very much actually in the Quran and Hadith. So the question now, you see, this is a question for you guys. Why did Muhammad meant that for the son to physically go into the pool of murky water? You speak Arabic, so يقول سيذهب فيه أو يدخل فيه عين الحامية ولا يقول هذا. So that's my question for you. Why doesn't the text explicitly say it goes into a pool of murky water? And remember, they did
You're
ask
asking me to
Muhammad.
interpret it according to logic? Can't do that, bro. You said interpretation's not necessary.
No, what I am telling you is what you are thinking it says. It does not explicitly say that. But when Muhammad was explicitly
You
asked
keep
the
using the
question,
word explicit. I don't think you should use that word anymore, or else I'm going to
okay,
keep
well,
cutting you down on this point.
okay,
Okay,
you're
here, let me
cutting
give you
down
an
nothing.
example. Let me give you an example. All right. If you take off your helmet, you're going to die. Is that a true or a false statement?
Well, it all depends in the context of where you're talking about. Is it a fire? You're in
Yes,
a
it does.
fire,
And
or
context determines interpretation as well. The context is
right.
that you're in space. That's true if you're
Oh
in
yeah,
space. It's not true if you're not in space. So therefore, we need
right.
context, interpretation. We need words, language, meaning, logic. All of these things are necessary to understand each other at all. You don't know much about the theory of language, so you're saying things like explicit, not explicit. When we're looking at language at all, nothing's explicit, my dude. There's always context. You can't
Well,
divorce it and then create
I
some sort of arbitrary standard by which we're
thank you.
supposed to submit because you want us to. No, it's a
For what?
question of whether or not the interpretation is logical and fits within the frame and context. That's the only way we can have a debate. If we abandon that, we can't even talk anymore.
Right, and I gave you the context. They asked Muhammad, "Aina yadhabu or aina tadhabu?" Where
So
does it
stop
go?
using the
Where does
word
it
explicit.
physically go? Hold on, no,
Stop
that's what
using the
now
word
for the
explicit.
Arabic speaker. Oh, for the Arabic speaker, he'll know what I'm talking about. They explicitly asked Muhammad, "Where does the sun physically go?" And when he was asked that question, he didn't say it goes into a pool of murky waters. Rather, he said it prostrates under the throne of Allah, which is a very different answer. So now we look at the context. We now know that Muhammad or whoever Quran didn't mean that it goes into a pool of murky water. Okay, so there's
If
in
I'm going to
Islam
use
there's
your
verse the sun.
same if I'm going to use your same method of interpretation, it is necessary that the sun be 1 inch below the throne of Allah. We have telescopes. There's no throne there. Sorry, dude.
The sun doesn't
I'm
go
sorry.
anywhere.
No, the sun does go somewhere.
No, it doesn't. Where does it
What do
go?
No,
you,
it doesn't.
where does
We
it
move. We
where does
go.
it
It
where does it go,
prostrates
sir?
itself under the throne of Allah.
Oh yeah,
I
my
have a
bad.
telescope. I don't see the throne of Allah. Sorry.
Well,
So
also
Allah
when
exists within this universe, or is
Well,
he in a different?
explicitly, that it goes under the throne, but you don't
I'd
see
like
that
to bring up
happen.
I'd like to bring up a sort of yes in 3638. So the sun
So now we
travels
believe
for
that Allah is in creation with a corporeal body, apparently,
um
the corporeal throne.
Mr. Ahmed, I'd just like to ask you when Surah 3638 says that the sun travels for its fixed term, that is the design of the Almighty, All-Knowing. Is that saying that the sun moves in space? Does it
Since it's
travel?
a scientific book, I would assume that this would be scientific
Well,
information.
the question, Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me by the way? Just
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
okay. So if we need to take this explicitly, and this is a theory neutral text, um, does the sun travel?
Okay, so here is another. It's a very good challenge to see if I
You
play any
can't
kind
do
of
theory, mister.
interpretation games. Hold on, let me finish my point. So I would tell you, yes, the sun does travel. The sun actually orbits around the Milky Way galaxy. Yes,
Okay. Okay. Um, is that an interpretation?
that's a scientific fact. The sun has an orbit.
Okay.
This is if you could Google that, and you'll see NASA's website will come up. And this is a common knowledge in the scientific world
Hmm.
that the sun does orbit around the
Oh
Milky
yes,
Way
I'm aware.
galaxy.
I'm actually
Yeah.
glad you asked that because my
Now we're
question.
jumping back
Wait,
to
hang on,
theory
Aristotle. One
neutral.
second. Aristotle. One
Why?
second. My question is the Milky Way galaxy the throne of Allah? Because it prostrates beneath the throne of Allah, but
Right.
if it is that the throne of Allah? Is the Milky Way galaxy the throne of Allah?
No, the Milky Way galaxy is not the throne of Allah. The throne of Allah is somewhere. I don't where it is. I don't know.
But
But it goes in.
what I'm confused about, sir, is that it says that the sun travels for its fixed term, and if that fixed term is around the Milky Way galaxy, then is it breaking from its fixed path on a daily basis to go to beneath the throne of Allah, which is somewhere in space? I'm not
Well,
understanding.
it doesn't say on a daily basis. But what it does say is that the sun travels on a fixed course and it prostrates under the throne of Allah. And so, where the throne of Allah is, you could say above the sun. You could say we know the location is in the north direction of the sun.
How does the sun
Um,
prostrate? That's
Well,
never been
there's
demonstrated or witnessed. It never
Prostration is
happened.
an action of the human body.
It's a human body thing. How is it possible?
well, there's a couple of ways we could understand that.
That's
You know, the sun
interpretation.
actually,
I'm reading it literally. That's an interpretation. Literally, it says it
how the
prostrates.
sun, how the sun prostrates. You know, how do inanimate objects worship gods? This is something from the metaphysical world, which we don't have a lot of information on that. We don't know. But from a
Actually,
scientific
I
point
have
of
a
view,
lot
they
of
don't care.
information on the metaphysical world.
Okay,
A
go
lot.
ahead. Yeah,
Sure,
I think
but
I can
the
tell you
question is of this
how the sun
subject.
prostrates. I don't know. I don't know how it is.
You just
so
okay. I have a new question on you, and I really want to debate you given this subject. Where is the wall of dual carnate? Where's the wall?
What's that?
Where is the wall of dual carnate?
I don't know where it
Since
is.
we're getting literal, we're not. You don't know where it is.
I don't know.
You don't know where it is. Where is it?
Uh,
According to the Quran, it's in relation to the nations of Gog and Magog. We're constantly
right.
fighting every day against the wall of Dul Qarnayn. Where are the nations of Gog and Magog? They're doing a specific action, a specific place, in a material plane with material objects, material people. Where are they?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
So
Muhammad promised that they would be fighting against the wall every day until the final judgment. And when the wall falls, that is when the final judgment comes. If you cannot find the wall or the entire nations of Gog and Magog, there's a problem here. This is a prophecy of Muhammad concerning his prophethood. If he were to make one false prophecy, then he would not be a true prophet. Even more so, containing the rationale of the honesty of hadith chains and chains of translation, if they were to say tell a lie or misremember something or any of that, you wouldn't even trust them in their hadith chains. So tell me why it is that even with satellites mapping the entirety of the globe, we can't find the wall of Dul Qarnayn, which is supposed to be situated between two mountains made out of iron and copper, melted iron and copper,
I'm cooled
stopping
by the
the
wind.
assault of Gog
Well,
and Magog every day.
I think one mistake you've made is that we've mapped out the whole world and we know every nook and cranny of the whole world. That's not true.
We know where every nation is.
Okay, sure.
And we
I
definitely
think
know that we don't
can
have
you
copper
can you
made
Google
mountains.
if you've got, because I'm driving right now, can you, and this is just something I want to know, are there undiscovered islands? That's a question.
Don't worry,
Actually, I
dog.
don't know.
I'm driving too.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Whoever's not driving, if somebody can Google that and see what the answer is,
No,
that'd be
there's
interesting.
places that
Well,
are
there's specific qualifications. Specific qualification one being it's between two mountains, as we would define mountains throughout the rest of the verses of the Quran or the Hadith, in order to bring context and give a proper interpretation.
Well,
Right?
now
We need
there's,
to understand mountains as mountains. Right?
well, now
Are there any
there's, hold on a
islands
second.
with two mountains?
Now, hold on a second. There's underwater mountains. And I think, if I'm not
So the
mistaken,
people are
are,
underwater.
we don't know. I'm just telling you.
Sorry, Mr.
Mountain.
Mr. Ahmed. Can you
Jesus,
hold on?
think that.
Sorry, guys.
Honestly.
Please,
Magog
please
is
stop shouting.
underwater.
Sir,
Stop shouting.
are you positing that the wall of Dul Qarnayn is like Atlantis?
So
No,
the
I'm
fish
Can
just
you,
telling you.
excuse me,
Okay,
guys? Can you
okay.
please keep the
I
argument
wanted
to
to.
reality, please? Keep the argument to reality, not fiction. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
I,
What
I'm
I'm
not
saying,
I,
gonna believe that fish people is
I
conducive
we
to a
there
true
when you
prophet.
I know
say
Islam's fiction
mountains,
to begin with. Come on, guys.
it could be a you know, the mountain could start from underwater and it could be from someplace on land. What are we talking about? But
The
there's,
question
and
The
I think
wall
there's
is
internal
between two
mountains.
Please,
mountains.
please
fighting.
keep
And if I'm
the
not mistaken,
conversation to reality, please.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's also internal mountains as well. I'm not sure. So the point is
Let's
this:
be a
I
little
don't
bit
know
more
what.
serious.
Look,
Do you want
look.
me to believe in underwater people or cave dwelling people? Which one?
Well, that's the whole thing. I couldn't tell you because I don't know where any of this is. And I
well,
think, but
what?
I think we, hold on a second. I think we kind of veered off from slavery. The point is, look, you brought
Oh,
up
Yeah,
you
this is the
brought up the
new
issue.
argument.
Hold on,
Actually,
hold on a
this is
second.
the new
Hold on a
argument.
second.
That's
You
fine.
brought up, you brought up the issue of dual
I didn't
carnate,
bring up the other arguments. Thank you.
or somebody did, to see if I would be
Sure, it wasn't
consistent, or
me.
if I would play an interpretation game, which would then justify the interpretation game which was being played on. Yeah, don't beat her like you beat your slave women. And so then I think that's where we were trying to go with that. But what my point here
So
is,
you're trying to run
let's
away from my question
well, no, I don't think I would like to go back to the issue of slavery because I
because
feel
that's
like,
more easily defendable.
well, that's what we agreed to talk about tonight. I think
Ah,
the
okay.
whole issue about
Understand.
where the wall is and where Gog and Magog are. Look, Gog and Magog are in your scriptures as well, right?
well,
They are in end time prophecies in both
In our
Bible and the
scriptures, we will know them
Quran.
as one action that takes place at one point in time. So they have the ability to be totally mysterious in who they are and not directly named as Gog as Magog. But in your scriptures, they are doing a certain action every day in a certain location
Right,
and certain place
right,
that could
right.
be understood by all observers and onlookers. And by the way, in the hadiths, there are onlookers that look at the wall.
There's no way. Well, first of all, I think I went
And
back to the original point.
we are supposed to
Hold on a
know
second.
where it is.
You are making the mistake that we have mapped every nook and cranny of this world. No, we have not. Okay. And
There are no
secondly,
that claim.
We are now on the
That's a
issue.
claim you're
So
making. Mountains. We
we
have
know no, we
discovered every mountain pot that's over the land. We have.
no, we have.
Yes, we have. Yes,
Okay,
we
show
have.
me a
It's a
reference for
scientific
that.
miracle, bro. Come on.
With all due respect, Mr. Ahmed, he needs to show
Can
a
you?
reference just as much as you do.
You're right. Show me an article where it says that we have mapped out and know every single mountain on this earth, and we are as well observing what's in between these mountains. I would like to know where this is coming from.
Okay.
I have
I'll
never
do
heard this
better.
before.
I'll give you an app. It's called Google Earth. There are satellites that patrol every inch of
Yeah,
this
we can
planet,
look at
and you
every
can
nook
look
and
at
cranny.
all of them. All of them that would
Let's,
be considered mountains
okay.
by any of the other definitions used in the Hadiths or the Quran. So if you're giving a new
I
definition
would
for mountain,
I would
you're going to have to account for that.
And then we would
I
see
would
nations
prefer and
fighting at
I
these
would
mountains.
I would
Now we would
prefer
have to use every other definition of the word nations as well.
I would prefer an authoritative article from science to substantiate those claims. But going back to the
What, you
point of
believe the Earth is flat?
look,
You don't believe we have satellites? Is
let's
that
not
not
go
enough
there.
proof?
Let's go
Well,
back to
that's
the
a
issue.
question.
Now hold on. Let's go back to the issue of slavery
It's
in
not.
Islam
Well,
and
yeah, that's a
Christianity.
much easier thing for you to defend against. I'm not giving you something that's easy. I'm giving you something that undercuts everything that your prophet has said. And if this is false, your prophet and all that he has said or done is false.
Not really. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No,
Necessarily.
no. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, it's not false,
By the
and it's not
transitive
as you're saying.
property, it
Hold on a
is.
second. No, look. Here's the reason why. Inside the
Reject
Bible.
transitive property?
No, hold on a second. Inside the Bible, there are false prophecies, contradictions, and scientific errors. And in spite of all of that, I still believe that there is God's word in it. I still believe Jesus is the Messiah, and I still believe Moses is a prophet. My point here is this: if you could show an error with whether it's Moses, Jesus, or Muhammad, that doesn't necessarily disprove their messiahship or prophethood. It just shows that maybe the book got changed or something like that,
So
or
the
maybe
Quran can be
So you're
changed
moving the
according to God.
goalposts to an. You're
With
moving
all
the
due
no,
with
goalposts.
all due respect, sir, I
no.
believe, if I'm
I'm
not
just
wrong, that Allah says that His word cannot be corrupted.
Or
But
The
changed.
that
Quran
what you're
cannot be
quoting
corrupted.
from, that what he's quoting from is a hadith. He's quoting a hadith about the wall.
No,
Is it,
no,
or
I'm
is it,
quoting Surah 18, 89 through 99.
okay,
I'm
read,
also
read what it says.
quoting Surah 23, and I am
Read,
quoting four different hadiths from Sahih Muslim and Sahih al-Bukhari, all
no, hold on a
relating
second.
to one of the primary events of Muslim eschatology, which is one of the core pillars of Muslim theology.
What does the
It is
Quran
a
say? I actually
necessary.
don't know. What does the Quran say? If you said you're quoting
Can't,
Surah
can't.
18 something.
Just give him the surah.
1883 to 99, and I
The
already put
thing
them in the
about the
chat a
wall
while
being
ago.
built up again. I thought that was in the hadith, not in the Quran.
Not built up again, no.
Okay,
That is not the case.
okay.
The hadiths and the Quran in conjunction say that specifically the wall will not fall until the very, very last day. But there does say in one of the hadiths that there's a small crack in the wall. Not that it's being built up again, that it was originally
I'm
built
not sure
by
what's in the Quran. What is in the Quran about the wall? That's what I'm asking you.
the building of it, the purpose of it, and that when it
Okay,
falls, it will fall on the final day.
are
The
you able
material
to?
building, who built it, who's attacking it, Gog and Magog, Dual Carnain, and some of the other things about there being a crack in the wall.
Okay,
Those are in the Hadiths, Al Bukhari and Muslim.
okay. Well,
But
let,
are you arguing that you're a Quran only Muslim?
no, no. What I'm saying is
So you
that
don't take
logic.
Sahih Hadith?
No, no. What I'm saying is the logic you basically stated. If I could just show one error or one hadith or one prophecy which is
That's what your
false.
Quran says.
No,
That's what
hold
your
on.
Quran says.
Let me no. Let me
That's
finish my point.
one of the bases of contradiction that Muhammad himself gave. So are you just
Right,
denying
right.
Muhammad now?
No, what I'm saying is, if what you are saying, if we'll just say with a hadith, and you let's say you found something wrong with the hadith, which you're not going to,
Quran
but
and
even
Hadith.
okay, but I'm just speaking about hadith. Even if you were successful in what you are doing, that doesn't mean that Muhammad is not a true prophet. It could be just an
Yes,
issue
it
with a
does,
hadith.
according to his own words.
No, No, it doesn't, because I would just I will start looking at the hadith more like I do as the Bible, because
So you would become a Quran only Muslim?
no, I wouldn't even be Quran only. I would just start looking at the hadith more like the way you guys view the Bible, because the Bible also has contradictions, errors, and scientific inaccuracies. But I still believe in Muhammad. I still believe in Moses, Jesus, um and
The
all the other
hadiths
prophets.
are a record of what
Okay,
the Prophet
but,
Muhammad
but let's
said
but
and did.
let's get back to slavery. The issue which I want to show you is that if you look at objectively, if you look at what,
Why are you running? Why
because
are
I
you
want to
running?
run away, because I think I've got a great point on slavery. The point which I want
Sure.
to make on slavery, and
I
in
mean,
fact, I didn't even give you my other verse,
just I mean,
which
in
was
regards to the slavery point, if you would like to go back to that, you're still not defended the original Sahih Hadith, so you're just saying it's subjective claims. Can you? I mean, it's very objective. I mean, there's black and white here. You're just taking your own personal interpretation. I mean, if we would like to
it's
go back to
not
that topic,
black and white.
yeah.
You are making
I mean, I've
assumptions on
shown
the
you 3
text.
different Hadiths. I mean, would you
Wait,
like
wait,
more?
sir. It's not black and white, but I thought we had already established that this was a theory neutral text,
Look,
and that our
what
interpretation was
we
not
have
relevant.
established, what the problem you guys are having, with all due respect, you're not able to show in the Quran or a hadith where it justifies beating a slave.
Yeah, I can. I've
It's
just done it.
not there.
I've just done
Rather,
it.
Well, well,
No, no, I've just done it. I can show
argument.
you by being
Hold
put
on
in
a second. No,
practice.
let me tell you
Just
what's
to be
happening.
clear, if you
Allow
don't
me to speak.
defend this point,
Oh,
the
hang
Quran is
on.
meaningless.
I'm exposing what's going on here.
No,
What
you,
the argument
hold on,
here?
hold on, hold
What
on.
the
You
argument
phrased your
here is?
argument very clear there. You said, and if we can show you in the Hadith where
Yeah.
Muhammad is put it into practice of him being able to beat women, and then he furtherly doing it. I've shown you this 3 different times. You just have a subjective opinion on it. But I'm showing
You're
an
giving
objective
your.
fact. Stop being upset.
You,
Engage with the
no,
conversation which
you.
was originally there. Just because
No,
you
you're
have
playing
one
game.
Hadith and or one Quran verse showing a contradictory statement, why is
I'm sorry.
Muhammad saying one thing and telling you to do another?
I think you're playing games with our scripture. Is what you're doing.
Am I
Okay.
playing
Look
games or am I
what
showing you your
the
scripture?
why? Because there is a clear argument which is in favor of Islam when it comes to slave beating. We have countless passages where Muhammad explicitly stated, without any kind of ambiguity, he stated, if you beat a slave, you burn in hell. He stated that if you
So
beat a
would Muhammad burn
slave,
in hell then?
then
If he's telling
hold
you
on
to
a
beat his
second.
slave?
And what?
Would Muhammad be
He said,
in hell then if he tells you to beat a slave?
he said if you beat a slave, then the doors of hell will open up for you.
Okay, so what
These
about
are
someone telling you what to beat a slave then? What would be
you got
the punishment?
please stop.
I'm
What's
holding you to the
happening here is
standard, man.
okay. Look, you got to let me speak without interrupting me
Okay,
every
you got
5
it, you got
seconds.
it, you got it.
Okay. The problem here is that Christianity is, from a moral standpoint of view, is far inferior to what the teachings of Islam is. And not only that, but because there are people who will try to misinterpret Islam, what Muhammad did, like what you are doing, what Muhammad did, something very brilliant. It's almost like he's watching this debate. He says
Oh, yeah.
the expiation. He said the expiation for a person who beats a slave is that he has to set him free. Now, what that means is, if you slap or beat a slave, then what that means, that slave is like, hey man, give me my freedom now. I saw what
Why
you
couldn't
did.
Muhammad say
Oh,
not
well, stop
have
interrupting
slaves?
me. Stop interrupting me. So now what that means is now that's going to have to go through the court system. That means you've got to sit in front of a qadi, a judge, and give your wacky quacky interpretation of that hadith that, oh, you think you beat a slave? It's like that. And now you got to convince a judge why, or actually a panel of judges. So the problem here is that who wants to even go through the court system? Who wants to go through all that red tape? So this is right here a clear deterrent that why you will never want to beat a slave in Islam is just that you just don't want to go through the court system.
Could
So
you bring
that
a?
is
I'm sorry. Could you put in the Quran verse for the
Hold up.
the
So
expiation
let
of
me
it?
let me get
I just
another
missed it earlier.
standard.
I'd like
Let
to
me
see it.
let me hold into a standard real
let me
quick.
give you
What
my
would be the
reference.
punishment for someone telling millions of people to beat their women?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So what would be the punishment for somebody telling millions of people, if not billions, to beat their women and then subsequently doing so?
Muhammad never told anybody to
I've
do
shown you
that. In fact,
multiple evidence that you're wrong.
no, No, you've been refuted. First of all, let's talk about slavery. Then we can talk about women.
Just so
Can
you're
I
aware,
talk
no, no,
about slavery,
just so
guys?
you're
Can I
aware,
talk?
just so you're aware, just because you say I'm refuted doesn't mean I'm refuted. You've shown no
Yeah,
evidence.
Can I talk to him
what
about
you're doing,
slavery?
you're shifting the goalpost. You're shifting it away from the slave to a woman. And we can talk about the
And no,
women, no
no, it's
problem.
including women, it's including slave, it's all tied together. Just because you're
The
believing it's a separate
hadith
argument doesn't mean it's not a separate
explicitly
argument.
states, the
Can you
hadith
fix your
explicitly
linguistics,
states,
please?
the hadith explicitly states Muhammad never hit a woman nor a slave. End of story.
Are
That's
you
an
sure
So
about
that's
that?
explicit
true.
slave.
Are you sure
That's
about
also
that?
not true. That is simply not true also.
Can
Muhammad
I show
hit
you the hadith?
Aisha.
Oh, we're aware that the
That's
hadith claims
hold
that.
on a
We
second.
know that it
Okay,
claims this. We're
wait,
saying
whoa,
there's
We
whoa,
know
whoa,
another.
there's
wait a
a
minute.
contradiction there.
One guy at a time.
Yeah,
The
Mr.
issue
Ahmed,
here. You
really
asked
quick.
about Aisha. Aisha was not a woman. She was a girl. She was a child. So that's why when they grow up,
Oh,
Muhammad
okay.
never hit a woman nor a slave. And he taught. Look,
Yes, he
the
did.
problem, the
So
problem
hitting a
with
child is
Islam.
better, is it? No, no, I need
Guys,
a
Wait,
man.
wait, sir,
Hitting a
sir,
child is
but
better.
you
Look,
said that
child
you can't.
domestic
No,
abuse. It's
look,
child
sir, but
what
you.
the
abuse.
S-
devil has. Look, the issue tonight. Look, where you guys have all been refuted. You thought that you could get away with playing with the hadith by talking about beating, but now you found out that if you beat a slave, you got to go through the court system.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
it.
But
That's
didn't
game
you,
over.
sir? Didn't you
Now
say that it
that's
wasn't
game over.
permissible to beat a slave girl either?
Not
If I'm not wrong.
you.
Didn't.
No, you cannot beat a slave girl. The expiation of beating a slave is that you got to set her free. A person tried to slap a slave girl. Muhammad asked him to set her free.
Well, the point is
So
that I think we have a hadith that speaks about. Does somebody want to post it? But Mr. Ahmed, could you please put in the Quran verse that you're talking about in the side chat really quickly
I
before
was
we
gonna
move on?
I was
He's
also
writing
gonna
it.
ask him, Mr. Ahmed. You
Oh, I
also
see.
had a contention with paedophilia earlier. I mean, are you proud that Aisha was a young child?
we're not going to go there. Let's stick with slavery, and then we can talk
Alhamdulillah.
about the
Allah knows
Can I
Aisha
best,
can I
later.
brother.
talk can I talk to him about slavery? Can I just talk to him about slavery for a little bit?
Yeah, that's fine.
So, do you think slavery is moral? Any form of slavery, is it moral?
Absolutely, it's wonderful. Actually, have you ever heard
You
the
think
saying,
o-
"Bad
okay,
boys make good roads"? That's
okay, so you
yeah.
think that slavery dehumanizes individuals and reduces them to object of ownership. Do you think that's moral?
Yes.
You think exploitation's moral? You think they do that at least
No.
which we know
No.
empirically,
Let me answer.
dehumanization
Let
leads
me
to
answer you.
severe psychological and emotional harm. You're just
Let me
factually
answer you.
incorrect here.
Let me answer you. If you look at the prison chain gangs, that's really the same thing as slavery. Okay, and if you look at
Nice
prisoners in
pivot. You
jail,
almost broke your ankles doing that. I'm going to ask
you
you
and
again.
when you know, hold on a
Is,
second. When
is
you
it? It
look
doesn't
at
make that moral either.
prisoners in jail, they are pretty much owned by the state. We
Yes, that
own
would be
them. We own.
wrong.
We
That would be wrong. It's still
that's
wrong. So,
okay.
I
Well,
believe his
that's
question. I
our
believe his question, Mr. Ahmed, is whether or not it is moral. I think he
yeah, is
understands
it
that you're saying they're the
moral?
same thing. He's asking if it is
Well,
a
Is it
moral thing to
wait a
do.
moral?
second. We're kind of veering off. The issue tonight is we're comparing the teachings of the Bible and the Quran. Okay, if you look at both the Bible and the Quran, there's
Yeah,
no problem with
the
one
Bible
man.
is morally superior. Thank you.
No, it clearly said that a slave beating is you're calling it right.
Are we
That's not
called to
morally.
treat? Are we
Sir,
called? No, no,
If
sorry, sorry,
sir,
sorry. Are we
I
called? No, no,
believe
no,
that's
no, John.
the.
Wait on. Are we called to treat others as we would want to treat ourselves?
I'm sorry. What did
Yeah,
you
no,
say?
no, no. Are we called to treat others as we would treat ourselves, or
the
love
golden
ourselves
rule,
more
Jesus.
specifically? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
don't talk about
We
moral
all
superiority when you have this as a
Islam.
subsequent option. Don't talk about Islam being morally superior when you have the objectivity of the fact Muhammad was a paedophile. You're called to follow Muhammad. You're called to beat your women according to Muhammad. Don't
I'm
do
not gonna
these
listen to
things
that
and
stuff.
act in superior.
Wait,
Thank
stop.
you.
We are way off
Chill.
topic.
Yeah, chill.
You're
Chill.
way
Chill.
off
Chill.
topic.
Chill.
All right. Look,
Yeah.
the issue with Islam and slavery is impeccable. You cannot
You think
show.
owning
And
someone
I
as
will challenge you
property
here
is
tonight.
moral? And I'm trying to figure
What?
out why you think that. Why do you think owning someone as property is moral?
Because if you look at all the jails over, they are owner.
That's
We
not an
own those people.
answer.
They
That's not an
committed
That's your
answer.
crimes,
answer.
bro.
Hold
Okay,
on a
well,
second. You have
hold
been
up.
refuted.
I don't think that
You
anyone
have been
can
refuted.
concede. Hold up one second. I've been
Refuted.
listening for a while. I don't think that anyone can see
If
that
you look,
killing someone is a moral thing either.
wait a second. You said it was immoral for another person to own another person. No, that's not true. Look, with the prison systems, and especially in many countries,
Just because the
those
prison system's
people.
that way doesn't therefore mean the prison system's correct.
Okay,
It's still immoral.
okay,
What
Well,
makes
that's your
something right or
opinion.
wrong? I'm trying to figure out
That's
what
your
makes something right or
opinion.
wrong.
Mr.
It's not
Ahmed,
an opinion. There's an objective moral standard that we
Okay,
appeal to.
no, the issue, no, we are, look, what you should be doing, you should be comparing the teachings of the Bible on slavery
Slavery
and
is wrong no matter what.
okay, but the problem is,
Does it matter? You have to tell
no,
me why
that's not
slavery
true.
is not immoral.
Okay, because because bad boys make good roads. That's
Okay,
why.
so if I
If
make
you
a
look
good
at,
road, it makes it moral. So if
let me, you
okay,
cut me
so if I
off.
rape a bunch of
If you,
children and they make
if you
good
cut
roads
me
after
off,
I do it, I'm moral. That's your logic. It's horrible. Just because roads or something beneficial comes out of the act doesn't make the thing in and of itself moral.
So
If
just
I
say,
break your arm, but you get $1 million after, it doesn't make it right that I broke your arm. It's still wrong what I did to you. I'm infringing upon your autonomy. I'm dehumanizing you. It's taking away your consent. You have no moral autonomy. It's wrong.
And again, I'm going to get back to Jesus never had slaves. Muhammad had slaves. So one verse that's telling you, oh, you're born as a slave, so submit to your slave master. Because again, theme of loving your enemy, that doesn't mean we permit slavery at all. You guys permit slavery. You guys have laws for it.
Also, Mr. Ahmed, if I may, when you're talking about this being theory neutral, I think you've actually made a very, very critical error where you said that it was our calling to allow ourselves to be beaten as slaves. I don't think the text of 1 Peter 2 bears that out. It simply says, how is it to your credit if you receive a beating for doing wrong and endure it? But if you suffer for doing good and you endure it, this is commendable before God. And I think the critical error that you're making is that you're taking a conditional, a hypothetical. If this happens to you, then endure it. And you're saying that we are called to do that thing. I think that sounds like an interpretation to me, and I think that according to your own line of argumentation, that would be an uncharitable way of reading our text. Would you like to comment on that? Oh, Mr. Ahmed, are you still there? Oh, he may have left. Oh goodness.
No, he's there. He's still in the VC.
He's still here.
Well, I think he may not be. I don't think he can hear us right now. Or
yeah, he might have to.
My reasoning for my jailing people on slavery is good because good bad boys make good roads.
Yeah, that's not an argument.
Allahu Akbar.
MashaAllah, this is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is inspired by
AC, do you speak Arabic, bro?
No.
Oh,
I
alhamdulillah.
found the wall.
Where is it? Is it underground or in a cave?
It's near North Korea.
He left.
Guys,
I think we won. We won. Slav, I got him to defend culture. I got him to defend theory neutral texts. That's incredible.
That was really impressive.
First of all, the fact that he didn't know what that is very embarrassing, and second of all, the fact that he defended it is insane.
He's defending slavery.
That guy's a Muslim apologist, and he doesn't know what a theory neutral text is.
Yeah.
I'm a 19-year-old undergraduate student in history. I know what a theory neutral text is.
That? Yeah, he's a Muslim apologist. He's debated Matt Dillahunty.
He's debated Matt Dillamonkey?
He's made it. Yes, he's
sir. When Jay Dyer said,
like
Matt
every other
Dillamonkey, you climb up in that tree, what you doing up there? Is that to be interpreted literally? You ran from Andrew and from me. Matt Dillamonkey.
He earlier asked me for a first order text, so maybe that's the first order text.
Wait, I'm sorry, first order text? What?
I'm sorry.
Is he confusing?
Hey, he's back.
Mr. Ahmed's back. Mr. Ahmed's back. There we go. Let's put him up.
Can I click him on this? I really
just hold on. Wait,
oh, Mr. Ahmed, how much of this did you miss? Did you cut out?
Mr. Ahmed,
wait, please. Hello?
Mr. Ahmed, you're an apologist, so I should probably treat you with a bit more of expectation of your understanding of the material presented, shouldn't I? I'm sorry, I didn't talk to you as what your station requires. So I have another number of other questions. Is this a serious debate? I'm sorry, I just hopped in the midst of a chat with a standard Muslim that I thought me and my friends were gonna roast like we do every other Muslim.
No, I think
I didn't know you were some
hold on a
special.
second. if you guys will allow me to just
Yeah, let me
finish
finish.
my point on this. The prophethood of Muhammad has been clearly proven because the issue here is about lying. It's about the problem. It's not really. See, well, you guys are missing the point about the Bible verses about slavery. It's feeding you a bunch of horse manure. Okay, it's telling you a bunch of crap, which is not true. That a slave, that a psychopath to beat you is your calling in life.
That's
That's
your
bold
interpretation.
faced.
Okay.
Those are
So, what
bold
moral
faced
grounds
lies.
can you deem that
So,
wrong? On what
Okay,
grounds
sir,
can you say that
I
it's
don't
wrong?
I don't know if
it's
you.
wrong because hold on, let me without
John, wait on,
interrupting
please.
me,
No,
please.
John,
yes,
John,
sir,
Just
go
wait
ahead.
on.
stop. Just
Yeah, let him
stop.
finish.
Go
Allow
ahead, sir.
me to finish my point.
Yeah.
The
Yes, sir, go ahead.
prophethood of Muhammad is proven because the Bible is feeding you horse manure, and I only gave you one horse manure verse. There's a lot more lies than that, and I would like to share that with you later. But the issue, when you look at Islam, what it teaches about slave
Is
eating
this a
is
Wait,
you
wait,
go through
Asada, let
the.
him finish. Let him
Hold on a
finish. Let him
second.
finish. Let him finish.
You got to go through the court system. You beat a slave, then the expiation is that you got to set him free, and you give him the best education, and then eventually
Yes.
you set them all free
Okay.
because the authentic hadith states that when
Yes.
Muhammad died, he set all his free slaves free.
Yes.
Now, when
I'm
you
gonna ask
look
you a
at the
question once you're
teachings,
finished.
no, I want you to compare the teachings of Islam and compare the
I'm
teachings
about
of
to.
We've
I have a
Christianity.
question.
And what you
no,
I'm about
no,
see,
to.
hold on, Mr. Ahmed.
one is one is clearly a demonic
I'm
revelation,
asking
Thank you
what
and
makes
for
the
one is from
Christian one
God.
bad.
Which
You're
one do you
saying the
think
thank
from
you for
Christian
God?
one is
stating
bad.
Islam has a
Now,
demonic representation.
compare the two. Compare your
I
book with
am,
my
but I
book,
can't.
and
I need
not
to know
about
why
Aisha.
the Christian one is bad. Why is the Christian one bad?
Because when you open up the door for slave beating, it's pretty much the same thing as slave torture. You're going to torture and beat
I'm
this
asking
man to
why
death
is it bad?
because it will eventually lead to his death. And to
Okay,
tell a little,
so
hold
can
on a
can
second.
Islamic slavery
No,
do the
wait, you
same
didn't.
thing?
No, you cannot. Absolutely
Okay, so
not.
Islamic
If that
slavery
was true,
never
then my
lead to
book would
someone's
be as
death.
wrong as yours.
I'm trying to
Bingo, it's
understand
over.
what I'm trying to understand what you think's wrong. I've been trying to figure this out with you for a long time since we've been talking. I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out what makes something bad. What makes something bad? I
To
want you to
tell
answer that.
some to tell a little you mean you want me to tell you to tell a little black boy that a little 9-year old that I'm gonna beat him with my belt
I
till
know.
he's
I
black and
agree that
blue.
it's
Hold on
wrong.
a
I agree.
second. Hold on, no, you didn't let me finish. To tell him after that beating, this is your calling in life. And you want me to explain to you why that's wrong?
Yeah,
Really?
because you have to. Because
wait,
you
sir.
have to. I'm trying
Okay.
to figure out why you think something's
Okay.
wrong.
I,
I agree with you that it's wrong, but I'm trying to ask you
Okay.
your epistemology. How do
What?
you know it's wrong? Why do you think it's
Game
wrong? I need your
over.
reasoning.
You have concurred with me that to beat a little black boy to blue and to tell him after that beating that this is your calling in life. You said that's wrong. That's what your
Yes, but I'm
Bible
not
says.
Christian. But I'm not Christian. I'm
Okay,
agnostic.
good.
So,
That's
no.
what the
So my
Bible
question to
teaches,
you, okay, I can agree that's wrong.
and
I'm
the
trying to
game is
ask you,
over.
can you tell me why it's wrong? Why is it wrong
No,
to beat a little black boy? Why is it
Thank
wrong?
no. Listen, I'm not going to go there with you. All right.
No, but like
The issue here.
then I can't understand why I should take your
No,
thing
no,
seriously
no.
if you
You
can't tell
should
me why something's
understand.
wrong.
No, I'm not going to tell you that. Okay, the matter is clear, and the situation is now we see Islam is a far better teaching than the Bible, which is the issue here. It's about
I would say
lying to
Islam is
people.
far wrong because it
excuse me.
allows slavery
Okay,
to
Sorry,
exist.
show me,
Is wrong.
sorry, Ahmed. I've
show
showed
me
you
what's
multiple
wrong.
Muhammad
times,
never
Hold on.
banned slavery. Islam never banned slavery.
Okay, let's
Slavery
do that.
existed inside the
Allahu
Islamic
Akbar.
faith and religion.
and
It
it
Okay,
still
good.
existed.
happens
Now you want to
today.
answer that?
Okay,
Good,
Ahmed,
good. You see?
Ahmed, you're imposing. You're correct, by the way. I've shown you to the contrary. Engage with the original argument from our
Okay,
perspective to Islam. You're stating this. You've not shown this. We're giving
you
you
got
the
it.
subsequent option to engage with the argument. You've said Islam's superior. I've showed you
It's
you're
over.
wrong. Therefore, Islam is from Satan. You're just
Yes,
imposing
I think
Christianity is
okay.
from Satan. Engage with the
I
Okay,
initial
don't.
argument. Thank you.
I
hold on a
think
second.
we're not gonna
You
make
got.
any progress anymore. I think we're
I
not
can't
gonna
debate
make
two
any
people at
progress.
one time.
Yeah,
I can only look what's happening. I'm debating like three, four people. Okay,
yeah,
this guy asked me about why wasn't slavery just flat out condemned. You're telling me address my point. I can only do one guy at a
yeah.
time. Okay, which one? Which one do you want me to address?
Okay, this is my question to you. I know you're unwilling to answer it, which is, I guess, okay. But I'm trying to figure out why you think something is wrong. What makes something moral and immoral?
I won't go
You're
there. No,
saying
I'm not
Christian,
going to answer that for
and
you.
that's okay.
I
And
won't
that's
answer.
okay. That's okay. I'm trying to
Tell me,
I'm
tell
trying
me,
to
explain to me
learn.
that you're. No, no, I don't want you. I don't want to teach you that. Let's just put it to you that way. You see, what you're asking me is I think, is a question I can walk away from and just laugh at. At anybody
No,
who
no,
asks
but
that
I
question,
have reasons why I think it's wrong.
okay?
You're saying
Okay.
this
No,
teaching of
no, no,
Christianity is wrong.
wrong. Yeah. The
Yes,
issue,
on
the
some
Islamic
grounding.
teaching. No, no. What my point here is, if you look at what Islam teaches on slave beating,
I would
and
agree. Let's say I
oh,
grant you. I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you. I'm trying
you
to
should
figure out
tell the
how do you.
Christians to become Muslim.
I know, but
Then
listen to
that's what
me.
the next
You got to
thing.
listen to me. I need to learn this for myself. You're
Okay.
comparing Christianity and Islam, and you're saying Islam in this way is better. That means you're using a ruler or a measuring stick. You're using some type of thing to measure it against that informs you of its wrongness. And I'm trying to ask you, what is that thing you're measuring against? If you tell me eating ice cream is bad, and I tell you eating cake is good, there's should would be have to be something that we're using to determine the truth statement of
Sure.
that. So why is it wrong to do what the Christians say to do?
Because we have shared values. The Christians know to beat a little black boy black and blue, and then tell him this is your calling in life. The Christians know, and I want to and I don't think I have to spend a lot of time to convince them that this is a wrong teaching. Okay,
Yeah, but
so
you
we
have
are
to.
no,
Sorry,
no, I
scriptures
don't want
don't
to do that.
our scriptures
I
don't
don't want
teach
to do
that,
that.
sir.
I don't want to do that. Look, if the Christians say no, I will justify it and I'll believe that it is
Well,
right to do that,
your
then
argument
I will
hinges
accept
on
tonight.
this.
I will accept tonight. I've lost the debate. If the Christians are going to argue that, okay, so no problem.
Well,
But
sir,
I
I'm
think the
Well,
majority of the Christians,
hold on, John.
which I will speak with, they will agree with me that that is a wrong teaching. What Islam, and to refute the guy who was before, he got refuted on the fact that it's not Islam condemns slave beating, it's you got to go through the court system now, which is a clear deterrent for anybody to beat a slave. That's hell on earth.
And
Okay, you're gonna
also,
get hell on earth,
there's
and you're gonna get
deterrence in
hell in the
You
next
would
life.
know.
but there's
Can
deterrence
I
in
make my point
Christian.
really quick? Can I make
Yeah,
my
go
point
ahead.
really quick?
Hello,
The problem with this whole
look,
thing here is
what?
that you're making an argument off of a false premise. First of all, your argument is based off of an interpretation, right? Second of all, you're not justifying what you think wrong
No,
means or unrighteousness is.
no.
Let me finish. Be quiet. Shut your mouth. I'm gonna repeat that so we can continue. Your second premise is that you sorry the second fault is that you are basically making an argumentation off of something that you have not clearly defined wrongness or unrighteousness, right? Third of
Yeah.
all, you're jumping around, right?
Hold on. I
Where's the
don't
conversation?
agree with that.
Where's
I
the
think everything.
conversation?
Well, you're saying that the Christians are believing
Hey,
something
whoa,
that's
whoa,
immoral.
chill out for a second. Chill out for a sec. I want you
Oh,
to adjust these three
I'm
things, and
sorry.
then we can continue. Yeah, adjust these three things, and then we can continue, please. Go for it. You want me to repeat? I can repeat it for you.
I'm sorry. You're breaking up a little bit. I think I'm in an area where there's low connection.
Okay, amazing. I'll do it one more time for
Just
you.
AC, yeah,
Okay.
just ask
Hello,
him again.
hello.
Can you hear
I'll do
us?
it. I'll turn my camera. I'll turn my camera off, then I'll help you out. Okay.
I think it's him,
So
it's
the
not
first thing,
you.
Nadir, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I didn't. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
he's
hear you
cutting
now.
out.
That's why I'm getting like some bad connection. Yeah.
Amazing. Cool. So
But
I'm gonna repeat myself,
No, no,
hello,
no.
you there?
and then you can,
Yeah,
and then you
hold
can
on, AC,
answer.
wait. Hold on, wait, AC, wait. Are you able to hear us clearly?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I think I'm just having some bad
Okay.
connection.
Okay, you're fine.
Okay. Are we good?
Okay, so I heard part of that.
Is it okay if he
Okay.
asks you again?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Cool.
go ahead.
So the first falsity or like the first problem is that this entire argument is based off of an interpretation that I would disagree with. And even if you would say that this would be quote unquote common knowledge, because that's the word that you used prior, a common knowledge is also just a common interpretation of the text, right? So obviously that would just be fallacious, right? We wouldn't appeal to a majority. Second of all, you
Haven't defined it.
you're not defining what wrongness is or like this unrighteous thing because you say that that the Bible is unrighteous and demonic and that the text within the Quran is a better like way to live by or I don't know the words exactly that you use, but the thing is you're not defining what these things are, right? You're not defining what wrongness is, you're not defining what righteousness
Right,
is.
right. I don't want to define it.
Yeah, you
But then
don't
you
want to
can't make
define it.
this
That's the
argument. Then
problem.
True.
you
I
can't
mean,
make this
I
argument then.
Problem.
yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me explain to you what I'm doing here. I don't want to
I want you
define
to answer
to, and
the
try to
objections.
explain to Christians. Hold on a
Answer the
second.
objections first.
Just
First of all,
let
I'm
him
not
Answer
let
the
giving
him
my
finish.
objections.
interpretation.
Answer the
Okay,
objections.
I'm not giving my interpretation. I thought, and then if I'm wrong about this, you can correct me. I thought we are all in a clear agreement on First Peter chapter 2 verse 21, that it clearly states that the unjust slave beating is your calling in life. Nobody disputed that. In fact, they justified it by saying, yeah, because you should be more like Jesus as Jesus suffered. And they gave all this explanation. I thought, okay, great. We moved on to the next point. So now I'm hearing, oh, no, Nadir, you're just giving your interpretation. So this is kind of a first. I'm like, okay, I thought we had this discussion. So, but, and as you said, okay, but you're not really telling us why it's wrong. You're right. I don't want to tell people why it's wrong to whip a little black boy and telling him this is your calling in life. I want Christians to just accept it. And if they say no, I won't accept it, then I am admitting I've lost the debate. I've
But the
admitted
premise of your
you
but
know
the premise of your argument was to say that Islam is better than Christianity because
Islam is
Islam is
better,
more.
yes,
Yes, but how are you determining that?
because Islam teaches that if you beat a slave, you're going to
Yes,
burn
so
in
I'm
hell.
trying.
Islam teaches if you
Yeah,
beat a
but
slave, you got to go through the court system.
okay, and you think okay, but all Christianity, all what you're disagreeing with Christianity, it says to if you get beat by a slave, if you get beaten as a slave, like that's okay or whatever, and you should be more like Christ.
No,
You're saying that's an immoral thing to believe.
no, it's about lying. It's not so much about it's about feeding people
Okay, okay, I
lies.
understand. So your contention with what the Bible is saying is that you think it's a lie when the Bible says to be more like Christ when you get beat or whatever. You think that
No,
you say
no, no, no. I'm saying that I want Christians to accept that it is a lie when the Bible says that if you beat a slave, I mean, unjust slave beating is your calling in life.
how
I
is that? How
want
do you know that's a lie?
and that goes back to the point where I don't want to
But then
con,
how can you make this argument if you can't
okay.
explain it to
Because I
me?
want Christian. You're right. I will not argue with a Christian when they ask me, "How do I know this is a lie?" You're right. I'm going to run away from that question, and I'll just ask the Christians, "Please, you just accept it. If you don't want to accept it, then that's okay. All
No
right."
one
But I believe the
agrees. No one
majority of,
agrees that
because
beating
I
anyone is
believe the majority of the Christians
bro.
will see that's a wrong teaching in their book. And I only given you one. I didn't give you the other verse, which is also a problematic verse, which is in 2 Titus chapter 2 verse 9.
Yeah,
And it says
we'll get
over
onto that in a
there,
second. We'll get onto that in a second.
yeah.
So no one concedes to your interpretation of the verse.
Well, they did. They actually did.
Who?
Some
Who?
people might. I
Names.
don't know.
Names,
They're not
please.
here now.
Can you describe exactly how we conceded, please?
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah,
were telling
please.
me that you went when I told you the verse. You told me, well, yeah, that's because the beating is like just like Jesus suffered. The slave is needs just like Jesus suffered. The slave needs to suffer in the same way. That's what you
Yeah,
told me.
and you think that's wrong, correct?
I I think that's grooming. Yeah.
Okay, so why? Okay, so now you've made a claim that this is some type of immoral or wrong behavior. Then I ask you, why is this a wrong or immoral behavior? And you say you do not want to answer that. Then we can't proceed in this argument anymore.
You're right. If it comes to the point where you will start asking me, Nadir, why is it why is it wrong to whip a little black boy black and blue and and tell him this is your calling in life, boy, and to be beaten by some psychopath, and you say, Nadir, I'm going to question your premise, Nadir, then I admit I lost.
Well,
Simple.
I'm just trying to figure
I'm
out
giving
where
it to
your
you.
morality
I'm
comes
giving you
from.
the victory. I'm
No,
telling
no,
you
I
you're
know, but
right.
like I'm not interested in that. I'm trying to just learn. I think you're a good
Yeah,
person.
I don't.
You've been really nice
Yeah.
so far. Like, I think you've been really nice
Well,
so far, and like I appreciate the conversation.
yes.
I'm just trying to understand how you think. And to me, it's a bit confusing. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not Christian or Muslim. And I'm just coming here to learn and to understand. But when I ask you what makes something good or bad or what makes this right or whatever, and you're not telling me, I can't, that's not informative. I can't
Right.
learn anything.
You're
I
right.
don't know how to
I
make,
just
yeah.
decided I don't want to go that far into the discussion. If
Yeah,
the
that's okay.
person
That's
will
fair.
not, if the person will not accept the premise which I'm giving him on that issue of the little black boy, then I'm just going to walk away from that. You're right. I just
Sir,
made that decision.
where's the reference to a little black boy in that verse? You've been saying it a lot,
That's an
but
example of how that verse could apply to what we see in reality, right?
No, I disagree.
I stem from African descent. Can you turn it down with the racism? Thanks.
Yeah.
I have a,
Well, what the text explicitly says, it
There's
told
no
a slave, it told the slave that this is your calling in life to be beaten by an unjust slave beating me. You've done nothing wrong. This guy is just bullying you, just picking on you. Maybe he's a psychopath or something. And to be beaten slash tortured by this guy is your calling in life.
I
I
disagree.
want Christians to accept that's a wrong
Uh,
teaching.
with all due respect, sir,
wait, I hate to
the
interrupt though.
verse.
I hate to interrupt. Kareem is in here, the guy from yesterday, the other Muslim we were talking to. Should we get him in here too so we can get 2-1?
Well, this is we're supposed to be talking to Mr. Ahmed, so maybe afterwards.
Yeah. And
Really quick, Mr. Ahmed, before we move on, the calling isn't to accept being beaten just because you're supposed to accept being beaten. It's a general call to accept suffering, even if it's unjust suffering. It's not
to
specifically
this,
saying, and yeah, to
it's
do
read
we really want to do this?
context.
Do we really want to do this? Okay, what does tuto refer to? Something the antecedent or the anti-antecedent?
Wait a second. So are you telling me when the text said to this you were called, it's not referring to the slave beating? Is that what you're telling me?
No, because it says, but if you suffer for doing good and you endure it, this is commendable before God. To this you were called. So suffering for doing good doesn't refer specifically to beating. I think that's an interpretation of the text, which you've already rejected because you you accepted the concept of theory neutral
Well,
texts.
the whole passage is about getting a beating. The whole text is about about the different type of beatings you can get. You can get it for doing good. You can
Actually,
get it for doing
actually, sir,
bad. You
it
can get a
refers to
beating for both. And to this you were called. It's talking about the slave beating itself.
it uses beating as a potential example of unjust suffering. It's not referring to the fact that you must simply accept unjust beating and just kind of go along
Yeah,
with
it
it.
says you should be
The
patient. No, the text does say you should be patient with it. That if you be patient with it, then this is like commendable before God, or this is to your credit. So the whole text of the passage is to convince him to accept the beating, whether it's just or unjust. That's what the text. That's what the text of the passage is actually trying to do.
yeah.
It doesn't
So
matter whether it's just or
does
unjust.
this what does it mean to receive a beating? Just to be clear.
To be patient through it, it means you
No,
accept it.
what does it mean to
You're
receive a
not going to
beating?
fight back.
What does it mean to receive a beating?
You're not going to go run to the authorities. You accept it, and you are
No,
patient with it.
no, I'm not
That's what
asking
the
what
text is. The
I'm
text actually uses the term patient.
yeah, okay. I'll pull it. Okay, well, I'm not asking you about what it means to accept a beating. I'm asking you what it means to beat someone. What is it? Is it tipto? Is it kolafizomeni? What is it? Is
I
it
didn't
to
look
hit,
at
to
the actual
strike?
Greek word.
Yeah, is it to hit, to
To strike.
strike? Yeah.
Yes, to
So
hit, to strike. Correct.
being struck, does that refer to multiple beatings or to being struck in the aorist past tense?
I didn't look in the text to see if it's
Okay.
past or present.
So yeah,
But
so
what it's
it's
doing is convincing him you should be patient with it.
yeah, so
The word patient is there, right?
be, yeah, I'm aware. What I'm saying, Mr. Ahmed, what I'm saying is that being struck does not refer to quote unquote beating a little black boy black and blue. I don't know how you beat a black boy black. That seems strange. But beating a black boy until he's bruised is not borne out in Colafizomini. It's simply
Well,
not the
no,
same
here's the
thing.
problem. The problem when you give this verse to the wicked slave master or to the slave master, he's going to basically see the justification for doing that. It's going to give him the sanctification. It's going to give him every justification to do that. So the problem is that you are trying to, if you give it to apologetic Christians like yourself, you're going to try to pick it to pieces. But look, you're giving it to other people as well. So the problem is the evil, wicked slave master, he is going to see validation for what he's doing. And that's a big problem with this verse.
Also, just to be clear, can you strike someone for doing something wrong?
The slave, are you talking about a slave master or who are you talking about?
Yeah. If
In
you can you if
Christianity, yeah, according to the Bible,
no
you
no,
can,
I'm
yeah.
asking you, is it
is the text referring to being beaten for no reason, or is it saying that you're being struck for sinning?
No, it's what the text is explicitly stating is it's giving both, like you've done something wrong and you've done nothing wrong, meaning it's unjust, and yet you still receive a beating. So it does. So what the text is saying, it doesn't matter. You should be patient, and this is commendable before God. It's like if you are patient with this beating, whether it's right or wrong, God is happy. It's to your credit, and that's your calling in life.
Okay. What I'm asking you, sir, is in the first part of verse 20, when it says that you receive a beating for doing wrong and endure it, it's asking what credit is that to you? Is that saying that you must accept a beating for doing something for doing good, or is it saying suffer?
What it's saying is that you silently accepted a beating for doing wrong. That's to your credit.
Are you aware that the two verbs are not even close to the same, and that suffering for doing wrong is to your credit does not refer to being struck or beaten? It just generally refers to suffering.
As a Christian.
What?
No,
It doesn't
just
make
reading
any
the text
sense.
is here is kolophizomeni and paskontes, are those the same words?
No.
Okay.
So okay, I tell
So
you what. Why don't you show
according
me
to the
which translation of the Bible are you saying is authoritative or something?
I'm not I'm Biongoklios ke I amartonontes ke kolophizomeni iponiti. I'm not using a translation. I'm using the Greek text. I'm
So
translating for you on
what's
the
his
spot,
call? So
sir.
what is he being called exactly? What are you
He's being
telling me?
called to suffer for doing good. That is commendable before God. That doesn't actually refer to accept being beaten
But that's
necessarily.
context.
I think it's an example, and I think the
Yeah.
context is general suffering. I
Okay,
think
I can accept. Okay, so what you're saying that you suffer for doing good in generally, okay, true, but a specific example was given, and that is a beating.
well, that's also, just to be clear, that's if you receive a beating for doing wrong and endure it. It's not the same situation. If you suffer for doing good and you endure it, that is what is considered commendable. So I think what you've done here is you've kind of just assumed that every time you're being beaten and you just have to go along with it and you're going to be commended for this. But I also want to point out, if you suffer for doing good and endure it, this is commendable before God. Do you need to do that? Do you need to endure that?
You're saying, does the guy have options?
I'm asking, do you need to go along with that? Do I need to
Well,
accept your interpretation of that passage, or can I simply use a hermeneutic of charity and assume that it's not
we should.
actually referring to beating all the
I
time?
agree. We should be as charitable to the text as we should. Just like I asked that one guy to do it with the one hadith he was quoting, where he says you shouldn't beat your
It was
woman
multiple
like you beat your
hadiths. It was
slave.
about four, brother, not
Okay,
just one.
hold on a second.
Don't misquote
We
me.
should be charitable, but how am I being uncharitable? I think even as a most charitable reading, what is undeniable from the text is that, as you were pointing out, that it does speak in generally that, hey, listen, if you're suffering for doing good, it's to your credit, and this is your calling in life to do that. Yes, but a specific example was given, and that is slave beating, to being beaten.
So, are we called to endure beatings or to suffer for doing good, generally speaking?
Both, because
Okay.
it's
So,
specific and general.
what does it mean to receive a beating again?
Well, the Bible didn't go into detail
Okay.
and say, okay,
So,
well, this is what is meant by the beating. But the problem here is when you give this to the slave master, what do you expect? Reasonably expect he's gonna think, okay, what I'm doing is right. That's the problem with this verse.
I disagree with you because I don't have the same view of theory neutral text that you do,
No,
which
you
I think
shouldn't give
is
this. Hey, you think this is perfectly fine to give to a wicked slave master? No, it's not. It's a problem. You can't give this to a slave master because he's gonna
um,
think he's doing what he's doing is right.
I don't
Can I just ask?
I don't agree because I don't have the same view of theory neutral text because I believe that there's an interpretation.
Oh, okay. So you think you have no problem with giving this passage to a wicked slave master, huh?
Yeah, I can tell him the interpretation. I can give
No,
him
no,
the
no,
tafsir, if you will,
no. Just because
if
you
you'd
won't be
permit me to use
alive
that
at that
word.
time. You and your tafsir is not going to be around us. I'm saying give this to the slave master without your tafsir. Is that a problem? Yes or no?
I don't deny that he could interpret it poorly, but here's the problem.
Yes,
I don't
that's the
have the
problem.
view I don't have the view that you do about theory neutral text.
I don't see how you're disagreeing really with what I'm telling you. With what I'm telling you, you're not ruling out the
Well,
possibility that this is talking about a slave beating. So let's move on now.
what I'm disagreeing with is the thing that I had to introduce to you as a concept for the first time, which is the idea that there is a plain and perspicuous reading of texts that is to be clearly understood, and that we don't actually need to give interpretations, that it must be stated explicitly. That's the part that I'm disagreeing with you about. I don't agree that that's a factor in this discussion. I think you've assumed that. I
Well,
also do think that we would all agree, if you do actually suffer even a beating. I mean, even though Kofilomizini doesn't, Kofizomini doesn't refer to being beaten. It refers to being struck in the singular. Uh, does if you were to accept that and not retaliate, would that be a commendable thing to do?
yes, that's exactly what the passage states. To be patient,
No,
you
I'm
don't
asking you.
retaliate.
I'm
Well, now
asking you. Is it?
I believe that's a wrong thing to do. To be a slave beating is a wrong thing to do. If you ask me my opinion, I'm telling you that's wrong.
But when we ask you
Okay,
why is it wrong, you don't ever answer.
but what I'm more asking is, you believe that it's wrong to not retaliate when you're struck, if you're in a situation?
So in this situation, I will tell you what the right thing to do in this situation. There was a slave who was beaten by his slave master, and he went straight to Muhammad and said, "This guy beat me." Muhammad went right to his house and said, "Don't you beat this slave." So in this situation, Muhammad gives the right answer. You run to the authorities and you tell maybe a brother, a sister, or someone else and say, "This man is doing this to me,"
Is
and that's the right thing to do. Escalate it.
is this uh is this precluded? Is what you just mentioned precluded in First Peter?
Yes, because it says
So
you should patiently be. You should patiently accept the beating. That's what's very clear in that text.
okay, I don't agree with you. If you suffer for doing good and you endure it, I mean,
Endure it, right?
I don't well, hypomeniti doesn't exactly mean that you just
The word
just let. Okay,
patience is there.
sir, well, I don't know if I would translate it that way personally, but what I'm saying is it precluded for me to go to the authorities
Yes,
and discuss this with them? So I can't go to the authorities after the fact when this happens.
you're not gonna get the heavenly reward as promised to you if you start retaliating like that. That's what the passage is all about, because
No,
it's saying that you how much to your
no.
credit that you received a beating and you endured it and you were patient through it. It's to your credit. Yes.
Okay, so I don't see a mention of a heavenly reward, so I believe that's an interpolation on
Well,
your
it's
part.
commendable before God. That's what the exact text said. It is commendable before God and is to your credit. To your credit, I think is heavenly reward, at least as I understand it.
Well, I mean, I'm not a Protestant. I
Okay,
wouldn't, I
well,
wouldn't personally exegete it that
some
way,
kind of reward.
but yeah, I think it might be morally commendable to not retaliate against somebody. I think when a man strikes you on your cheek and you
Now,
turn the
now,
other cheek, I think it's a moral high road to take.
but there's another passage I want to ask you about, and we never got around to it. That's inside Titus. To Titus, we could go there real quick. To Titus basically said that it said over there that it said if a slave, if you are in fact, could you read 2 Titus for me real quick? 2 Titus
Yes.
chapter 2, 2 Titus chapter 2 verse 9, 9 through 10.
Yes. Teach slaves to be subject to their masters in everything, to try to please them, not to talk back to them, and not to steal from them, but to show that they can be fully trusted, so that in every way they will make the teaching about God our Savior attractive.
So my question here is, so that means that the slave, you can give him every kind of racial slur and he's not to talk back. So when you say you don't talk back, boy, isn't that means you don't respect his intelligence? And now remember what Islam said. It said you give them the best education.
Can I ask you to
So,
give me the
so
best faith interpretation of that passage from the Bible? Can you give me the best steel man what's being said? Can you tell me what Jesus what is trying to be communicated in this verse?
that so basically what the text is stating here is that if I were to see a slave that's not talking back to his master, meaning you're calling him every rotten racial slur, and he is not talking back, that's going to make me want to be a Christian because it states in the text that this will make the teachings of our Lord attractive. Is that really
Mm-hmm.
true?
Okay, Jim,
Can
I'll
I
let you
can
go
I
now.
ask this guy a quick question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Liz.
Okay, Nadir, do you know what slavehood or servitude was back in the day?
Yeah, slavery is slavery.
No, no, no. I didn't ask you from your perspective living in the 21st century. I asked you what was slavehood or servitude back in the day.
Back in the period of the Roman Empire,
My friend, back in the day, 2000 years ago,
they
1400 years ago.
practiced the Romans practiced slavery, an appalling version of slavery, just like is practiced today or practiced throughout the ages.
Okay, let
Yeah.
me ask you a question. If you were indebted to someone, what would happen to you?
Well, now that's a different version of slavery, but the Bible
He's
doesn't say
Nadir, Nadir,
that this is.
Nadir,
Oh,
hold
wait a
on,
second, wait a
hold on.
second.
no, let him
I
Wait
finish.
a
asked you a
Let him
second.
finish.
simple question.
You gotta let him finish though. Let him finish.
Indentured servitude is one form of slavery, but the Bible doesn't say, I'm only talking about indentured servitude. That's not what the text states here. Okay, but what's important, whether you're talking about indentured servitude or not, the Bible did make another false statement that I'm going to look at at a slave who's not talking back and I'm going to want to be a Christian. How does that work? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I wasn't
Do you?
referring to concubines or let's say captured slaves from war. I'm referring to indebted servitude.
That's not what
Um,
he's arguing about though, bro. He's
I know, I
arguing about
know,
something else.
I know.
Yeah.
But my argument is right when we look at the Islamic context, for instance, you did have those two separate slaves, right? You had the legitimate concubines, and then the slaves that were already present. Now, the reason Muhammad was so nice to the slaves were because this was his big population of, we could proclaim them as the earliest Muslims, right? It was just poor people and slaves. So when we think about things in the biblical context, if someone was, let's say, your servant and they were indebted to you, right? How would you enforce, them to do the work necessary for them to get out of that debt, right? Like, let's say it's a 7 year time period, which is a biblical, period of time to be a slave or a servant. How would you enforce them to do the work needed to finish their servitude?
Well, in Islam, are you talking from an Islamic perspective?
Just like in your opinion, forget Islam or Christianity. How would you enforce that?
Well, if you're forgetting about Islam and Christianity, the way it was enforced is through beating.
Okay, exactly. So let's say someone's indebted to you. There's no way for you unless you just throw them in jail or you kill them, right? Those are other types of punishments. If someone's indebted to you because, let's say you gave them a loan, they didn't pay you back, and now they're to work for you. So you pay for their housing, you pay for their food, et cetera, et cetera. But they don't want to do the work necessary to be your servant. How do you enforce them to do the work necessary?
By beating them.
Okay, so
Torture.
okay, and that's actually a fair and justifiable mechanism for. So if we go into the Hadith literature, Muhammad makes it very clear, don't beat them unjustly. Let's say, right? When we go into the Christian literature, Jesus is saying, even if someone beats you unjustly, basically you will be rewarded by God. So just endure, right? Now, you could look at that and say, well, that's, Jesus is being, evil or whatever. But how else would a servant, like, how else would he go about it,
I mean,
right?
you're right. The problem is that without beating them and torturing them, then slavery is not going to work because the work will not get done. You are right about that. But that is my point. Slavery is a wicked, evil institution from the devil. And you actually prove it? No, I'm not going to prove it to you. I just want you to accept it. And if you don't accept it, then I admit I lost.
But Muslims did
So, but my,
slavery.
that's my point to you. If you look at the versions of slavery from Judeo-Christian
But they're
slavery,
both
transatlantic.
bad. They're
Oh,
both
wait,
bad.
don't, no, wait a second. Let me finish my point. What I am telling you, slavery is from the devil. Slavery is wicked and evil. And Islam actually condemns any all versions of
Why?
slavery.
Why?
Well, please allow me to speak.
Wait, let him finish.
Hold on a second. Let me, yeah, without cutting me off. What you guys need to understand is Islam actually condemned all versions of slavery except the Islamic version. And it came up with a new version of slavery. And if you look at it, it is really, really good. And all the evils, like for example, when you ask the question, then how do you get the work done? From the in the Islamic position, you don't. Muhammad never said oof to a slave. Why did you do that? Never beat a slave. And if there was any hard work, they would together work and get the work done. So you work
Okay,
together to get it done. And so if you look at the Islamic version of slavery, and let me first of all, let me give you the verse of the Quran, which
wait,
condemns
Nadir,
all
can I just
slavery.
respond to that
No.
point though before you go there? Can I
Well,
just
let me
respond
just
to
give
that
one
point real
verse.
quick?
Let me just give one verse of the
Okay.
Quran, and then I'll get let you. So the verse which I want to give you, which condemns all the versions of slavery, is where it says, "And if anybody rules by what other than what Allah has revealed, verily they are the disbelievers." So that is the clear condemnation of slavery, which we don't find in the Bible.
Okay, first of all, that's not at all. And that would be a contradiction with another Quranic verse in Surah Nisa. But before we get there, first of all, the only ones who actually abolished slavery in history were the Christians. Okay, they were the only group of people to actually abolish slavery. So that's first of all. Second of all,
Christianity was popular amongst slaves. That's why it spread in Rome like it did.
but second of all, Islam never once advocated for the we could say the dissolving slavery over time, like Muslims like to claim. In fact, the Quran promoted slavery, and that was how Muhammad and the companions themselves got their revenue, was by taking over Christian and Jewish lands, taxing them jizya, so they did the work, they taxed them, and then they got to live off of those lands, and they had slaves, and if people did not obey them, right? Then they took their wives, they took their women, and they became their concubines. And I can show you in your own Islamic sources how that happened over and
Yeah,
over again.
that's all baloney. It's all baloney.
My
It's
friend,
all nonsense.
open up Surah Nisa,
Hold
chapter
on a second.
4,
Hold on
verse
a second.
24, and open up
No,
the
wait a
tafsir
second.
by Ibn
I'm
Kathir.
going to. I want an apology from you, okay? Because let me make it very clear for everybody in the room what you just stated, and you are then going to show me the reference for this, where you said Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Sahaba and his companions, they would invade the other people's lands, and then they would make slave girls out of the local population of people, is what you basically told everybody here. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Show me the hadith, and if you don't show it, apologize. Okay? Go
Okay,
ahead.
open up Surah Nisa. I'm driving right now. If someone can send in the private chat, Surah Nisa, so chapter 4, verse 24, and open up Tafsir Ibn Kathir.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. Are you there?
Yeah, Surah Nisa, so chapter 4, ayah 24, and the Tafsir by Ibn Kathir.
No, wait a second. Whoa. First, let's show it what the Quran actually states, the hadith, and then we can go to the tafsir, okay?
Okay, very simply, it says married women are forbidden for you except what your right hands possess.
Female
Right.
Okay.
captives in your
Right.
possessions.
Right.
Yeah, it's like it's right hand possession. So like literally what you have that you own, that you can have sex with.
Right.
Lawful to you are all beyond these as long as you seek them with your wealth in legal marriage, not in fornication. So what woman would want to marry their captor?
Okay. Wait a second. Now I want an apology. You said that Muhammad and his Sahaba and his companions would invade the other neighboring lands, and they made slave girls out of the local population. You stated that. That is not true. That's a falsehood.
Nadir, what did I
Okay.
just ask you
You
to
don't
do
want
though?
to
What did I
apologize? You don't want to
hold on?
apologize?
What
That
what did
text
I
you quoted did
Nadir
not say
Nadir?
that.
What did I just ask you to do? I said
This is
open up the open up the ayah and then go
okay.
to Tafsir Ibn Kathir because you also asked for a hadith. Okay,
Okay,
open up the
you've just
Tafsir
lied
and
to
read it.
everybody here. Yeah, it didn't say that. Nobody, nowhere in our teachings does it say that you make slave girls out of the local population or anything like that. That's clearly not in our Quran or the Hadith. You don't want to apologize? That's fine. You quoted a verse
Nadir,
about.
open
Hold on, don't
up the
interrupt me.
Tafsir.
No, no, I'm
Open
not
up
going
the
to open up
Tafsir.
nothing. I'm not going to open up
Oh
nothing.
boy.
Okay, I want to get back to the Titus verse, which I quoted for you. You know,
Can I send a link in the private chat? Someone just share their
Yeah,
screen so we
yeah.
can read it.
Send it in the side chat.
Okay,
my
I've
point,
stopped real quick so I can send it.
well, my point to you is, look, I'm asking you from the Titus. My point to you is, there's many
Oh, he cut out. Oh.
in that teaching that if I see slaves not talking back to their slave master, it's going to make the teachings of our Lord and Savior attractive. No, it does not. Okay, I'm
Why?
sorry.
How do you?
That's
Why does it
not
not?
true.
Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it?
Okay, so let's say you're telling some slave. First of all, anything to do with slavery is repulsive. That's number one.
Well,
And now
Muslims
the
did it
slave
too.
is
So
not
anything
talking back
Muslims
to
will
your
be repulsive
baloney.
at the same standard.
No, but Islam has a different version. So no, that's actually beautiful.
They still
But
did
let's get
slavery.
back to the
All
point.
forms of slavery are
Okay,
wrong.
okay,
All forms.
show it to
All
me.
forms.
Show,
I don't need to
we'll
show it
get
to
to
you.
that.
I'm telling you, it's
Hold on a
Nadir,
second.
wrong.
Well, only one
hold on.
person at a time, guys.
Nadir,
One
I
got at a
posted
time.
the link.
No,
You accused me of being a liar. I posted the link. Whoever's screen sharing, if they can just open the link and we can go through it.
no. Nowhere does it say
He
anything of what.
has it
Okay,
pulled up. It's
okay,
read
okay,
it out
okay.
loud.
Read it, and then if it doesn't say that, you should apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, read
Sure
it out
thing.
loud then. Yeah. You can read it. I'm about to screen share it.
Oh,
I can't
Uh,
share
you-
it. Only
you-
Nathan can.
yeah.
Is it the one that's
Nathan
already on the
just
screen, or is it a different one?
It's a tough series. So
Nathan will have to click. I don't know if Nathan's here, but just read it out loud. The link is here, and we can actually.
Here,
okay, I'm on
is it
push
the
to
one in the
talk. Let
chat?
me change it.
Yes, it's the one in the chat. Yeah.
I can screen share it if you want.
Yeah. Can you please do it, John? Yeah.
Yes. Wait, why do I not have permission to share my
Because
screen?
Nathan's already screen sharing, and I think that's part of the problem. And I don't think he's here anymore.
What if
But
I do
he can
this?
just read it out loud. We have.
Yeah,
the
Wait, what if,
I'm on,
here,
I'm on
what if
push
I
to
do
talk.
this? I'm gonna
Please
move.
entertain
I'm gonna see if I can move Nathan.
Yes. Okay.
Can't.
Now you can share it. Now you can share it.
There we go. Do you want me to read it or?
I can read it, but I was just on push to talk, so I couldn't.
Yeah. Go ahead and read it. It's up on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, scroll down a little bit. Okay.
Is this where you want it?
Yeah. So when we see, okay, so it says also forbidden for you are married women except those whom your right hands possess. Malakat imanikum. It says the ayah means you are prohibited from marrying women who are already married, except those whom your right hands possess, except those whom you acquire through war. For you are allowed such women after making sure they are not pregnant. Imam Ahmed recorded in blah 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 blah. We captured some women from the area of Autas who were already married, and we disliked having sexual relations with them because they already had husbands. So we asked the Prophet about this matter, and this ayah was revealed. So, and we can keep going. Da 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 da. Thus has Allah ordained for you means this prohibition was ordered for you by Allah. Therefore, adhere to Allah's book. Do not transgress His set limits and adhere to His legislation and decrees. Allah said, all others are lawful, meaning you're allowed to marry women. So you're allowed to have 4 wives, and you're allowed to basically have concubines. And then, of course, muta marriage. So at the time, the companions of Muhammad were, after they had captured the women of Autas and the men were still alive, the companions were worried about, having relations with these women, sexual relations, while their husbands were still alive. Allah then reveals this verse supposedly and says, no, it's okay because now they're your right hands possessed, right? What are you talking about? There's no
So now
slaves
I
or
need an
slave women.
apology from you. I need you to apologize because you made a false statement. You said that these are the women, the local women, when you invade the lands of the non-Muslims. The Sahaba, Muhammad, and the companions is what you said. are taking these women from their homes and making sex slaves out of them or something like that. That's just not true. Okay. What you quoted from me are, of course, the right hand possessed. They were previously married, but who are those women? That's the question here. And I think what you stated was absolutely false, and you're not going to say sorry. Back to 2 Titus chapter 2 verse
Oh,
9.
hold on, real quick.
What?
By the way,
Yeah.
I forgot to read that one little sentence. It says, "Consequently, we had sexual relations with them." So this is after Allah had revealed that verse. Dude, Nadir, I don't even know what planet you're on, brother, but how are you not getting it? They went into Otas, they defeated them, okay? And then the men were still alive. The women were there. They were afraid, right? They didn't know, can we have sex with these women while the men are still alive? Then they became the right hand's possession because Allah allowed them to do that. So then they could have sex with the women. Dude, what
Okay.
planet are you living on?
Yeah, the planet which I'm living on is a planet called Truth. You are obviously, not willing to apologize for your false statement which you made, where you said that these were the local women. These are just you're going to the lands of the non-Muslims. Hold on, you said these are the lands of the non-Muslims that you're going, like the Jews and the Christians' lands, taking people out of their homes and making sex slaves out of them. That's not who these women are. These are women. If I will give you the reference, since again, this is what a fake is. A fake is a false assumption of the ignorant, credulous person. This is just a fake argument. I'm going to tell you what you're ignorant of. It's called the Battle of Hunain. On the Battle of Hunain, when they fought against the Muslims, they brought their women alongside with them onto the battlefield, along with the goods to be traded. So that's my point. The free women, the people who are just living, doing their whatever, taking kids to soccer or whatever, these are not women who become the concubine. That's my
Dude,
point.
why are you lying? Why are you lying big time? Yes, they were, and Muslims have.
Give me
Dude,
the reference.
in any books,
I could give you
of
another
fiqh,
reference to
hold on,
silence your nonsense,
Nadir,
but I
in
don't have to.
any books of fiqh,
Okay, I'm done.
right?
I'm done with you. I don't want to. You are supposed to be giving the references that the local people, the women on the street, you're just grabbing them up and turning them into sex slaves. That's baloney.
They
Okay.
were
So
the wives
okay,
of the people
I'm not.
who had fought against, dude. What are
Okay,
you
I'm not
talking
having
about?
this discussion. Yeah, they were the wives of the warriors who were there, accompanied them onto the battlefield, and they were participating in the war. That's called the Battle of Hunain. Okay,
They
so I've just
participated in
refuted
the
you.
war, dude. What are
Yes,
you?
they participated.
Sir, is that
So
is that borne out in the text?
That's if you read the Islamic history, that's you will see that they took their women and children alongside with them onto the battlefield.
provide me one
Oh no,
source
but the
that says that.
tafsir.
Battle, just type in Google Battle Hunain, Hunain, and you can read for yourself. I can't share my screen or anything because I'm in a car. Okay, this is what I
It's in
mean.
the
You guys
chat
don't
because
know
you're
what you.
lying big time.
In fact, no, in fact, I'm gonna, further silence your canard, which you stated by showing it. I'll show you the hadith when I can, but this was a battle where Muhammad said, when you attack the enemy, you call them to 3 things. You call them to worship Allah. And then he said, if they don't accept, then you call them to pay the jizya. And so then what happened? They attacked, and guess what? The
And if
Christians
they don't
didn't.
pay jizya, what happens?
Oh, yeah, this is exactly the right question you're asking. So then the Christians, they didn't accept Islam, and they didn't pay the jizya. They refused to. So then they asked Prophet about the situation. He says, well, then you don't offer them protection under my name, because if something, paraphrasing, something happens to them, I don't want to be responsible. So the point in this hadith is that you are to offer them protection. But the point here is nobody was made sex slaves. And if I get a chance to pull over, I will read the hadith for you. But it specifically
Very.
stated that you are to protect them. And he didn't care about the fact that they were not even paying the jizya. Okay? So, but the point here is, I don't have to show you that hadith. The one who is making the claim that you grab women off the streets and these are the local women, it's that person who's supposed to be making a reference.
Wow. So
So, I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
don't have
send
to
a
share that
hadith
with you.
right in the chat because you're complete, dude. You're such a liar. From
I'm done.
Sunan Ibn Majah.
You know what?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna send a hadith in the chat. Just read it. Just read it
yeah,
out loud.
I can't. I'm driving. All right. So my point to you, hello?
Never hear.
Yeah, okay. I cannot. I'm
No,
driving right
sorry.
now.
I was just sending a hadith in the chat. I mean, if someone wants to pull it up and read it, dude, I don't know what you're lying. The women are on the battlefield with the men, and like, what are you
That's
talking about, dude? They
that's
went
the
to
Battle of
Otas,
Hunain.
and hold on, it didn't just happen on that one occasion. It happened over and over. And this is not
Yeah,
just
that's fine.
something for the
That's fine.
Muslims at the time of Muhammad.
Okay.
This is
You're
something for the Muslims of all
okay.
time. It
You're just
wasn't
making
abrogated. This
you're
is
just
why
making
ISIS,
okay, I'm
Daesh,
done.
Al Qaeda, hold on, my friend. This is why the true Muslims who practice this today are following the Sunnah of Muhammad. You're just sitting here
Okay.
thinking that you're so high and mighty, dude. You're
I'm
going
done
against
with
your own
you.
Sunnah.
Honestly, I'm just done with you. Okay, let's move on to the. I want to go back to Titus. I want to ask the person on chapter 2, verse 9, where it stated that if I see a slave, okay, and he's not talking back to his master, this is going to make me want to be a Christian. Paraphrase, it says it's going to make the teachings of our Lord attractive. Can you
Why do you think
explain
it
how
won't?
that works?
Your claim is that it won't. I'm asking you, why do you think that's true?
Because this is a verse which is specifically talking
No, I
about
agree
me.
that it's a verse. You're saying it's not convincing. I'm asking you, on what criteria do you deem it not
Okay,
convincing that it wouldn't do
not
that?
only okay, so this is okay because this is a verse specifically referring to me. I'm a disbeliever in this, and it's telling me that I'm gonna want to see. It's gonna make Christianity look attractive. No, it doesn't. Now maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe there's something wrong with my brain. Then why don't you show me a Christian? Or I'm not a Christian.
I
Show me a non-believer that you show them a slave not talking back. It's gonna make the teachings of your Lord attractive. Can
I
you show
agree.
that?
Okay, I'll move that in a second. But I agree that it's not. It doesn't do that for you. But I'm asking you why it doesn't do that for you. I'm aware that you're not telling me anything informative.
Okay. The issue here is it's not whether of why. The Bible said that this is gonna happen, and it doesn't.
And it has happened to some people.
Okay, who?
During the abolition movement in the United States, this happened to some people.
That they
It did
saw.
do that.
Okay.
There's some
Okay.
people who
So,
did that did happen in the abolition
but this
South. It's
doesn't
happened in
happen
the
today.
South.
So we can agree
But
that today
it never
nobody's that
happened. Your
stupid.
claim was that it never happened, and it has happened to people. And
Well,
Christians through the abolition movement, who
okay.
were Christians who fought for abolition of slavery, were inspired by the teachings of Jesus to abolish
Wait,
slavery.
wait. This is not about abolition. This is talking about you tell a slave,
Yes, but that
boy,
inspired them to be
shut your
against
mouth, boy.
slavery.
No, this is about you
Holy
tell us
shit.
that you shut your mouth, boy, and he doesn't talk back. You call him every racial slur, he doesn't talk back. And this is gonna make people want to be Christian. Okay, that now we can agree that's just not gonna happen today, right?
It has happened, and it
It has
can
happened,
happen.
but you see, my point is this that in today's world, that's just not going to happen, right?
On what grounds?
Okay, so I mean, can you
You're
show
making a
me any
claim with no evidence, with no proof, and
can
I'm
you
asking you
show
on
me
what grounds.
can you
You
show
can't
me
just say
any
Sir, I
can you
think the
show me
reason I
any
think the
non-believer look if you are a true Christian you should be using this in your evangelism.
I'm a
Right?
non-believer, and it does
you
compel me.
Really, you want?
you
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
can I
you're
explain
right,
how? Can I
Mister.
explain how? Can I
oh,
explain how
that's this
though?
guy.
I
This
can
is
explain
interesting. So
how.
you're telling me,
But I can
okay, you're telling
explain
me that
how. I can explain my
This
reasoning.
is
You
this is
cannot.
the personal
you
this is
are
the
a
personal
non-believer. Hold on,
incredulity fallacy,
I just
sir.
want to get this right. I just want to get this, make sure I'm understanding this properly. You're telling me that you're a non-believer. You're not a Christian, and when
Yes.
you
Yes, and I can explain my reasoning why, unlike
that a
you can't explain
slave
your
is not
reasoning to
talking back
me.
to his slave master.
But go. Oh,
He's cutting out.
Go ahead. Yeah, explain it how
Yo,
it does.
you cut out really badly, and we didn't
yeah.
hear what you said.
Okay, you're telling me that when you see a slave not talking back to his slave master, that looks attractive to you, right?
I can explain to you my reasoning why when I hear this passage of what's
Okay,
happening. Why
sure.
it's
Go
attractive.
ahead. Yeah,
Okay,
let's hear this.
but I will. But can you give me your reasoning as well once I give mine on why it doesn't compel you? That's what I want
Okay,
from you.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
to me it compels me. So when someone treats you badly, and you don't speak up, you don't act up, you don't do anything ill will or hatred, you're on a moral high ground that shows even though someone's treating you badly, you can still have love for them. You can still have compassion in your heart for them, even though you know you're wicked, even though they know they're a sinner. But you don't blame them. You know they don't understand everything. They don't know God like you do. So you extend this hand of compassion. You don't fight with them. You don't cause problems with them. You show them love. And when that love is shown to you, That will give you a change of heart. You're treating someone badly, and all they do is show kindness and love to you. It's going to be very hard to treat that person badly. And then the
Okay.
master might inquire on why this person acts this way. Why do you think this way? Why do you do this? Most people don't act this way. This impresses me in
Yeah.
some capacity.
Okay.
And then he
Okay.
explains Jesus to them. Can I have yours on why it doesn't compel you
Hold
now?
on a second. Are you in front of a computer by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Can you just Google chattel slavery and just pull up images, okay? Because then I
No,
want
I
to just ask you a
understand.
question.
It's not. I
No, no,
disagree
no.
with
Just
slavery. I'm saying slavery's
second.
bad. I'm saying beatings are bad. But what the being
Wait a second.
communicated in this
Well, this
verse
is
is
not
to
about
show.
love. This has nothing to do about that. Okay, you're just showing love and compassion. This is about a slave master
I'm talking about
giving
the
his
slave
eunuch.
is the one showing
Okay,
compassion.
okay, hold on a second. Yeah, that's not what this is about. This is about you are watching a slave master talking down to his slave, and he ain't talking back. And now that's gonna make you want to become a Christian. Not whether it looks attractive. Does that really make you want to be a Christian? Huh?
I think it could. I think it's. I think
What?
no, you don't understand what
No.
I'm.
Sir, with all due
You.
respect, sir, I believe you're
Get
committing
out of
the
here.
I believe you're committing the personal
I don't think
incredulity
you
fallacy.
understand. Can you tell me what I'm saying though? I don't think you understand what I communicate.
Okay, I can't believe we're having this discussion. So you're telling me that when you see a slave master talking down to his slave and he ain't talking, the slave ain't talking back, it makes the Christian scriptures look attractive to you. Is that what you're
No,
telling
that's
me?
not what I said, and you're not
Okay.
understanding
Well, then
me.
that's not
Slav,
what you're saying. That you're not
can I,
understanding the verse.
Slav, can I ask him
No.
something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Ahmed, can you explain what the personal incredulity fallacy is for me, please?
I cannot. No.
Okay, so the personal incredulity, that's what I figured because you're committing it.
Okay.
The personal incredulity fallacy is essentially you appeal to your own inability to believe something or the difficulty that something has with regards to belief, or that it contradicts your own like personal expectations, and that the proposition is false for that reason. And I believe you're committing that fallacy right now.
No,
Would
because
you
I'm
agree?
asking you guys. Remember, I'm not saying it's not about what I believe. I'm asking, so who here really believes that? Can you show me that pull up a picture of slavery and you see a slave talking down to his slave master? This is going to make the Christian scriptures look attractive when he doesn't talk back.
I don't. I
Who?
think you're
Who is
missing
it?
the moral.
Yeah,
I think you're missing the deep message that's being communicated in this. You're
yeah.
only viewing things so superficially and not understanding what I'm saying. I, as a non-Christian, can understand what Jesus is communicating here. What he's saying is treat others well, no matter how they treat you, because that's what I command you to do. Because that's what's right. To show
No,
compassion to them, to show love to them. The
no,
slave
that's not what.
master's the wrong one here. The
This
slave
is
master is
because we
wrong.
have a very, very high view of humility, something that I think you potentially don't understand
Yeah.
because in our conversations with you, you've demonstrated that you don't have that.
It's like
No.
imagine you're in a workplace and your boss is a prick. What Jesus is basically saying is do a good job. Show your boss that hey, I'm a Christian. I'm a good guy. And maybe your boss will lighten up a bit. So in the same way, even if it's a slave with a slave master, maybe that might open the heart of the slave master. Nadir, you twist things like it's
Actually,
so
that's
insane, dude.
no, that's a scientific error because you see the
What?
slaves are
What?
the.
Huh?
Let me
What?
let me
What?
let me explain something to you, just without being cut off.
Okay.
Not talking back is a wrong thing to do because these are the slaves who are building the bridges, they're building the roads, they're doing the work out there. They're the ones who know. And if you see something, say something. That's the right thing. Under management, if your employee, this is not how you manage people. You should encourage them to talk back. And if I'm wrong, dude, say something. That's the right way of. And so when the Bible actually says it encourages slaves to keep your mouth shut, don't you talk back? That's actually an error because that's what causes so many problems.
Nadir,
So
but
the
going
Bible
back to
is
zero,
wrong on so many levels here.
okay.
You should
Going
There's
Okay,
back
encourage
to
them
some.
to
listen,
talk
zero,
back
but you have
but
not. You still
going
have it. But like, on what grounds? I keep asking you on what grounds something is wrong, and you can't tell me, and you refuse
because
to
you
tell me.
want them to talk back. You want when you see something that the slave master is doing wrong.
I'm
You
asking
see
you,
something here,
why
you
do
should
you
stop
want
and
that?
debate with them because
yeah,
they
Muslims can't make an epistemological argument for anything. Dude,
Thank you.
Nadir,
yeah. Okay.
if
Okay.
someone
I'm
if
not.
someone hold on, if someone is
Just go
indebted to
back.
you,
No, no, just hold on. Wait a second. Let him finish.
if someone is indebted to you, they have no grounds to stand on to act in a rebellious manner towards you because they're already indebted to you. But if a slave master acts unjustly towards his slave, he might have a change of heart if that slave acts in good faith towards the slave master. And that's what Jesus is trying to say. He's not saying, go and, tell your slave master, screw off for, beating me unjustly. He's saying, hey, listen, if you guys are indebted to someone, act in accordance, like act in a just manner, right? And hope that your slave master has a change of heart. That's the whole point, dude.
When you say you don't talk back, that means you don't respect that person's intelligence. You don't believe me? Say that to your wife or your girlfriend. Don't you talk back? And let's see the
Can you
response you
understand
get.
what Jesus is communicating here? Do you understand what's being communicated?
I understand
Even
what's
if you
being
might.
communicated. Yes, it's basically it's this very old thinking of thinking that basically your slaves are obedient. They're not. You're calling them every racial slur. You can
Not
abuse them
that
in every
part. I'm
way,
talking about the
and
other
and
part
and
I've
they're not.
alluded to. I
It's
can
all about
understand
love.
that
No, that has
interpretation.
nothing to do with love. It
No,
has nothing to
no,
do with what you guys are talking about.
Are
no.
we
I can
still
understand
talking about the
your.
slave issue? Can we just
Look,
Just
move
give it a
on?
second, Aristotle. Just
no
give me 1 second.
way that Christianity is going to look attractive by watching a slave just
Okay.
shutting up and just taking every kind of
Okay.
abuse he can from his slave master.
Okay. Can I
Thank you
ask
That's
for
a
you?
bunch of
giving your
baloney.
thank you,
Okay.
sir, for giving your perspective on that.
Look
Let's
how
ask
Islam
literally
is a
everybody else.
superior. Look what Islam says in this. In this light, Islam says you give them the best education. That's a so much better teaching than what we find in the Bible.
Nadir, you cannot make a single epistemological argument for
That's what
why
I'm
something
trying to.
is morally justifiable or
You
morally
are
wrong.
right. You are
So
right.
make
Look,
make the
what I'm
argument.
telling
But
you
that's what we.
guys, what I'm
It's
telling you are
actually
right.
worse.
Look, what
He
I'm telling
appeals to
you, if you
Christianity, so
want me
that's
to
why
prove
it's
to
right.
you, if you want me to prove to you that prove to me that the giving them the best education is epistemologically morally superior, then you shut your mouth, boy. Don't you talk back? Then you're right. I'm not going there. I can't prove that to you. I'm just asking you to
So then,
accept
how
it.
can you say it's
Okay?
You can't
better?
You
prove
are
much,
right.
can
You
you,
are right.
Mr. Ahmed?
You see, my point here is to you guys that look, if you are not going to accept this premise which I'm giving you, I accept I lost. I accept.
But the thing
You
is,
know,
like,
Yeah, you have given nothing other than opinions so far, and that's not
What
the
my
course of
point, what
debate.
my point to you
Why
is,
don't you prove
if you give
something?
it, yeah, what my point to you here is, there's nobody you can show on planet Earth, at least today's
Argument's
time,
the
who's
majority.
gonna.
Stop committing fallacies.
No,
Give
the
us some
Bible's
sort of
making that
proof.
argument. The
here.
Give
Bible
us some
said
sort
that
of
people
proof.
will find it to be attractive.
A
The
fallacy
scriptures to
isn't
be
proof.
attractive.
It's your
Sir,
It's not
opinion,
sir,
a
true.
dumb opinion.
now you're using the fallacy of personal incredulity. I mean, with all due
No, wait a
respect, sir,
minute. The
you've
Bible is
used
doing that.
no, no, sir. With all due respect, you're using multiple fallacies here, and we're not accepting your argument because
Because they're
it's fallacious in
fallacious.
nature.
Yeah.
So we don't have to accept it because
But
I mean,
you are
not only
doing. You are
no,
defending
no,
lies. You
no,
are
no,
defending
sir.
lies
You're
in your
claiming
book.
that you're claiming that I'm
You're, yeah,
defending lies, sir. This
yeah.
is a
How do
very
you
low. This
find
is a
out
very
if
low level
something is
apologetics. That
okay? Hold on,
Well,
Don. One
you
second.
tell
How
you.
do you find out if something is a lie without appealing to contradiction, which is the nature of a fallacy? When you're committing a fallacy, you are making a contradiction. So if contradiction isn't your basis of proving something false, how are you proving something false? Is it just not your opinion? Is
Because
that
you
what's false
want
there?
slaves to talk back. You want slaves to talk back. When you tell people, shut your mouth, boy. When you tell people, don't you talk
I
back,
don't want to hear your
not,
opinion. Hurry
no,
up
hold
and
on a
give me
second.
something
I'm
other
giving
than
you
your
facts.
opinion, please.
Stop interrupting
Other
me.
than
I
your
did not
opinion.
interrupt you.
Oh my
Look,
god.
I
I'm
did not
not
interrupt
sitting
you.
in this debate
Oh,
to
right.
to listen to your opinion. Give me
Okay,
something
I
that is proof.
listen. You're not
Because
letting me
you
talk.
call it a
So
fact doesn't make it
Okay,
a fact.
let's everybody let's just chill for five. Let's just take
yeah,
just chill for 5 seconds. I think we
No,
just
yes.
we
hurry up and give me something that is
I know
not an opinion.
just chill. I agree. So we'll just chill. We'll just chill for a second.
Yes.
Let's just chill for a
You
second.
I
Okay,
spent
want to
an
everybody.
tell.
hour listening to
Look,
this bloviated boomer talk about his own opinion and what he think
Yeah.
is
personal
So
fact.
facts.
I'm gonna
Sorry, dude, I
ask a
don't take you
question
as an authority.
unrelated to Christianity, unrelated to Islam. That's what I'm gonna do because I'm just trying to. I think we're just having a communication breakdown here. I agree with you, Aristotle. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. So, Mr. Ahmed, this would be my question to you. If
What can
I
I
said
ask? Yeah.
go, yeah, yeah,
But let me
I'll
just.
let you go
I
first.
will
I'll let you
answer.
go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
Okay, how
issue
about we
here
let a
is
rule? How about we let down a rule here? All right. Next fallacy he makes, he gets booted.
Okay, no,
Is that
just chill,
appropriate?
Aristotle. Just
No.
let
What
him.
happens next time he
Just
makes a fallacy?
okay, okay. Just I'm sorry, Mr. Ahmed. You can go, and then I'm
No
gonna ask
one's
you
no
guys
one's getting
respond.
kicked, behave.
Yeah. So Mr.
Okay,
Ahmed, I'll
then
let him
what metric is this debate based on? Because all I've seen is him giving fallacies over and over and over of the most grievous kind.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is he's stating this makes Christianity look bad. This doesn't seem right. This I think is evil. All of it is based upon personal, like,
feelings.
what he thinks is justifiable. I want an epistemic understanding for why something can be morally justifiable
Yeah,
or not.
the
It's not based
epistemology.
upon just your opinion, Nadir.
Yeah. So this will
Yeah,
be
I
my
don't care about your opinion, dear.
yeah.
Give me some sort of proof, something,
So
anything that's objective,
so
please.
I understand the communication breakdown. I'll pose a question to him, and please just let him respond. So if I came up to you and I said owning a red cat is bad, and then you asked me why, what do you think a response to that question could be?
You should give the answer of why it is bad. And look, I'm admitting to you guys that on certain issues, I'm not gonna get that deep in the weeds and explain to you why certain things are wrong because I believe they are self-evident. And you're like, okay, no, prove to me these things are wrong. I don't want to go there with you guys. But the problem is inside this passage, I'll actually take you there. Because look, I'm telling you, this is not the right way to manage people by telling your employees or
Mm-hmm.
slaves in this manner, don't you talk back. No, you want them to talk back. You want a collaborative environment. You want, because these are the guys who are building the bridges, the roads. They're going to know when you are wrong. They're going to know the product a lot better than you. So you actually want the exact opposite. You want
Okay.
them to talk back. You want them to question you, and you want them because you want them to speak
Yeah.
and create that collaboration. Now, I could show you that in many references which talk about
Mhm.
proper management techniques. I can
Yeah.
show you
So
that.
okay. So
Nadir,
I'm
I
gonna tell you.
understand you don't have a good connection, but you did not hear what I just said. I don't want your opinion.
That is
You
not an
just gave
opinion.
me
That's a
your
statement of
exact
fact.
same opinion.
Here, Aristotle.
That's a
No. Hold
fact.
on. Hold on. Yeah. So this is my thing. I'm just gonna say back what you said to me, so we're on the same
Yes.
page. You think a collaborative environment is more conducive to some type of good ideal for like how to manage things, correct?
That is not ideal. That's absolutely
Okay.
necessary, and it
Necessary.
is
Okay.
vital. It is you must have
Prove the
collaboration
relationship.
and discussions and talking back. You got to challenge your managers when
Yeah.
they're wrong.
Okay.
Things like
Prove the
that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
relationship.
So then what I'm gonna ask you is, what is your evidence for that being the truth?
Now, on this point, there is many evidences, and all I have to do is show you, books and references on
Okay.
managers, on managing, how to manage your employees, how to lead projects. It's in
Okay.
every reference, to be very honest with you.
Okay.
Okay,
You see,
collaboration. Yeah.
Okay.
you,
So
you see
that's
how he
great.
has no objective basis for any of
The
his
problem
claims.
is the reason why
By
I can't
stating,
show. Hold on a second.
hold
I,
on, by stating, I can pull up, this article from Oxford University that says managers think if there's a collaborative effort, that's better for the company. Therefore, my
right.
argument's correct, dude. What objective measures are you providing to basically create a foundation for your argument? Not
Okay.
some
He's
stupid
using
articles from
What my
nowadays.
what my point to you is, I because I'm driving right now, I can't show you the reference, but I can show you in almost every managerial, book or whatever reference out there. It talks and speaks of the exact opposite of "don't you talk back." You want your employees to talk back. Now, you guys have jobs, I assume. Go and talk
yeah.
to your own boss about these things.
Nadir,
They will
that's
confirm what I'm talking.
Sorry, my apologies. You're
That is
also
not
making the
subjective. Manage.
comparison
Hold
between
on a second.
voluntary
Wait.
employment to
Please stop
slavery, by the way.
cutting me off.
And involuntary.
The science
Thank
of
you, Nathan.
management is not subjective. This is a science behind it, and that's what you're not getting. It's not based on opinion. Okay, and I can show you. And there's
Yes, it is.
it's
Hold up.
not.
Just so you're aware, you are
There are
making
experts
the
in the
comparison
subject.
between voluntary
There are
employment and
experts in the
slavery.
topic. There's experts in the topics, and they will confer everything I've said. Okay. Now I have managed employees. I've went through managerial training actually at one time. We had to read the references. It all talks about collaboration with your employees. Uh, Creating that powwows is what they talk about. You actually go to school to learn how to create these collaborative environments. So this is wrong on so many levels.
Miss,
It's
Miss
an
May,
error
hold
in
on,
the
hold on,
Bible.
hold on, hold on, stop, please.
Hold on.
Mr. Ahmed, you are making the comparison between voluntary employment and slavery. Is that the same thing, yes or no?
Absolutely, because these slaves are
No, they
building
are not,
bridges, they're
brother.
building roads.
There is a
Bro, stop
difference
interrupting
between
me. Stop.
voluntary.
Okay,
Did
you're
I ask for a
interrupting me
yes or
every
no
second.
response?
I'm done. No,
Mr. Ahmed,
your
did
guys
you,
are just interrupting me at this point. They're
Mr.
absolutely the same thing in many ways because these slaves, they're building something, they're doing some kind of project work, any kind of project work, whatever they're doing, you really want that collaboration from your lower levels, irregardless if they're slaves or if they're full-time employees, which are voluntary. There's no there's no way you want to manage a team of whoever they are with a don't you talk back type approach.
Okay,
That's just wrong.
Mr. Ahmed, would you have a relationship with your manager that would be positive under voluntary employment, yes or no?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. What'd you
Could
say?
you potentially have a positive relationship when it is under voluntary employment, yes or no?
Yeah, positive relationship. Yes.
That's fine. If you are a slave and you are put forcefully into work with your management, would you potentially have a good relationship, yes or no?
You could potentially have a good relationship. Yes.
Okay, but under most cases, would that be the case?
Oh, I don't know if it's going to be most or not, but
Okay, so we're talking about objective facts, so the majority, not very, very fine, insignificant, very small improbability. Once again, you're making a subjective claim about your personal opinion. You are making a comparison between voluntary employment and slavery. There is a severe and huge difference. If you want to use a comparison under Islam, you have a slave which their family was slaughtered and you have now become a POW. You are now a slave. Would you have a opportunity to talk back to the people that just killed your family, yes or no?
you're going way off topic. Let's stick
No,
to
I'm
just.
not. Engage in the
Hold on a second.
conversation.
Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
let's just change the
I need
topic.
a
It looks
Christian.
like
Wha-
this guy is
A
not moving
Christian, if
anywhere.
you want to disagree with me on
Okay, buddy.
collaboration and the proper management style is collaboration, then I would like to see how you guys defend don't you talk back. That's the right way you
Are
manage
slaves
people.
educated?
Nadir,
Okay, tell me that. How do you do that?
Nadir, if you're indebted to someone, what grounds do you have to stand on to say, I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that? Just answer that point specifically.
This is not talking specifically about that. This is saying you
I
don't talk
didn't
back
I
at
didn't ask
all.
Wow.
I didn't ask you
Oh
about
my
the
gosh.
general
Okay,
This
consensus.
is bad.
I asked you
listen.
about a specific. Answer
No,
that point.
that
Yeah, let's
you
change the
actually you
topic.
can
This guy isn't
because if
moving
there
anywhere on this.
actually you have the right and you should. If there are certain jobs which is wrong, and if you
Slaves
have
don't
some
have
kind of
rights, Mr.
hold on a second.
Nadir,
Hello,
nor do they
sorry,
have
Why
property.
not?
sorry, my apologies, please.
Wait a second.
Everybody, can
Why
you
don't
stop?
slaves have
Ishmael, hold on a
Mr.
second. You're
Ahmed,
running
can you
away.
please
What
choose
is
an
going
alternate
on?
Okay,
topic?
okay,
You
okay.
have been
Okay, hold on a
refuted
second.
for the
Let's
last
What you
5
let's
hours.
stop,
Let's
guys,
change topic.
Please, can we
you
change
This is
topic?
Christian?
exhausting. Let's change
Aristotle,
topic.
hang on. Let's
Yeah.
calm down here. Okay, we need somebody to
Okay,
step in and moderate.
the Christians
Well,
are
here's
running
the
away
Well,
from this. Okay,
Mr. Ahmed,
excuse
really
me for
quickly.
my temper. Excuse me for my temper. My steering column did break in an 80,000 pound vehicle, so I'm a little over
That's
adrenaline
fine.
right now.
I think we should probably take a second to assess if we want to continue this dialogue at all.
yeah,
I don't
how
think we're
about
really
that's
going
fine.
anywhere with this.
You
Mr. Ahmed,
cannot
what?
defend don't you talk back. Okay, that's just
John,
and
Mr.
John,
Ahmed, I'm not even Mr. Ahmed. I'm not I'm
Then
asking right
show
now if
me
you'd
the
like to
wall,
continue.
Mr. Ahmed. I
Okay,
got
really
better
quick.
for you. I got
Can we
better
take
for you.
let's
Can we
take a break for a second. Can we
okay.
are we going to continue this dialogue or are we just continue or did we just at a complete impasse?
I believe that we are
Complete
currently at
impasse.
an impasse, and I think we should
All right,
probably change topic.
then I think that it might be more
Better.
prudent than anything else to just call it here.
hey, don't you talk back to me.
can we
Mr. Ahmed, please be respectful. I'm trying.
I'm quoting the Bible. That's what the
Sir,
Bible said. Don't you talk back.
that's not what it says, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to ask that you be
As this is wrapped
respectful,
up,
please.
as this is wrapped up, can I just ask him can I ask you like other questions that are like non-related to this topic, like kind of like I did at the beginning, because like I think it's really interesting, like how you got into this. Can I just ask like closing questions?
Can we
okay?
just to be clear, but before we do that, can we like set a time limit or something? Because there and just set like some rules here? Because I think we'd probably need to close this down. I don't want to. I think this is probably needs to be
I
done.
think three fallacies means a ban. If they do three
No,
fallacies on
No,
the same
no,
point,
no,
just kick.
Aristotle, behave.
Okay.
I
Three
just want to say,
fallacies
Slav,
kick.
do you want to? I'm gonna.
I'm just gonna wrap it up, and we're gonna wrap it right now.
Let's.
Yeah, let's just wrap
Yeah,
it up.
we'll give it like 5 minutes. I'll cut you off in
Yeah,
like I'll cut you off in like 5 minutes.
yeah.
Just go.
So, thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for talking to us. Like, we appreciate it. I'm sorry if people got a little heated and things may have felt disrespectful. We do appreciate like you engaging with us and stuff, and we're sorry if like, everybody gets a little bit emotional during these conversations or stuff. But we appreciate you like talking with us.
Yeah, no problem.
How do you feel about having these conversations with religious people and non-religious people? Like, what do you get out of them? Do you think they actually benefit your beliefs or help you change people's minds? Like, why do you want to engage with people, I guess is the question.
Well, I learned from you guys. That's number one. Whenever I have a discussion, I always pick up something new. How many times in this discussion did I ask you guys questions on what does this mean and what does that mean? So that's the number one thing. I'm not some kind of great scholar or something like that. I'm just kind of like a normal person too. And so I think from that, and not only that, but I want to open up the Christian's eyes to the superiority of the Islamic teachings. Look, in this whole discussion, and this is a challenge which I have, and you will never be able to mount an objection against the teachings of Islam. And I think that's what we saw tonight. And we
That's
saw a lot of
subjective.
things in your book. We saw a lot of things in your book which just really aren't true.
Guys,
I like gaslighting just.
You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Stop. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna accept that statement, and we're not going to complain about it. Isn't that right?
Yes. Good.
We're gonna bear that in humility, and we're not going to talk back to you because we're going to take the moral high ground and demonstrate that we actually do practice the things that we preach in our holy books. So let's just keep it between Slav and Mr. Ahmed before the end of this.
Yeah. Okay, so good. So you kind of do it because you like learning and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when you've like debated, who is your favorite person you've debated with, like on like a platform, like a well-known person? Do you have like a favorite person you've interacted with, or?
Oh boy, let me think about this. I like Sam for some reason, but the thing is, there's in the beginning he was somewhat sane, but now he's kind of he's having some kind of mental issues, and I think it's maybe some family issues, or now it's like he's making Christianity look bad by just being a jerk and just talking about crazy stuff. So I wish he would go back to the original Sam, which he used to be. When I used to meet Sam, he used to give me a hug. Now he's not like that at all anymore.
What do you think's happened in his life? Do you know anything about his like personal stuff? That's like, is he okay, or are you worried about it?
I think what happened to him is what happened to Hitler. Because remember, Hitler in the beginning, he didn't really hate Jews that much. But then once he started debating with him, if you read his book Mein Kampf, he said, I began to hate them. That
so you
can
think
happen sometimes.
Sam's kind of become like Hitler, kind of.
I think he made the same mistake. And I think there's been some family issues as well, which has, I think, traumatized him. I don't know. And not only, it's not just with me, but even with his own Christians. He's at odds with them. He's fighting with everybody. He's calling them heretics and this and that. Come on, man. You can't be the only right person in the world. He has talent, but unfortunately, due to some psychological issues, he's got to get a grip of that.
John in here, he can do a really good Sam Shamoon impression, like voice-wise. Could you rate it for us? Like, he's really good at it.
Mr. Ahmed, you know the famous clip of him telling people to shut up. I'd like to know if you think it's accurate.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, we have the classic. You filthy son of the devil! Get the hell out of here! You filthy low-life scum! Like, is that
close?
Is that close?
Let me ask you guys a question. That's very good. But let me ask you guys a question. When he does behave like that, do you guys feel like, oh my God, this guy's embarrassing us, or do you feel like that's just
Yeah,
not the
Um,
way Christians
maybe.
should
yeah,
behave?
sometimes I think Sam, I think he's really smart. He's really educated on a lot of stuff. I think sometimes he can be a little abrasive and a little jarring. I think he's probably done this so long he gets frustrated pretty easily. I think like once you're in this space, I think it's really hard over time to remain really calm because you probably deal with the same type of like, bad arguments or bad faith things or like think about it as you as a Muslim, people have probably asked you a lot of bad questions or insulting questions a lot, and you might get sick of it, and it might be hard to keep your composure, kind of to do like what Jesus said, to be kind to them even if they're being mean to you. It might be really hard to do that. I think Sam struggles probably. Like I don't know him personally, you know him deeper than I do. Um, but I think I don't think it's good for him. I don't think it's like good. It has nothing to do with. He could be debating about if trucks are better than planes or something. For him to kind of get a little too upset probably isn't good for him or like the environment sometimes. But I can understand his frustration. I
Yeah.
think you can as well. Like people
But
probably ask you. Yeah.
do you feel it turns people away from Christianity?
Maybe not from Christianity. Like if you're already Christian, you might just get turned off by his debate style, not Jesus or the religion in itself. Like people, like think about it. Like let's say if you heard a really mean Muslim person debate somebody, it wouldn't make you go, "Oh my God, I hate Islam." You go, "This guy like is like a little mean, and he probably needs to chill." It wouldn't make you not believe in God anymore or not believe in
Oh
like the
yeah.
prophet. Yeah, that would be my
I
thing.
think
Is there any other
oh,
questions you'd like to have for us like about like us that are um not just like religion based? Is there anything like you are confused by or something we could answer for you or
Hmm. You guys are all from the Orthodox Church, right?
yeah,
quite a
most
few of
people,
us,
yeah.
yes. AC is Catholic, and then I think everybody else here is Orthodox, except
So,
for Slav, who's agnostic.
do you guys? What do you guys believe? Do you guys support Israel like the evangelicals do?
No.
Oh boy.
I think Israel and Palestine both have, like the Palestinian, like or Hamas have both committed a lot of problems. Neither of them are perfect. I think Israel's committed a lot of like
I support the right
atrocities
of every human being to live a
world.
peaceful life, and I think that there needs to be an end to the conflict.
Yeah.
I don't claim to have the solution. I don't think the church
What?
claims to have the solution, but the definitive solution that we do have is the peace of Jesus Christ.
I have family in the West Bank and friends that serve in the IDF, so
Yeah.
definitely support peace, but I do support Israel.
What do you make of America's blind allegiance to Israel?
Silly.
Well, that's a really
I
deep
think that's
question.
I think
Yeah.
that's a little bit more outside of the
Okay.
purview of
Yeah, it's a
tonight's
very
kind
deep
of
Well,
question.
let me ask this
discussion.
question: do you believe that the Jews are the Antichrist?
No.
No.
Not in the not as an ethnic group. We
No.
believe that
Well,
anyone that denies that Christ has come in the flesh is an antichrist, but that refers to individual people, not to groups of people.
For people.
Unless we're
why?
speaking about the religion, it is a religion of antichrist, but that doesn't mean that every individual
But
that it
God,
belongs to. Yeah, go
you
ahead.
would agree. We as Muslims and Christians believe that in the end, God is going to ambush them in the sense like right now the Jews are waiting for a Messiah. So, well, God's going to send a Messiah, all right, but it's going to be the devil cloaked as a Messiah. I mean, you guys have the same belief, right?
I think we would say
Insofar
that.
as insofar as they have rejected the truth and the Messiah himself, God himself, yet they're still looking for a king, they will accept a king that is a deceiver and the deceiver himself.
Right. And he's going to, so God is going to, you guys believe that the Antichrist is coming and he's going to claim to be the Messiah.
That
I don't
Yes.
know if
Yeah,
you
certainly
but
can,
could.
how
That
much
could.
how
yeah.
much that has to do with the Jews' own willingness to find someone that is not the truth. A lot of it has to do with them.
Will they follow him?
Yeah.
That's an ambush. So we can say God doesn't love the Jews if he's going to ambush them like that.
Well, God loves. Do you think God loves everyone?
No.
So you think God is selective?
Yep.
Their
Are you?
Allah makes it clear that He doesn't love the disbelievers, the kuffar.
All right. Well, I think that's a little bit. I think we're a little bit over time for the end
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for coming on. You're
Thanks.
welcome to come back
Yeah.
in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Sorry
Good
if
night.
we were
If
rude
you have a
or
topic
anything
you want
again.
to debate, just let me know. Shoot me an email, and we can look at that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know
Thank
who
you so
has your
much.
contact information, but we'll
James.
reach out if we have any. Okay. Yeah, we'll reach out if we have anything.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you
Have a
again.
good night, sir.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Nadir.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Okay, I was waiting, bro. I was
Holy
waiting.
fucking shit!
I was
Oh my
waiting.
God.
I was waiting for him to disconnect. I was like, holy shit, why is it taking so long?
That
Oh,
was
man.
nuts. That was nuts, dude.
Brother doesn't know
You
about
guys are
humility.
really soft in debates.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like you guys
Aristotle,
should have
like,
given him a
you're-
couple spankings, bro. That guy was so
No,
annoying.
because it's like our. It doesn't matter. We all beat him up, and then but he's just like, no. It's like I don't know.
How is
He
yeah?
won't.
How is that a scholar? Like how is
Even the
that their
agnostics.
I
best?
don't know, dude.
Oh yeah. I've never did I think in my life I would have to tell a public apologist what a theory neutral text is.
I was like,
Never
John,
did
it's
I
like,
think I would
bro,
have
I've
to
never
tell.
heard someone explain so many
No,
fallacies
wait.
to somebody. in one
Never did I
conversation.
think I would have to tell someone what a personal incredulity fallacy is when they do
Fallacy is.
public debates, brother.
And they've been doing it since the
Slav,
90s.
Slav, you're so
The
mean.
90s?
Slav.
Yeah, bro.
You're,
Yeah, he used to
Slav,
date
you're an
Shimon in the
agnostic that was
90s.
on our side, and I'm
Debate
so
Shimon in the
happy.
90s.
Well, no, because you're right.
Wow.
Islam's fucking horrible. You guys are right.
Wait.
Like to not understand what Jesus is saying to the slave in that situation, like you're retarded. Like you're out of your mind.
The,
You
the,
guys-
He
the-
didn't even refer to turning the other cheek as a wider Christian principle. He thought it
Yeah.
just had to do with slaves. Like, how do you
Hey,
do that?
of
Dude,
course he
he
thinks in that
literally-
way though, because like slave economy is like built into the cake with Islam, but
Yeah.
But of course, like we can ignore all the hadith that contradict it because
Oh, yeah.
I propose a theory of theory neutral text that's obviously retarded on its face, and
Yeah.
he accepts it.
Nothing
I'm
is
just like,
theory
what?
neutral, bro.
Yeah, but I love my favorite science. Slavery is my favorite
Yeah,
science.
for real, bro.
Like
You
what?
said you were making a scientific error and you were talking about slavery, and I was like, my favorite science, slavery.
Slavery.
He's like, oh yeah. I hate slavery, but
I
Islam
literally
slavery,
lost
I
brain
like
cells
that
when
one.
I heard that.
Here, we should all move to like a normal VC. You think?
Bro, where's
No.
the wall? Where
Is the wall, brother?
It's under.
bro?
Actually, no. Okay, so
I
this is
genuinely
debate
don't know
technology.
how does he survive in debates deflecting that much?
Bro, he doesn't do well.
He doesn't, dog. That's the thing.
That's so
That's
funny.
horrible, bro.
Did you guys hear how he deflected out of Surah Nisab?
No, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like,
dude,
yeah.
dude, somebody
You were right.
434. Somebody should have brought up
I
430.
would've
Wait,
been
somebody
like-
did, didn't they? That's so funny.
I was trying to
literally
bring
would've
up
been like,
434.
You're the son of the devil.
You felt
Dude,
he
it
didn't give me a
literally
rating.
says
I wanted to know if he
you
know.
filthy son of the devil.
He didn't rate it. I wanted him to know if he knew what his master's voice sounded like. Come on, bro.
No, but like when he brought up that fucking the fucking thing where he's like, they go into the city, they do this. Like, what do you mean? There's no like argument. He's just like, no. He's just like, no.
No,
No,
dude. When I
that's
asked
what it
him,
means. They brought their children into battle.
when he
What?
was defending theory neutrality, and I was
Yeah, that's
and he's
wild.
and I asked him like, is your claim that that's just clear or that's perspicuous? Is that an interpretation? And he said no. And I was like, dude, what the
Like,
fuck?
what are
And
we talking about?
Slav goes in the chat and he goes, at John, kill shot. And I see 4 people going, that's an interpretation.
It was horrible. But like, I don't understand.
I lost brain cells, guys.
This is
Bro, I
why
was
Jay
like,
Dyer does
he
well.
said
He
that
doesn't
a
let
lot-
these people
that
swirl
Islam
like this.
has authority of religion. I'm like, I wanted to laugh so hard and mock him.
But like Aristotle was good. If you don't know if everybody was here for that part of the conversation where he's like, we can't use language anymore then, because this is basically what he's doing. He at one point he said
Yeah.
we can't use language. If we can't use language, how are we talking to each other right now? We can't. I can't understand you. We have to interpret each other. We have to understand each other. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, that's the whole part of textual criticism.
I cannot believe I just explained what textual criticism
Textual
was.
criticism to like a fucking dude who's been debating since the 90s. Holy fuck.
The 90s. I've been taking Greek in
boomer.
college for a year, and I know what that shit is. I'm
Homie,
an
you weren't even
undergraduate.
born in the 90s.
I'm
This is
an
what
undergraduate.
brainwashing does.
Brother, I'm an undergraduate 19-year-old. I should be on a Ben Shapiro video getting cooked, not explaining what textual criticism is to you, sir.
Bro, This guy has done nothing but watch the TV box his entire life and thinks he's something special because he got a deal and showed up with some sort of famous person.
Well,
Please.
no, he first started. So I asked him in the beginning. The first person he ever got him in debating was Sam. He started debating Sam like he knew Sam, and he said like they would meet up and like talk at a coffee shop or something like every week. He said, so they know each other in real life at somehow in some way. And then he said through that Sam connected with other people and they started debating. I guess now Sam's had some family problems or some other things, and he said him and that guy used to be friends, but Sam doesn't hug him anymore, which is really sad. But I can understand why Sam doesn't want to hug him.
I was gonna say I wouldn't hug him.
He's gonna say,
You
"Well,
filthy
believe in
son of the
slavery?
devil! You filthy
son
low
of the
life scum!
devil! Why you
Get the hell out of here!
Why are you doing slavery?"
Yeah. Dude,
I don't think this guy
was from Satan. Bro, he just contradicted like his whole religion.
Yeah,
My thing is, like,
slavery is
how
a
can-
horrible institution that Muhammad condoned.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get
He
him to
allows
do.
like sex slavery.
Yeah, but like I was trying to ask him like why is you're saying the Christian view here is bad? How are you determining it's what's bad? He's like, I'm not gonna go there or do that. It's like then your argument has no
Honestly,
point,
here's the thing. Like
He next said that you guys think it's bad too. He appealed to our morality and tried to piggyback off of it.
That's a tu quoque, and it's literally you basing your whole view on our morality, bro.
He's used like did he use every fallacy in this conversation?
I think
He
so.
used
Yeah.
argument to the majority, argument to the authority, incredulity. Oh man.
Emotion. He used the terrible fucking Southern accent impersonation fallacy. That was a horrible accent.
Bro, I can do a better one.
I tell you what now, brother,
Boy.
that is not what that
Listen
shit
here, boy.
sounds like.
Boy, if you don't wait, hold on. Boy, if you don't come
You
there,
gotta
boy,
make sure she's
before I
black,
shoot you
then you
with
forget
my
the black
shotgun,
woman.
boy.
Also, how do you beat a black boy black? That doesn't make any sense, sir.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
I pointed that out and he brushed over that, but that's
And
silly.
also doesn't it also say in the Bible that you can't hit your slave?
You little black boy.
It's literally in
we
the Old
said that.
Testament.
The
Alright.
Old
Like, that's
Testament, you
Old
can hit your
Testament.
slave, it just within a you can't hit him.
If you hit and
Oh,
hurt
just
your
like
slave, you must let
just
him
like when
free.
you're allowed to hit women in the Quran. Yeah.
Yo, take
Alright,
care,
buddy.
guys. I'm going now. It's like 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m.